The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The stakes are higher than ever at the FIDE candidates in Madrid, Spain. Players continue to grind, pulling out all the stops to stay within striking distance of the leaders. Nepomniachtchi is Hikaru Nakamura's newest fan after the Blitz legend took down second place and fellow American Fabiano Caruana to give the defending challenger a 1-point lead. The leader is poised to run away with the event. Can he be caught? Round 9 of Can't Miss Chess coming up next.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament from Madrid, Spain. 8 fantastic rounds are in the history books as we get ready for the 9th round of this tournament. It's a date with destiny, do or die, as our two leaders play against one another. Dorsa, hello, good morning, good morning. Ready for a broadcast?
Oh, yes, very much.
Very much so. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Indeed, this round 9, as we get started, has one story only. Nepo. He leads by 1 point, and he's playing against his nearest rival, Fabiano. Can Fabi, with the white pieces, win the game? Let's take a look, Dorsa, at all of our standings as we get ready for this 9th round. At the very top, we have Jan at 6.
Oh, yes. And it's Fabi with 5.
Hikaru 4.5.
Then we have Rapport after a beautiful game yesterday.
Seriously, wasn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
And our format, Dorsa.
Well, it's a very special format. It's 8-player double round robin.
With 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, 60 minutes for the next 20, 15 minutes plus 30-second increment for the rest of the game, 3 time controls. It's a very, very classical time control. No draws before Black's 40th move. €500,000 in prize money. Very, very nice. And let's take a look at the schedule, Dorsa.
Yes. Well, today is Monday. It's a good day.
Monday, good day.
We're around 9. Then we have a rest day.
Outstanding. That rest day looks really beautiful for tomorrow. Do not join us tomorrow. And then we continue with our regular pace of 3 rounds of play followed by a rest day. And fortunately for us, we have in studio our dear friend Alejandro. Alejandro, drill down for us. What do we got for us this morning?
Pleasure to be with you guys here early morning, well, at least for me, in St. Louis. But we have such a great tournament still ahead of us. There are basically mathematical models that give Jan Nepomniachtchi a 75% chance to win. But there are people that don't care about those numbers. They want the tournament for themselves. And there's a certain Hikaru Nakamura that has made a few waves yesterday by defeating soundly one of his main rivals, Fabiano Caruana, in a brilliant game. And look at his road ahead. He plays today against Radjabov with the black pieces, and then he has back-to-back whites against Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport. So Hikaru's still saying that if he wins today, and I do think it's a must-win game from now on until the end of the tournament almost for Hikaru, because he needs to pick up a lot of points, he might still be in it with a shout. In second place is currently Fabiano Caruana, and you guys mentioned it, today is the day to keep any chances of winning this tournament alive. He needs to win. He's white against his main rival, Jan Nepomniachtchi. You know that Fabi is a very well-prepared player, very reliant on opening preparation to demolish some of his key competitors when it really comes down to it. He will have the rest day and then returns with the black pieces against Jan Krzysztof Duda, and then we'll be playing white against Ding Liren. But of course, it's still the Nepo show. He is the one that needs to survive today's game against Fabi, and then look at his road afterwards. He's going to be playing the two players that are currently at the bottom of the table, Timur Radjabov and Alireza Firouzja. So Nepo, he is actually the favorite to win the event according to the numbers, even if he loses today. But any other results, Nepo, well, he is just running away with the tournament. We all know it's first place or bust at the candidates. This year, it might be different, but there's no guarantee for the players. They need to fight for first.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at all the pairings for this round 9. Dorsa, lay the table and do the honors.
Thank you. Well, it's Firouzja versus Rapport, Radjabov versus Naka, and the key matchup, Fabi versus Nepo, and wrapping up with Ding versus Duda.
Absolutely. And when we talk about that matchup between Fabi and Nepo, how do those two square off head to head?
Wow. 10 draws.
Yeah, that's a lot of draws.
And only one win for Nepo.
Exactly. He won in a Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, and I remember that game. It was quite a turnaround because Fabi actually was winning. He ended up losing, and typical Nepo playing very, very quickly and upset the rhythm of the game. And of course, they're fighting hard. They're fighting hard for a lot of money, Dorsa.
Wow, it's €500,000 prize pool.
Exactly, 48,000 euros for first place, 36,000 for second, 24,000 for third, 7,000 per point for every player. But it's really winner take all. It's all about this opportunity to become challenger to Magnus Carlsen. The match to be determined where it will be played. The 2023 is the schedule for that match. And you kind of mentioned it there, Alejandro. I mean, we think of it as a winner-take-all event, but in truth, if Magnus says, I don't want to play with Nepo, I don't want to play with Fabi, done there, done that, I want different challenges. Second, and Hikaru could make things very, very intriguing. When these players play, and Fabi has white, Alejandro, what would you advise him to do on his opening move? E4? And what are you going to do against the Petrov, right? That's the problem.
That's going to be what we find out today. There's two ways to approach this. You find something against the Petrov, because that's what you expect Nepo to come with.
Yeah.
Or you just switch out your style. You play something along the lines of d4. And Fabi's used d4 in very key matches, including candidates matches. He won against Wesley So after preparing for a very long time in a crucial round 1 game of the 2018 candidates. He started that with the move d4, went into a Catalan and won a nice game by surprising his opponent. But of course, Nepo is coming in with all of this, as Christian Kirilla would say, residual preparation from the World Championship match. You gotta find an angle where you think that didn't go right for Nepo in Dubai.
Exactly. And we think the magic number is 9 points, or perhaps even 9.5, because people have been, well, not people, but Fabi has been running hot.
Yes.
So 9 before the start of the tournament, the +4, that's just such a huge score. We thought, yeah. But if he goes +5, now talking about jockeying for position, now imagine that Magnus doesn't play.
Oh.
Okay, just imagine. And you're in Fabi's shoes right now. Now, before the tournament, you're thinking to yourself, I got to win first, I got to win first, I got to win first. So in today's game, you go all out.
Yes.
But if now you're being told, well, wait a minute, you know, if you're second, you could be in a world championship match for 2 million euros. How much risk are you willing to take, Dorsa?
Well, that's a very good question, because it's, you know, I feel like it all depends on who you're playing, because right now in these type of tournaments, you're not just playing the opponents, you're playing the whole tournament.
The field, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're, you know, if it's like second, is still pretty good. I mean, if 4 nights might not look so bad right now.
And that's why there's been some criticism about Magnus's what ifs and maybes.
Yeah. Right.
Because it does affect the tournament.
Big time.
It doesn't matter if it happens, it ends up happening or not. It doesn't matter if Magnus actually defends or not. The fact that he made those statements already puts it in the mind of us and, of course, in the players.
Right.
That second place at the candidate suddenly is worth something. This is a tournament that, by tradition, has 1 place and 7 losers.
Right.
There's no other way to put it.
Right.
You go there to win the event and challenge Magnus. Everybody else, you get second, that's not a good score. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, Dorsa, you're an E4 player, and the problem for Fabi is that when he plays E4, and if his opponent plays E5, knight F3, knight F6, this is what Nepo's A defense has been, the Russian defense, the Petrov. When you face off against the Petrov, you're playing knight C3 on move 3?
Not necessarily. It really depends what's the result I'm looking for and what the tournament requires.
Okay.
If it's the last round, then it's a draw to make a norm.
Knight
Why not?
C3.
Yes.
But what if you need...
We do have this on the board. Wow.
I was thinking that we were analyzing, waiting for the players, and
No,
then suddenly the players...
They're listening to you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, knight takes E5, knight takes E4.
Wow.
And if you're playing for the win,
D4.
D4, and you're playing early castles, or what are you doing? Knight C3?
I've had a good experience with short castle, with
Okay.
like the bishop D3, C4 style.
Okay.
But again, I've never played 2800 in it. So, oh well, they are listening. Wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, exactly. They're catching
And-
up.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the C4 short castle style, but I've also heard good stuff, classical games with pawn C3.
Okay.
So I'm very curious to see how Fabi will play this. Maybe I need to update my openings a little bit.
Well, indeed, everybody's looking, how are we going to get an edge? Now, Nepo against Richie, this is more or less directed at Alejandro. Bishop D6 is what he played against Richie as opposed to the bishop
And
E7.
he actually did it right now as well.
As well. Nepo showing that he's not exactly, he's a moving target of sorts, Alejandro.
A moving target.
Knight C6, bishop E7, but he went bishop D6 against Richie. Sorry.
Yeah, the thing about these two players is that if you had to choose the two biggest experts of the Petrov with the black side right now, it's Nepo and Fabi.
Right.
So Nepo doesn't really have a place to surprise Fabi. Right now he's kind of sitting back and saying, all right, Fabi, what are you bringing into the prep? I'm going to play my stuff. I'm going to play the stuff that already worked. It might be the one that I did against Richie, but remember that he's also played this in the World Championship match, right?
Right.
So when Fabi looks at these variations, he also must be looking at those preparing into today's crucial game.
Exactly. And take us down the primrose path that the players are on. C4, C6. My understanding is rook E1, knight C3. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the lines are really long. Yes. What's the current state of affairs? Is White getting anything in these long-winded variations?
Not really, but we're so far away. We have so many different possibilities that I'm not going to try to predict exactly where we're going through. This is the position that we had a couple of days ago. Yes, a couple of days ago, between Richard Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. I want to see where exactly we're going to have the novelty here, right? But in this position, who is the main player with the black pieces?
Fabi?
It's Fabi. It's Fabiano Caruana. He must think that there's something down the lines of this position that he himself felt uncomfortable with.
Right.
Because he's defended the black side of this plenty of times. He defended it against MVL, against Sergei Karyakin, against MVL again. So certainly a very popular variation. We are still going to have to wait and for theory to drag us down a little bit longer.
And how long, when you say we're going to have to wait for theory to be exhausted, another dozen moves from this, I would imagine.
The main line is knight c3 in this position. The move c5, kicking out the bishop to c7, is considered to be okay for black. I don't know if there's any novelties in this position, but perhaps. And here we finally have our answer. Knight h4, the novelty of the position early on. And this is what Favi's bringing. Knight h4, knight c3 is by far the main move.
Right.
And, well, that's it. That's theory. Nepo's on his own. Well, let's see if that's true. Let's see how long Nepo takes on this position. Knight h4 is not one of the top engine moves, and it is a bit of an unnatural move.
It feels artificial.
It feels very artificial.
Okay, so, break it down for us. Why would you make that move?
You hit the bishop.
Okay.
Knight hops, hits the bishop. It is a threat, right? Let's make some kind of dumb move with the move h6. If I take here and I take here, yeah, perhaps on f3 you might have some sacrifice or queen h5 to get out of it. But don't forget that I don't need to win this piece to get an advantage. I can just do the simple queen takes b7.
Oh.
Yeah.
This queen is overloaded, right? So after the move knight h4, you're targeting the bishop not just because of the pair of bishops and the potential pins with f3. Currently, b7 is also hanging. Now, something like b6 is kind of is very much insufficient, because after I take and I go bishop b5, you start having trouble keeping your pieces together. The queen, again, overloaded. You don't want to go to e6, run into a pin. You have to keep defending this bishop, but you also need to keep this bishop takes h2 trick
alive, yeah.
alive for this pawn defense. So knight h4, the bishop's attacked. I think the most logical move in this position is just to move the bishop back. You don't want to put it on g6 where it still can be captured.
Right.
Bishop g4 might look attractive, but you wonder why you're giving me a free tempo with the move h3. You'd have to have something directly against it. Right. And since bishop takes h3 doesn't work, because bishop takes e4, the queen swings over. I'm not going to take with the pawn and allow queen takes, right?
Right.
But bishop takes e4 just wins on the spot. So I think bishop e6 is the most natural. The only other move I would be considering is d takes c4.
Okay.
Which the engine does think is a big mistake, because after bishop takes, the pieces look awkward, right?
Yeah.
You're not really going to be able to move the bishop away. You have to kind of retreat with the knight. That costs you a tempo and the pair of bishops. Don't forget that you still have problems with the pawn on b7. So in my view, knight h4 kind of has to be answered with bishop e6. I don't know what you think, Yasser.
It looks like box to me, avoiding all of those things. And I don't like d5 takes c4, undermining my own knight support in the center.
Right.
But now this lays down the gauntlet. Are you trying to win the pawn on e4? Say bishop e6 is forced. That looks like a very decent move. Are we taking twice on e4?
I'm thinking, what about c5?
c5 just hits
bishop c7, right? It's the same trick as usual.
You can't take on b7. I've got that check.
Yes.
Oops.
That would be fun.
Right. Oops.
Not for the broadcast. So you could throw in c5 and then go knight c3 now that the bishop is on e6. And the engines are saying it's not that good for white because of the move knight a6. There are some typical threats with knight takes c5,
right,
and then followed with d4, hitting this queen.
Yeah.
So you have to watch out for those kind of tricks. The other possibility, I guess, is to play this move, kind of cagey. Queen c2 is one of the engine moves. The idea is to take. Now, you were wondering, why not pawn grab?
Yes.
And the engines just kind of hate it, because at this precise moment, after the move b5, a logical move, hitting this pawn on b4, taking advantage of the pin, it starts to look a bit awkward, right? Knight under the rim, this rook being hit in the center, no development on the queen side. And even though you don't get the pawn back directly, it does get a feel that black is not the one that's just playing for equality at this point.
No, I'm not a fan, especially because the desire in that variation, the desirable d5, and you think, oh, I can save my pawn this way. He'll just take twice on d5 and embarrass me by the fact that bishop takes h2 is once more just a winning tactic.
That's right.
Okay, so bishop e6, queen c2. Let's try to get into the mind of Fabi for just a moment. After the move queen c2, I've seen plans for black knight a6.
Yeah, knight a6 is very logical here, actually.
Yeah, knight a6, a3, and the game just kind of goes on. But this knight h4 makes a very strange impression. I can't shake the the feeling, it's wrong.
It feels artificial. Fabio must have some kind of concrete idea in this position. Of course, he's the one that's proposing this novelty.
Right.
It does feel like bishop e6 is pretty box. I don't see that many other moves.
Knight a6, is that actually a move here too? It looks a little strange.
Problem is the same, right? You take, and this is it's such a good pawn. You cannot take immediately, but I'm going to kick out your bishop first to embarrass your pieces. If I took immediately with the move queen takes,
then knight b4 might do some kicking.
It might hurt a lot.
Right.
Because knight c2 is coming, you start feeling that this attack is strong, and not only that, but rook fb8 directly traps the queen.
Precisely.
So you're not going to be very happy with this as white. However, if you throw in the move c5 when the bishop gets here, you don't have this important b4 square for your knight anymore. Your knight is hanging, you're forced to trade the queens, and this is just a disaster.
No.
So knight a6 doesn't quite work right away. Mm-hmm. It's bishop e6, really. I can't imagine a 2800 going for a different move.
No. Exactly. Now, also from Nepo's point of view, he's being hit with a novelty in a game. If he survives today, break out the bubbly. I mean, he's got a 1-point lead over his nearest rival, but his nearest rival can't knock him off his perch. So he's being hit with this novelty, knight h4, and he's just taking his time. He's trying to understand what would motivate this move and how serious is it, is his position adequately or not.
I'm kind of curious. When you're playing in such a high-stake event, and someone plays
knight h4.
Yeah, which you've never seen it before. You're already spending about a good 5+ minutes thinking about it. What else would you think about except like the safe choice of bishop e6, especially considering black doesn't need to win right now?
Sure.
So
for me, oftentimes it's this issue of the quality of the novelty. I see a move like knight h4, I just laugh. Like, you idiot, you're not scaring anybody with this move. No way, this does not work, it's terrible. Now, compared to a novelty like what Fabi prepared against MVL in the Najdorf, where he sacrifices a bishop. Oh. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I got to take this seriously, right? I got to knuckle down and calculate my way out of trouble. I see the move knight h4, and I say, this isn't giving me trouble, but now, why am I taking my time? Why am I thinking about my response? Bishop e6 comes naturally to my mind, but I start to think to myself, where has my opponent prepared a trap? Oh. I start to try to imagine myself in my opponent's shoes. Is it based on ideas of queen c2 and c5? So where's his idea? He doesn't just come and play an idiot move like knight h4 in such a big stakes game, but there's got to be some underlying thing, and then I start looking for that. But at first, I always take the approach, my opponent's an idiot. You can't do that. That's a silly move.
I like that approach.
Exactly. It got me in a lot of trouble. But on the other hand, I won a few U.S. championships with this feeling of, absolute righteousness. Knight h4. Well, we'll keep our eye on this all-important game. Let's just go quickly. Not too much has happened in the game of
What do you mean? It's a huge spiritual betrayal.
What?
Oh, Richard Rapport's playing the Berlin.
You're right.
What?
Of course.
What happened to the
time
Sicilian?
enough. Right? A spiritual betrayal. I like that. Very nice. Normally in this line, I always thought that the move castles, allowing knight d4, but is this that game of, where did that queen h5 come from? That was between Hikaru and Timur, but I wonder how they got there. Remember that game? Never mind. We're not,
Crickets.
Crickets. But I always thought that knight d4 was adequate for quick equality if white does not capture on a c6, but castles. He's allowing knight d4.
Well, from everything I know from Rapport, he always has some weird opening up his sleeve.
Yes.
So I'm kind of... Oh, and 94 was played. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a difference between the Hikaru game and Timur's game, if you want me to
Please.
show the differences.
Yeah, scale.
So, in this game that we have right now between Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport, you already have the move castle on the board, right?
Yeah.
Instead of the move knight d2. This one is Hikaru against Timur, and it's slightly different because after knight d4, takes, c3, bishop b6, immediately Hikaru played the move d4.
Right.
And because the knight is here and you haven't castled, new tactical possibilities open for both sides. That game went c6, you took on e5, take on d, you took on f6, queen takes f6, and castle. Now, with the knight on d2, you didn't have the option of going bishop e3 or queen e2, bishop e3, which would have been slightly stronger, but it also adds possibilities for black. Let's take a look at the game that we have today.
Currently,
Here between Rapport.
Yeah.
So we have a very similar situation here, right? But I've castled instead of playing knight d2. What is the difference? What if I go d4 anyway? There are certain possibilities that black has here. In the other line, the move c6 is considered best. You play c6 here, no good. D takes e5, pawn takes, queen takes. And now because my knight's not on d2 and I castled, you're not threatening f2, right?
Right.
So I'm going to have the time to play knight a3, hit this pawn.
Gotcha.
Or play a6, knight c2, and look how nice this knight is. Remaneuvering to d5 or helping bishop e3, bishop takes, knight takes, going to d5.
Nice.
Beautiful knight. The difference is that if I play bishop b6, d4, I don't have to play the move c6. Because you haven't defended e4, I can castle, which has been seen a top-level game. There's a game between Polgar and Anand here.
Okay.
You can play bishop g5, you can play other moves. But if you take on e5, I'll be comfortable with taking on e4. The knight sometimes remaneuvers to e6. Sometimes you just play d5 like in an open Spanish, and the game transforms. So it's all these kinds of subtleties, all these kinds of little details that we've seen in the Italian, in this anti-Berlins, that really do change the character of the position. The move knight d2 and the move castle, they look similar, but they're not the same.
Exactly. Just going around the horn a bit in the game between Timur and Hikaru. And by the way, thank you very much for that, Alejandro. That just one little difference of knight d2 versus castles, and it's a world of difference before you know it. The Berlin, Hikaru has oftentimes played the Berlin. Looks like a Berlin day, by the way. So once again, this is where castles and knight d4 in that Ritchie game, we have a c3. Castles, d7, d5, knight d2, and the players are quickly going to this position. We've caught it with the players, and what do we call this line of play, by the way, Alejandro? It's a Berlin, but it's not the Berlin that we're used to seeing.
Still Berlin, though.
That's what it's called? It's called a Berlin?
I've always known this as like anti-Berlins. Because you play d3 instead of allowing the endgame.
Okay.
But there's nothing new in this position. All of this has been seen before. This line with d5 has been Hikaru's favorite for
ages.
However long. Hikaru really likes the move d5. He also really likes the move rook e8. These are like the Hikaru lines. The moves d6, which exists, of course, is not what I associate with this player specifically, even though it is the most popular move. Hikaru's always tried to play either rook e8 and d5 or in some sequence and simplify the position, clarify the position in the center as quickly as possible. So we go down the line all the way here, and we still have some big games having been played, specifically Carlsen against Kramnik of 2017. I mean, that's a big one.
Right.
So surely here, Timur's still well in prep. Knight b8 is the most common move, just to sidestep the move bishop takes c6, which would eventually ruin your pawn structure. It's something that's been up in the air for a while, but as long as this bishop goes to a6, you might not want to take on c6 so early. Now, you can't really play bishop e6 because bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes e5.
Sure.
So a4 is kind of a nice tempo. It secures the b5 square for your bishop, and it challenges black to find a move in a way. And most of the moves they involve are moving the knight. Knight b8 is the main line, knight d8 has been tried, and Hikaru plays the third option, which is throwing the knight to a7, attacking this bishop. I don't see it in any top-level GM games. I see it in a couple of correspondence games. And Timur, not surprised, immediately drops back with the bishop all the way to e2. It's a tame, long game. Nothing just yet developing in this position. We're going to have to let it marinate a little bit longer before we really see what the players are aiming for, because at the moment, they've just kind of developed their pieces, but the position is symmetrical. I want to see where Timur is going to try to get his advantage.
Exactly,
Well,
something like bishop
Before
g4,
we move on,
Dorsa.
thank
Please.
you. I have a question because I love trying to simplify, what am I going to do in the next 5 moves? Where does my
Exactly.
knights belong? So back to the game that we were looking at with Alejandro.
Sure.
Yes. So the pawn structure is very symmetrical.
With the
I
two
usually
pawns
get
in?
yes. I usually get myself into this situation with black, and then I'm like, well, my bishop is good on c5, my knight is good on f6, my rooks are decent, but okay, what am I gonna do with the rest of my pieces?
Right.
So
The way I would approach this position as black is just what you were saying. What am I going to do with the rest of my pieces? So I always start from the perspective in the opening. I'm looking for my fair share of the center.
Yes.
I'm trying to connect my rooks. I want a safe king, and I want good squares from my pieces. So I would start with the development of bishop to g4.
okay.
I would think if my opponent, excuse me, that went a little bit too far. If my opponent kicks me, I'm going to go back to h3, back to g6. My king is going to be perfectly safe.
Yes.
My rooks will come to the center. That's pretty clear and obvious to me that the rooks will come to d8 and e8. My problem piece is actually the knight on a7. I don't really know what the knight on a7's doing. What I suspect is going to happen, however, is that my opponent's going to put his knight on this really handsome square c4 where it will hit the pawn on e5 as well as the pawn on a5. And my knight is simply going to come back to c6 and defend those two important pawns. In terms of creating a dynamic play, I can't do that. My break, the desirable break f7, f5, probably is not going to be easy
Yes.
to initiate. And what I'm probably going to do is start hacking pieces, rooks on the lines, and looking for minor pieces to be traded, moves like bishop e3 and so on. In other words, I'm seeing a kind of a quiet, tame game. It's going to be hard for either player to really prove an advantage, because both players are actually very, very solid. This bishop, once it drops back to g6, it's not like you're going to go and checkmate the black king. It's just not going to happen. One player...
Thank you for that.
No, with pleasure. One player who has disappointed himself, disappointed his fans in the sense that he came in with high expectations. Ding Liren is drawing his way out of the tournament. Now, it's not because he's not getting positions he can play or something like that. It's just that he has not gotten results. I mean, sometimes you get in a position, a tournament, where no matter what you play the Catalan, you play a Grunfeld, you play, I don't care, some open Sicilian, everything ends up being a draw. Today, he's tried an English/Catalan, and at the end of the day, he's got a slightly better position, better development in a kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 on the queen side. And you can see that white has an extra move or two in a rather symmetrical looking position, but just not enough. Rook d4, now that's creative. I'm not exactly sure. I assume the idea is that,
Bring the other puppy.
Yeah, exactly. You doubled the rooks on the d file, and you kind of pat yourself on the back.
But the c file is also a big thing for black to try.
Absolutely. The c file as well. And the business squares on d7 and d8 are covered. So rook d4, creative move. I don't know if it's going to bring Liren much of an advantage. We'll keep an eye on that. And again, we're going to go back to
We
our...
do have a few new moves, though.
What's that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, bishop e6 was played. Queen did get to move.
Exactly. So bishop e6 actually does introduce now this threat of capturing twice on a c4, and that would be a favorable trade for black. So queen step back to c2, intimating, aren't you afraid about my winning a pawn on e4? No,
Well,
says Jan.
I'm questioning. Why
Please.
not? Why can't I eat that pawn after knight a6?
Knight a6. So bishop takes. The problem is more or less the same. You got the two bishops now for the pawn, but now first of all, you still have to capture the pawn. You capture with the queen, you might just simply lose this pawn on c4. You capture with the rook, and you can start to see that with all your pieces still on the first rank, that something might not work very nicely. Again, you've got to kind of keep this pawn.
Yeah.
If you drop your queen back, oops, that's not what you wanted. Sorry, you're probably going to play a move like queen e2, and things start to look really, really artificial. Moves like rook e8 and maybe bishop to g4.
Oh, nice.
There's some back rank issues that you suddenly have. For a pawn, black has all of his development completed, and he's got the two bishops. And to make matters worse, this knight on h4 feels
it's a little awkward.
To say the least. So I'm sure Fabi isn't going in that direction quite yet. But one direction that Fabi is going in, okay, he stops knight b4.
True.
But he's looking at a possibility of maybe playing moves like c5 and b4 and gaining space. It still doesn't feel like this is going to bring white much of anything. Like if I play...
It's a lot of space.
It is, but you need...
What are you going to do with it?
Yeah, development as well. Let's jump to Alejandro and say, are the engines impressed, Alejandro, by this different approach of Fabi, knight h4?
Are engines ever impressed?
No.
Of course not.
Of
But you
course
have a
not.
couple of ways to play this position. What was your move here in this position, Yasser?
I was bringing a rook to the e file, I believe. Yeah.
Rook e8 looks like a very logical move in my view.
Yeah.
The engines like here the move knight d2, not giving you the chance to take on c3.
Okay.
So reinforcing this threat on the knight, right?
Right.
If you take on d2, I take on d2. Engines already hate black's position.
h7 pawn. I was thinking more like f7, f5, and maybe just keeping the knight on e4.
And I think there's a much better approach. You can play f5 before or after playing the move rook a e8. It doesn't actually matter too much.
Okay.
But after f5, the engines are saying, okay, this knight has done its job. In some ways, it's buried the bishop. Go back to the with knight h4 to f3.
Okay.
Not saying there's a huge advantage or anything for the white side. It's just like a plus 0.2 position, something to play for at least.
Okay.
You provoked f5.
Right.
Let's call it a strategical win.
It kind of feels like if the f5 happens, you're kind of inviting black. Hey, push the g pawn too. Come on,
And you
come on.
could. I mean, you do have the development for it.
Yeah.
There is
Sure.
nothing actually wrong with the move g5. It is a risky move. It allows potentially this knight to come to e5 and control some dark squares. It also asks. It's also possible for white to ask, what's your next move? If you go g4, I'm going knight e5 anyway.
Right.
So just develop the rest of the board. You can go c5, b4. You can go b4 immediately. You could take on d5 and start hinting that this bishop takes a6 move is playable. You could go knight b3. Tons of possibilities. And do you really want to play g5 against somebody that's well prepared in this variation? That's another thing to consider. So a3, rook a8. I find rook a8 to be the most compelling move if white can take on e4.
Right.
And since you can't, that's what looks most natural to me. The engines are saying that f5 directly, is a little bit more precise. Because in this position, it's more important to get the queen to f7 and pressure the light squares than it is to bring the rook to e8. The rook on e8 looks very pretty, but because the bishop is on e6 on most of these variations, it doesn't do that much, and he's played the move f5 directly in this position. The engines are saying that this was slightly more accurate than the move rook a e8. So far, Nepo playing the top engine line in every move. C takes d5 is what I'm expecting to come on the board, because I think that Fabi's looked at this with a strong engine. C takes d5, and then the move knight c3, asking black, how are you going to solve the problems of your pieces? And I think there's so many natural moves in this position. You can go rook a c8, you can go... Actually, it's hard to not play rook a c8. But rook a c8 is not a good move.
No?
No, it's the edges say that after f3, blacks will have to find a lot of good moves to save equality, which you would be a little bit surprised, especially with the knight stuck on h4.
Definitely. Bishop e7, that knight on h4 is a compelling target.
Whoa.
Oh.
And you're still going to have to go down the rabbit hole of some calculation. Remember that yesterday, Fabi was in a similar situation where he had to calculate out a draw that was far from obvious. Can Nepo do this? And as I mentioned, c takes d5 on the board.
Very
Wonderful.
good.
Now, if you wanted the engine move, c takes d5, knight c3, the engine move here is immediately knight b8.
Oh, well, I mean, that knight on a6 felt like it was kind of, you know, done with the job. Time to go back, take a nap.
And after f3?
Knight c6. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second.
Are you playing this against a well-prepared player and you've never seen this position?
Yes, because black's position is solid. The Petrov, the underlying foundation of the Petrov is a very, very solid position.
But those two central pawns?
They give black an advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, white probably cannot play like this.
Yeah.
But things to consider, and c takes d5 already on the board. I think bishop takes looks ridiculous. So I expect Nepo to take back with the c pawn, and off we will go into some of these variations.
Wow. Fascinating. And once again, why is this game so crucial? It's a date with destiny as number one faces number two. Number one, Nepo having a 1-point lead. Fabi in a must-win game if this is a winner-take-all tournament.
Yes, yes.
Now, the only question is, if it doesn't turn out to be a winner-take-all tournament, how much risk does Fabi want to take? Well, he's taken on d5. We're going to see this move c6 takes d5 for sure. Bishop takes d5 is just going to induce knight c3. And after the move knight c3, I'm finding myself resisting the move knight b8. I can easily imagine knight c7.
But I'm sorry, where would the knight go after c7?
No, it's fine there.
Oh, just chill.
I mean, like, I don't like the knight on a6. If you're thinking, okay, imagine your knight was on f6, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to play bishop takes h2. You're going to go knight g4. But one of the things that your knight is really doing is kind of chilling on f6, protecting your king, protecting your pawn. What's your knight doing on c7? Well, it's kind of chilling. It's protecting the pawn. Maybe...
Ooh.
It routes over to the f6 square. I'm just saying the knights, to my taste, are better on c7 than on a6.
And this is actually the current position.
Yes.
They did play knight c3,
Right.
and I also just want to mention the time that Nepo has spent almost 30 minutes so far, while Fabi has spent less than 4 minutes. That's
that's a bit of that's a bit of a success for Fabi, because Jan has been playing, for example, against Richie. He played all of his moves, a la tempo. So the fact that he has gotten Jan to kind of slow down is a good sign. On the other hand, Jan's played all the right moves.
Yes.
Bishop e6, f5, knight a6, and we reckon that Jan so far has an evenish position. The move knight b8, it's one of those maneuvers that you think it's a little bit extravagant, but because white's development isn't great, I guess you can get away with it. I don't know. For my taste, I would have thought knight c7. Even I don't even know, rook c8. Putting some pressure on the c file looks very, very decent. Once again, let me just check in on the other games. We left this one. This was the knight d4 game, c3, bishop back, knight a3, c6, d6. Very even, Steven, to my eyes, at this exact moment between Ali Reza and Richie. Oops, sorry. I was going to go to Hikaru's game, and this was the knight a7 variation.
Yes.
Remember? The bishop came immediately. Knight back to c6.
Wait.
I was suspecting more the move bishop g4, knight c6, knight b3,
And
bishop back, and a little cat and mouse going on in this one. Bishop to b5. Okay, are we really thinking of capturing twice? Once on c6 and once on a5?
I mean,
Maybe.
it kind of seems like he just went back with the bishop to e2, come back to b5, and I'm also noticing the time. It does feel like Naka is a little out-prepped because he spent almost 30 minutes.
Versus 8 minutes
Yeah.
or of Timur.
So it's, I mean, it's quite interesting for me to watch how yesterday Naka was so well prepped, and now he's spending more time. And the opposite is happening today with Fabi. He was a little out prepped yesterday, and now he's just chilling, and he spent like 4 minutes, and he probably has another 30 move remembered.
Yeah. I don't think this is much. I mean, let's say I just go bishop b6. Great, you put your knight on b3. Why is the knight so wonderful on b3? It looks like it has 2 squares it's aiming for, but those squares are adequately protected by the bishop on b6. The knight seemed more potent on the c4 square than the b3 square. Still feels to me like white has a lot to prove in terms of trying to show an advantage. Dinglerin, for again, I like the move rook d4. I'd be surprised if it brings anything meaningful.
Triple guns on the D file. Wow.
Yeah.
Is it gonna actually go anywhere though?
I'm not sure. One move, a lot of people don't like giving up their bishop in these kinds of situations. Me, I don't mind it when the diagonal is cleared and the white player doesn't have 2 bishops. So if the dark squared bishops were on the board, I would not be playing bishop takes f3 because there's only 1 bishop on the board and there's nothing on this diagonal, right? There's no rook to get ambushed on a8, right? Then I start to think, well, wait a minute. I'm going to play knight to e5. Give me your bishop. If the bishop steps back, notice that this knight on c3 has 1 supporter.
Yes.
The pawn on b2.
Ooh, nice take.
If I can, yes,
yeah.
exactly. If I can get rid of that pawn on b2, well, I've got this kind of a combination to get myself into a completely balanced position. So I'm just saying that I like the fact that on the c file, Duda's got tactics of the knight c4 takes b2 variety to try to just really neutralize what might appear to be a little bit of an edge for white. I don't think it's formidable at this moment. Bishop takes f3 might be just one of those moves that neutralizes the position right away. Maybe you just move the knight.
Yeah,
So,
it doesn't feel like such a dangerous position. I mean, there are
Not-
obviously opportunities, but based on the pawn structure, the center, the pieces, it just kind of feels like
yeah.
we can...
And I'm not really afraid of the move b2, b4. Why? Because once again, the knight
Yes.
on c3 requires protection. The pawn on b2, you force me to move, and all you're doing is forcing a trade. So ding, well, okay, slightly better, but at this moment, nothing fearsome. And again, I'm going to go back to the Fabi and our marquee matchup.
We have
as
another
thing.
move.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay. One of the things that we've been noticing and some of the things that Alejandro has suggested is the move f3 doesn't really scare us. We haven't been moving our knight. Like, for example, this knight also is, let us say,
A little ouched.
ouched, yes. The bishop also being under attack. This is Things are on the boil, Alejandro. What do you have to say about this move, f3 and rook c8 and f3?
I've been trying to play around with the variations. They're far from clear to me, Yasser, because we do have some natural moves that perhaps are not so good. Knight takes c3, natural, but is that really what you want to play? Not so clear, because after pawn takes c3, you get a structure in which you really wish this pawn on f5 was back on f7, and you played something like g6 or h6. For the moment, this pawn could be hanging to some tactics, not immediately, but how do you exploit this? Now, you do have the move bishop e7. I'll come back to this idea in a little bit. If you don't play the move bishop e7 right now, the engines are saying that even g4 might be a threat because bishop takes h7 is so devastating, right? For example, to put in a move, knight c7, g4, attacks the pawn. It is a threat, and if you take, you just kind of die to this fork, right?
Double check.
Double check. So g4 is surprisingly a strong threat in this position. It would force matters a little bit. We're going to go down these variations. Another way that we've looked at this position is the move bishop e7.
Right.
I looked at knight f5 and it's trash. I mean, it's just so easy to figure out for black. Knight takes f5, bishop takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. You're going to take with on d4 the next move. Check. We're going to simplify all the pieces. For example, bishop takes e4, check, bishop e3. I could take on e4 with the bishop. That's a mistake because at the end I have rook takes e7.
Yep.
And now you're hitting a lot of things. But you have the pretty clever and not hard to see for this level of players, queen takes e4.
Yeah.
And that just solves all your problems. Knight takes, rook takes c2, so you have to take with the queen. But this is very obviously completely fine for black. What is the difficulty then? And I think it's bishop e7, g3.
Wow.
I think that's going to be the answer. Because I was thinking, why can't I take on h4? And the engines actually start wondering if this is okay for black. Yeah, you'd ruin my pawn structure, that's true. But you have a lot of dark square weaknesses, and you're left with a pretty lame bishop on the e6 square, controlled by your own pawns. I never thought it would be to the degree that the engines think is so much better for white, giving more than a +1 advantage. So that one surprised me. And I was thinking, all right, if you cannot take on h4, what does black do in this position? And again, it seems to be ignore the piece on e4. Play the move bishop f6 again with the ideas of taking on d4 with check and try to force matters this way. It also tries to figure out if white is okay with being passive in this position on the pawn on d4, because if you take on e4, and let's say I retreat my bishop, we still get this kind of positions where, yeah, you're up a piece as white, but
two pawns.
These two pawns are very strong. The development is much better. This king is weak, and it's all play for black. However, bishop e7, g3, is bishop f6 the move that you consider? I am not so sure. Perhaps Favi is gambling a little bit on whether Nepo will find it or not. It wouldn't be the end of the line either. You could defend with bishop e3. Now I'm attacking the knight yet again. And if you go knight d6 to retreat the knight, I'll go knight g2. And the game just kind of continues. You'll go knight f4. I'll attack my bishop. Black has his own chances in this position. But it's just a game.
Yeah. The thing that would scare me the most, Alejandro, is you've played this move f3. You've got this knight on h4 offsides. And black just never moves the knight on e4. He just kind of challenges you to one day take it. And it's sort of like you never want to take it. Like, I don't know, a move like knight c7 for argument's sake.
Here right now.
Yeah, you just say...
Without picking up d4.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Bishop to f6, bishop to e3. And he just keeps saying to you, I'm not moving my knight. I'm not moving my knight.
You want to play knight c7 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, knight c7 apparently is possible. Taking on e4, you're absolutely correct in your evaluation that after, for example, this, because you can take on h4 and go f4.
Yeah.
You have plenty of play. So the tactical issue with this one is that you don't take the full piece, you take the pawn.
Ah, knight h5.
And you take...
Knight f5. That gets rid of your offside knight. That's got a nice benefit.
And you get a pawn. Still not the end of the day. Takes, bishop takes d4 works. There's still more variations. Rook a d1 can be met with a check on e3. The game keeps on going, Yasser. There's so many variations that Nepo has to calculate in this position, including this one, including bishop takes h4, including bishop f6, without knight c7. So there's a lot for him to figure out. And this is the challenge that we see nowadays between grand grandmasters of this level, you don't necessarily see many challenges in which white or black just proposes a variation and says, this is the end of the game. I have bested you in this great novelty, getting a +2 advantage. Nowadays, you get this at novelties where you're just trying to make your opponent think.
Yeah.
Because look at what happened to Richie. He gets into some variation. Nepo didn't even have to think about it. Here, Nepo's at least going to have to do some hard work to find some moves.
Absolutely. That's all about putting problems in front of your opponent. And let's just compare Nepo's successful candidates of the last cycle and where he stood in the 2020 candidates as opposed to today. Now remember, in the 2020, he won.
Yes.
He became the challenger with a mere 5 points
Oh, yes.
after 8 rounds of play. This iteration, the 2022 candidates,
It's an extra
much
point.
improved with an extra point. That's why the models that we've been following are predicting that he has a near 76% chance of successfully becoming challenger again.
Now,
Nice.
It's definitely very interesting, but just I'm still very amazed by
Please.
the preparation. Just because even if the position doesn't end up being +1 or something, Fabiano is literally eating up Nepo's time.
Which is a good thing. I
Yeah.
mean, he's forcing Nepo to think. Now, the question, though, is, Dorsa, you got this kind of position where you played f3 and you're trying to encourage your opponent to play knight takes c3, which refortifies your center. Your pawn on d4 is a happy camper. But it's all about this knight. One of those... I think one of these very awkward moments in chess is this extraordinary judgment that players have to have. What Alejandro just laid down was this ugly. Look at these double pawns, these split pawns. This pawn on h4, this pawn on h2, this pawn on f3. I mean, white structure is horrible. But the bishop.
I also have to, I mean, in my opinion, if he does play this line, and especially after, especially in such an important game, Fabi has this theory memorized. It's stored up here. To me, it would be very impossible if he hasn't analyzed these lines before the game.
Yeah,
Especially
sure.
since,
Well, no, it's not just the question of preparation. But the question was one of judgment. Like if I gave you this position and I said, what do you think of white structure? You have to say, I think the structure's terrible. Stop. You have to say,
that's fair, yes.
The structure is terrible. But,
Those two
Yasser,
bishops.
I have the control of the e5 square. My bishop will come to f4. My rook might double. Who knows? On a good day, maybe I can use the open g file to move my king and double rooks and put my bishop on e5. So sometimes you have to overcome your awareness that your structure's terrible.
Yes.
But I like what I have as compensation. That's a very, very awkward judgment call. And it really kind of separates these very top grandmasters from one another. And once again, Fabi's novelty, knight h4, is actually producing the goods as far as the clock is concerned. Your coach said it's worth 2 pawns.
2 pawns, right?
A 40-minute
minutes.
advantage. Not bad. An 11.5-minute think at this moment. Also, by the way, Alejandro, jump right in here. This knight on a6, offsides, I want it on a better square. f6 as well as c6. We were looking at bishop,
Yes.
pawn,
Oh.
bishop. Does the move knight c6, intending knight c6, get approval of the engines, or is this asking too much for Nepo's position?
Too much.
Too much.
Too much. The problem is that after I take on e4, a lot of the times what this counterplay revolves around is how much you get immediately, right? Whether do you get these 2 pawns in the center, which you're not getting, you cannot take with the f pawn because I just retreat my bishop and my bishop on e3 is defending d4. You don't get both pawns.
Right.
So the only other way to do this is to take with the d pawn, hoping that a pawn avalanche with f4 is going to work.
Right.
The problem is that it doesn't work tactically. If you go bishop f1 and you take here and you take here and you go f4, well, I could retreat my bishop, but first of all, I have d5, which somehow wins because the bishop takes a7. But I think it's even easier to just take on e4.
Okay.
Take, and then go the move d5. Maybe just take on e3 and say, here I'm up a pawn.
Okay.
It's a free pawn. Yes, a little bit weak on this structure, not the prettiest one, but it's a pretty good pawn. Right. The bishop will go to g2 to cover the g file if needed. I don't think that black has enough compensation in this position, even if you don't see the immediate win. So you are asking a little bit too much for this in this position. In the other variations with the knight on c7, at least you had hops of knight d5.
Gotcha.
Here the knight's a little bit too far away, and because you're going to c6 and I'm going to play d5 anyway, I'm controlling your knight as it was. With the knight on c7, at least your bishop would be defended and I would have a tempo to do something.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Dorsa, any games besides that one?
Oh, it's really hard. That one is so nice.
I know. It's sort of like it's our magnet game, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah. Especially, I just want to gush over Fab's preparation a little bit better. It's just like it was such a, it's such a do or die game for him. So he's just trying to come up with ways to make Nepo just go a little, and he is like, this is such a just. I'm speechless. I don't have enough words to describe how I feel about this preparation. Like, it was just...
And it's very Fabi, right?
Yeah.
It's very Fabi to do these kind of things. When Fabi is presented with the challenge, create something in the opening to put pressure on your opponent. You have to win. Mm-hmm. Even if he doesn't necessarily win that game, he presents problems. Mm-hmm. He had 1 year to do so against MVL, presented a problem. Did MVL figure it out over the board? He did. But the problem was presented. There are so many other players that sometimes come to the studio and say, I was white, yes, but what was I supposed to do against the Petrov? I just had no answer.
Right.
And the game finished in a draw. No such thing for Fabi. You know that he's going to bring something, some idea here. Another player that we've talked about as having an outside chance still in this tournament, remember?
Hikaru.
Yes, because perhaps first is far away. Second, we keep coming back to this point. Second might be important. Hikaru went behind his sails, certainly wants to take advantage of that. But I'm not so sure about what he's getting himself into in today's game. Great prep yesterday. Actually, he mixed up his move order. He admitted in the press conference the move knight g3 was not what he wanted to play. Ended up being kind of seducing Black into making a strategical mistake with the move c4. But it was not exactly in the move order that Hikaru had prepared. Today, it seems like he is getting out prepared, though, by Timur, because Timur has 1 hour and 52 minutes. Hikaru has been in the tank, similar to Nepo, with 1 hour and 16 minutes. And he's currently in this position. Not too many games here. After the move bishop e2, knight c6 was played. Perhaps he was hoping that Timur would just repeat moves. No such thing. Knight b3, bishop b7, bishop b5. And Hikaru is the one in the think tank. The thing is, not so obvious to me what he is going to do. The engines want to play the move queen e6, maybe perhaps to cover the knight on c6. But I don't like that move because it just, well, kills my bishop on c8.
Yeah, it looks strange.
It looks
what about
very
bishop
strange.
b6?
Bishop b6 is a move. Issue with this one might be not knight d2, knight a7, but
that would be fun.
But although it makes some sense that in this position here, this is not a repetition, right?
Not yet, but the way it's going.
Not yet. But after bishop b6, there's other ways to do so. One of the ways, maybe move the other knight. Start challenging some of the squares on the queen side. I say the knight on b3 is hitting the pawn on a5. Why don't we take advantage of that? And if you go knight a7 in this position, after the move bishop d3, hold on to the e4 pawn, perhaps I can finally hint that the move knight c4 will come with a real threat. And in this case, the engines are saying the best thing that Black can do is actually get rid of the knight and give up the pair of bishops. Perhaps not such a human decision. Very solid, of course. Black's position has no weaknesses, especially now that I got rid of a knight that was hitting both pawns on a5 and e5. That being said, it's still 2 bishops. So not so easy, in my opinion, to make that decision. You could also make a passive move, like just pass. Move like h6, a move like rook somewhere, although this allows knight g5. So plenty of options here for Hikaru. He has been playing the Berlin with white and black in this tournament. Remember that he beat Timur with the white side of an anti-Berlin. Timur's the one that wants to say, you know what, you took revenge for your game on round 1 against Fabi. I want to do the same, but against you.
Exactly. Very, very nice.
I'm still watching. I have my eye on Fabi versus Nepo, and we do have the one set of new moves. I can't stop watching that game. It's just such a. I'm
do
just
have the
amazed by the prep and
the inclusion of bishop e7 attacking the knight on h4. And very quickly, Fabi defended the knight with g3, inviting this horrifying, tattered pawn structure. But
kind of daring. Hey, come take me.
Exactly. But look at the compensation. And one of our favorite parts of our show is getting a chance for the audience to participate through social media. You can ask us all kinds of questions, and we appreciate. We've been asked quite a number of questions that were really on point. And here's one for us. Dorsa, what do we have?
Ooh, YouTube user.
Kiblitzer.
Nice. Question for each commentator. What is your greatest chess swindle? How did your opponent react? Oh, you have to take this one
well,
first.
I'll start with, I've had, boy, have I had my fair share, more than my fair share of swindles. And I do remember I was in an Olympiad in Kalmykia. And it was the last round, and it was the United States versus China. And I was on the black side of a very, very awkward game. And it felt to me like I was worse. And it came into one of those time travel sequences, and everything happened. And I swindled my opponent. And we were playing for the medals. So it was like, you know, chess, you have this individual responsibility.
Yes.
I blew it, you know, I didn't win first place, I took second, and you kind of feel bad or good. But when you're playing on a team, then everything somehow gets magnified. And that was one of my best swindles while doing it on the team. So it was like where, when I think of a swindle too, let me just be very clear. It's like I took a bad position and turned it around.
Nice.
I trapped my opponent.
Wow.
And yeah, I've had my fair share of swindles. Alejandro, you jump in. What was one of your best swindles?
It wasn't a full point swindle, but for me this was the most memorable, taking a bad position and having a trick to turn it into a draw. And it was an important game for me because I was playing against Gada Kamsky in the US Championship of 2013. And I got this horrifying position. Kamsky did a Kamsky thing, played the Spanish with the white side against me and just was grinding me down.
Right.
And we got to this position, and I spotted a trick from kind of far away, because here Kamsky went with a very obvious move f4 and black in this position. He's opening up everything against me. I'm almost getting mated with the bankrupt rook a8,
right,
which doesn't give me good chances to properly defend my f7 pawn. I can't, for example, play the move bishop e6 in this position. There's too many tactical possibilities, including, I think rook a8 was winning. Bishop c4 is also an idea. You have problems, again, on the back rank. But I saw this idea of taking, and g5. And I actually saw in advance that the move rook f to f6 was I didn't really know what to do against it. I thought I was kind of busted. The engine eventually says that black is just lost in that position. Rook f f6 is a very good move. But there's the natural question, why not take the pawn with check? King g7, rook f1, and it seems like white's just cruising. You're going to play the move rook a7, you can go bishop d5, you have two connected pass pawns in the center, and the king is still pretty safe because you don't have time to double up. A move like rook bb2, rook a8, rook g8, I think this was what Kamsky was calculating, is actually mate. If you go rook bb2 in this position, rook here, rook takes, you just get mated.
Whoa.
Nice. Rook f6
Rook
mate.
f6 is mate. But
Gotcha.
I had seen this from advance. Whoa,
I think you played bishop h3, didn't you? I seem to remember you swindling.
That is exactly the swindle of this position.
Right.
Bishop h3 was what my
Oh
opponent
my goodness.
completely missed. It almost fell out of the chair. It was very expressive after I
You
played
were
bishop
supposed to
Nice.
walk into a checkmate. You're supposed to be a nice person.
I was supposed to be, but I wasn't that day. And after the move bishop h3, evaluation is actually zeros.
Whoa.
Because if you take, thank you for opening
The second
the second rank. And it just happens that because this rook is stuck, if you go up, you actually get mated.
Right.
Rook f5 allows rook c1 and checkmate. If you go this way, then I can give you a perpetual. You don't have any of these squares on the second rank defended.
Right.
So it doesn't matter how far the king rungs, I'm going to chase it. So you're completely stuck in this position, and white has nothing better than to agree to a draw. He actually played the move rook a7, bishop takes g2, but this is just equal after king g1 takes bishop b3. We both have our set of connected passed pawns, and that allowed me to keep my chances alive in this tournament and eventually force the Armageddon against Kamsky himself later. So for me, this was the biggest swindle. Wasn't a full point swindle, but it was definitely the most memorable half point I've saved.
Nice. Taking on f4, hitting him with g5, and hitting him with bishop h3. Those are
Yeah, that bishop h3 was just.
That's
There's a reason
stunning.
he's loose coach.
Has it come into your mind now? What was
Well,
your best swindle?
I was thinking about it, and now there was a specific. There was a few months that I realized I need more work on my rook end games.
Okay.
So there was like this 26,000 puzzles that one of my friends had given me. It's like actually. The book is called 26,000, I believe.
Wow.
And so I was just going through it. I never finished the whole thing, but I was going through. I was a few thousand in, and I was like, this is so nice, but I've never actually gotten to use it. So I was playing a tournament, and I was very mad because I was like, I wish I improved my openings instead of working on the end games. And I get to this one. I had like 3 Carocans in that one tournament. And one of them was against a grandmaster who I've beaten a few years back, but he was, so he was up for revenge. And eventually we were in this position, and it goes to a rook end game, and I'm worse. And I'm like, wait a second, I remember this. I finally I get to use and save a rook end game. And I did, and it ended in a draw, and he was so mad, and he was like, it was so precise, how did you find it? And I was like, this is the book I used.
Wow, so you got a chance to use something that you'd recall.
Finally. It took me about a year after that to get another wonderful rook end game that's required to save, but it was definitely, I think it was kind of worth it.
Wow.
I don't know if I would remember so much from the rook end game theoretical stuff that I memorized years ago.
That's impressive that
yeah.
you recalled it from a book. I once had this experience. So I'm with Gary Kasparov at his apartment in Moscow. And we got these chocolates, man. And like if we win, we get to munch one of the chocolates,
Nice.
right? So we're having this blitz match with one another. And this is very competitive blitz match. And I've got a position where I have a king, 2 pawns, and a rook. Mm-hmm. He has a king, a pawn, and a rook, so I'm a pawn up.
Yes.
And I'm ahead on time, and he shouts, draw!
Oh.
I said, no way, man. I'm not going to give you a draw. I'm going to get a piece of chocolate as well. I'm going to play on. He says, draw. And he reaches right behind him. There's a book on rook endings in Russian by Nikolai Minev, who is my trainer.
Oh.
So Minev writes this book on the rook endings. I am not joking. This really happened. It's almost like voodoo. He opens up the book right to the page, right to the position on the board, draw.
Wow.
By Minev. I was so impressed. I said, okay. Just the fact that he not only remembered the book, the position, but the page.
Wow.
I was like, Gary, get out of here. You're killing me. Alejandro, some news of our big matchup.
The big matchups. Yes, we have updates in both games of the Americans. Nepo played the move knight d6 immediately.
Wow.
We didn't take a look at this one, but it does seem like a big mistake. Fabi finally thinking. And it might be because the engine doesn't consider this move. Why not? Well, there's this move, queen e2.
Huh.
Hits 2 bishops.
Right?
If you play king f7, things start to look a bit scary for black.
That's an awkward move.
Bishop f4, and the angels are saying white's already better.
Right?
Not a big surprise there. So you might imagine that the idea here is to defend with the move knight c7. Hold on to that bishop.
Of course.
The problem, I can take on d5.
Oh,
What?
If you take with the bishop,
that's a
D7's
healthy
hanging.
pawn.
I'm taking this guy.
Right.
If you take with the knight,
I'm taking that guy.
I take that guy. I'm up a pawn. Yeah, there's compensation, yada, 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 yada. It's a pawn.
Right.
I agree.
And if you take on h4 first to get rid of the bishop on the diagonal,
Sure.
then I throw in
That one.
knight takes a c7. You could move the bishop to b3, pawn takes h4, you can take on c7, the structure's not the best, yada, yada, yada. A pawn. Queen e2 wins a pawn.
So,
You'll have compensation. The game is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But if you play queen e2, knight c7, Favi will end up a pawn. That's the imbalance he wants. The engines are already giving a clear advantage to white, saying they don't believe in black's compensation in this particular variation. Let's find out.
Yeah, if you're going to play knight d6, you might have thrown in bishop takes h4 first. But
yeah.
Dorsa,
No,
you had a question
I
about
was
this
just
position?
Wondering if this pawn is a Yasser approved, you think? Or
First of all, you had me at Fabi's up a pawn. Alejandro, he's so seductive. Yasser, there's a pawn for grabs. Knight d6, that is a really stunning move, not only because queen e2 is rather attractive, but also because it's just sort of like that huge obstacle in the middle of the board has kind of been removed, and even moves like knight h4 to g2 to f4, and you can see that this knight on g2 is doing more than its colleague on c7. But this move queen e2, not very hidden. You put two bishops on an open file that aren't protected. They're going. You're drawn to this idea of doubling up against them, and that's a very awkward move to meet, Alejandro.
I don't see a defense for black right away. Queen e2, the engines again. Clear white advantage. Another clear white advantage,
Yeah.
Timur Radjabov, Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh my God.
After a very long think, Hikaru went the move bishop g4, the most challenging move in this position.
Okay,
Taking on f3 is a threat,
right?
and it's asking white, what do you want to do? Now, we were looking at variations with bishop b6. You could, in those cases, play the move knight fd2. In this one, I'm not as sure. The bishop is not on b6, so knight c4 doesn't come with the tempo, and you might have the time to go knight h5, knight f4, say, yeah, take something over there, I don't care.
Right.
I'm going to have my initiative on this side of the board. You could also go simply knight d8 with the idea of so c6. The bishop controlling e2 means that the bishop on b5 can't always retreat to its best square.
Right.
Instead, Timur looked at the position, didn't even think it for that long. Played the move,
Much.
bishop takes c6, said, okay, if you take, the only reason you ever take on c6 in this position, by the way, is to take the other one.
Right.
You take on a5, and he's saying, all right, show me. Show me where's the comp.
Really?
The engines are saying, what comp?
What?
There's no comp here. You could take on f3, you could take on f3, and you can start harassing me on this side of the board. Now, you can always get your pawn back.
It's true.
But this is not what any grandmaster ever wants to
Desires.
play.
Right.
Protected pass pawn on a5 for free with such a nice bishop against white's winning.
Yeah.
push him, baby.
Push him, baby. White's winning after
Exactly,
c5 square. This is
exactly.
terrible strategically. You're not looking for regaining the pawn.
No.
You're looking for initiative. So queen e6 with the idea of queen
queen
h3
h3.
starts jumping into mind. But the engines are saying, look, put the queen on e2. Don't hurry with the move king g2. If you play king g2, then knight g4 is a brilliant move.
Whoa.
Taking advantage of the fact that you cannot take here, and the knight takes h2 threats start to actually work. It's kind of miraculous for black, but they do work. Instead, the precise move would be queen e2, which I understand.
Yeah.
Bring the queen closer to the king, and if you go queen h3, don't be too worried about this. There are no actual threats. It's a very lone queen, because this bishop wants to jump to, can't do it. The bishop's stuck on that diagonal.
It's
just
stuck.
take on c6. There are no threats here.
Right.
Take the pawns, keep taking the pawns. Eventually you can go king h1 and rook g1 to get out of it. And black has no real compensation. So bishop takes c6. It doesn't really matter if you take on f3 first. I'm just going to take back. And again, we're probably going to reach this position, and if Timur evaluates that this pawn needs to be taken, then he'll take it. And the engines think that once he does that, it's just going to be much, much better for white.
It's such a prejudice of mine to overcome this idea that white's structure on the queen side is so compromised that I'm always fearful of these moves, queen h3, but you've got to overcome your fear and say, look, you're only attacking with a queen.
Yeah.
It's not going to mate me by itself.
No,
exactly, yeah.
And my first instinct is, like, whenever I see these pawns on f3 and f2, I've got compensation. But the engines are saying, no, you don't. You got nothing. Your attack is an empty one.
Yeah, and remember, Hikaru sees this as a must-win game.
Absolutely.
White, black, doesn't matter what color he starts with today.
Sure.
He's playing against Timur, who's disappearing from the tournament.
Right.
And he needs to keep that pressure on both Fabi and on Nepo.
Right.
So he sees this as an opportunity. He might be thinking, hey, let me risk a little bit. I'm going to give you a pawn, but I'm going to open up your king side.
Well, this is the situation coming into the event. Hikaru, like you say, looks at Timur all the way down there, tied for last, and says, you know, I got to win some games. I got to keep the pressure on. I'm going to take some risk against Timur, but Timur can easily be a spoiler in this. And as we get ready for our first break, Dorsa, you're about to tell us about some specials from Q Boutique.
Yeah.
Last time you offered the audience 75%, and I was tasered. I mean, usually friends and family, I always give a 5% discount.
Today I have a different question.
Yes.
How do you like magnetic chess sets?
I love chess sets. I'm a chess set collector. I have a very, very large collection of luxury chess sets. This one is a traveler set.
Yeah, it's
and go
very
ahead and
nice.
tell us about it.
It's a 10-inch magnetic set. It's perfect on the go. It's crafted from shisham and maple, and wow, features full magnetic chess, man. And it has a built-in drawer. You know, you're never gonna lose your pieces that way.
I think that's a very important where I am concerned. You know, I like those built-in drawers. That looks like a very, very nice travel set.
Yeah,
and,
perfect for in-car, perfect for your trunk.
Exactly.
And it's available at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. QBoutique is really nice. So I've picked up a few nice jewelry sets from them. I have a nice, I've been trying to get more jewelry from them because I have a nice knight from them. I'll actually wear that tomorrow.
Okay, your chest knight.
Yeah, to promote them on camera too. But we're gonna take a quick break. We will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere, and see you soon.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour Champions Best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at AscensionCharityClassic.com.
You may have heard about St. Louis's world-class museums. Art, history, science, even magic. But you may not know we have an entire museum dedicated to play, with a 10-story slide and a Ferris wheel on top. Don't let all this family fun slide by you. Whose kids it is? St. Lou is always exploring. Anybody?
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. It's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage. Here are our standings after 8 rounds of play as Jan leads the tournament by a full point over his closest rival, Fabi. Hikaru just a half a point behind, thanks to Hikaru's wonderful victory in round 8. But in round 9, it's all about number 1 versus number 2, as Fabi with the white pieces is pressing early in the game against Jan. And I like what you said, Dorsa, as we coming in. Did he do the shish kebab?
Thank you.
Yeah, I like it. It's time for the shish kebab.
I agree.
The major pieces on the open e-file, these 2 bishops lacking support, queen e2. And I was asking Alejandro during our break, how is it possible that Nepo did not include the move bishop f6 if you wanted to play the move knight d6? Why not induce the bishop first to come so that there is no queen e2 maneuver as we're seeing in the game? Right now, the promise is that after this move knight d6, queen e2, Alejandro, before we went on break, showed us a sequence of moves that is advantage white. So, but because Fabi has not played it immediately, in fact spent 20 minutes, Alejandro, why is he hesitating?
Well, that is a good question, Yasser, because I think that in a normal game, he would have played queen e2 immediately.
Right.
But he knows what's at stake here. He knows that this is a must-win game, and he knows knight d6 is not the engine move.
No.
He knows that the move was bishop f6. So he's trying to figure out exactly the best way to play out this position. And he does have options. Queen e2 is the greedy one. Queen e2, knight c7, knight takes, queen takes, rook takes, leads us to an endgame in which after the move rook cd8, which is important and very precise, the game still kind of goes on. You are able to put some pressure on the d-file. Your bishops don't develop so quickly. The knights are pretty good, actually. They control a lot of squares, and this knight on h4 is still offside. Yes, you're up a pawn. Still a lot of work to be done from this position. There are other ideas in this position that you have to make sure do they work because they're so tempting. There is a move, for example, queen a4.
Really?
It's a move that challenges black to find a proper response.
Okay.
Again, using the shish kebab
Thank you.
on the e-file. For example, what do you play in this position? You can see the engine wants to play rook c6. It's a very awkward move.
That's awkward.
Well-
Let me put you down some variations.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, please.
I just wanted to point out the obvious. What if queen takes queen?
Queen takes queen, knight takes on a4. And now, remember, problems on the e-file. If you cover both of the bishops with the move king f7, not a pretty move, then after bishop f4 or bishop takes, pawn takes, knight c5,
Ooh, I like
this starts to look ugly. That bishop's actually trapped
Yeah, that's not pretty.
on the e6 square. You have to give up the exchange, and this is not a favorable version of an exchange sacrifice. It's not with these pawns. Yeah, you get a bit of an initiative, but it's not going to be enough for an exchange.
No.
So queen a4 is actually a very interesting move in this position. You could play a move like bishop f6, counterattack, but after queen takes, bishop takes, material is technically even. However, the coordination of white's pieces here, specifically because of that knight,
Right.
and because of the threat of knight e7 check, picking up this rook on c8, clearly favors the white pieces. So after bishop takes, rook takes, it looks like material is even, and it is for now, but white has the initiative. You'll play rook d1, skewering, again, pieces on the d-file. You have knight e7 as a threat. You even have bishop takes a6, just ruining your pawn structure. And again, it's a position where you'd rather have this pawn on f7 than have the pawn on f5. So I've finagled around with this move a little bit, this move queen a4. And it seems like the best move, guys, is this hidden stuff of rook c6, which looks like it even loses immediately, right? Bishop takes is a move. You cannot take with the rook.
No, that's a piece.
Because queen takes, bishop takes, rook takes e7.
Right.
If you take with the pawn, that's also a piece.
Oh.
Rook takes
Overloaded.
e6, overloaded. The queen either defends the bishop or defends the rook, can't do both at the same time. White simply wins in this position. So you start to have to calculate the lines between bishop takes, you take with pawn, you take with the rook, you take with the queen, you take with the, and then you go bishop f4. You can consider knight takes d5, but it's not such a good move. But even here, white is clearly better. This rook is offside. Yes, my structure's horrible, but your bishop is clearly worse than my bishop that has really nice squares. Your bishop's the one stuck behind the pawn structure.
Right.
Bad pawn structure, but opposite color bishops, we put a heavier weight on initiative over pawn structure, and that's exactly what white has in this position. So it is possible that the move queen a4, kind of a weird-looking, tactically motivated move, might be even stronger, according to the engines, than the direct queen e2 winning a pawn. It's a situation in which Fabi has two completely different ways to gain an advantage, and they're completely different types of advantages. One is very materialistic, and the other might be directed towards the initiative, as I don't see another way to keep black's position together that's not the move rook c6.
Shish kebab versus subtlety. Queen a4, by the way, that is such a completely... I mean, I was going queen e2, and I was so focused, and queen a4, that's a very easy move to miss, but it does present black with a number of problems as well. Queen a4.
Yes, sir. I
Stunning,
remember,
please.
Right before we went to Alejandro, you were mentioning, you were kind of questioning why didn't black play bishop f6?
Right, when the knight was on e4, we thought, including this move bishop f6, attacking the pawn, for reasons that the engine explains, capturing the knight actually works out well for black.
Is it possible that Nepo just didn't feel comfortable with that knight sacrifice, and he just, because bishop f6, you know, does take that shish kebab away?
Exactly. Well, again, including those two moves of bishop f6 and bishop e3, you know, it's a completely different world when all of these tactics down the e-file are no longer available. Why? Because the bishop's in the way. So the failure of Nepo to include bishop f6, pretty much what you said. It must have been something about the piece sacrifice that he did not like. Again, we're thinking that after bishop takes, black's going to have great compensation, two pawns in the center, the extra knight, the knight on h4, the knight that you're ahead, is really offsides and not doing much. Knight d6 is a mistake, full stop. And the question is, how much can Fabi get? Once again, the greedy variation with queen e2, knight c7, knight takes d5, this whole line that
I mean, I have to say, I really
was prescribing Alejandro. I mean, here I had the question, well, why not?
Oh,
you know, go
another pawn?
Well, it was sort of like I wanted to rescue my knight. I mean, if I sit here and I go, oh, well, I can bring my knight back, and then I look at the position after bishop f6.
Too much tempo.
Yeah, now suddenly the knight's looking really good. But if a moment ago, if I could play this move, and bring my knight into the fray via f5, not only am I winning a pawn, but I'm also disturbing the nice-looking knights. So again, I mean, my focus would be on queen e2, queen a4. If I saw it, I'd be almost annoyed with myself that I saw that move, because it'd be a distraction from what looks to be the critical move, queen e2. Let's just check in on Hikaru for a moment, because Timur...
we have bishop f3 on the board as well.
Yeah, and the clock times, 54 minutes remaining for Hikaru. Timur's got more than 90, if I'm reading that right.
95, yep.
And we're thinking that Timur should just capture this and overcome the prejudice of this ugly, ugly looking kingside structure.
I mean, that a4 pawn is like a baby queen for me. I'm just
gonna nurse it home, right?
That's true, though. It's an important pawn.
Queen to e6, and you're welcome to go to queen h3. You're not checkmating
It's a lonely queen.
It's a very, very lonely queen. And just as Alejandro was saying, you can take the pawn, you can slide your king over to h1, and the move rook g1 will kick back the attackers on the king side.
Would it be too greedy if you also tried to eat c6 and e5?
No.
There will be no training needed with this one.
Sorry, Alejandro?
There will be no training needed with Dorsa. She's a natural.
She's a natural, yeah.
Natural pawn eater.
She just started swimming the moment.
Incredible.
Nice,
Now,
nice.
there's one pawn that you cannot take in this position. Let me just show why Timur is thinking right now, right?
Okay.
Because taking on f3 is pretty natural. But you can also consider the move bishop takes b7.
Why
It
not?
ends the game immediately into a draw. Here, if you play rook a b8, you just get a much worse version of what we just saw. You take on f3, take on b7. I could take on a5. Other moves are good too, but why not? Take on a5. Now it's 2 pawns instead of 1. And thank you for the tempo. You could argue that rook b6, rook g6 is a little scary. If you calculate it out, it doesn't work. However, there is nothing compelling black on rook a b8. Instead, this is the perfect time to create a bit of an initiative in this side of the board.
Whoa.
Take advantage of the possibility of knight g4 since you haven't taken on f3 quite yet. If you take on f3 now, queen h4 attacks this pawn on h2 that is actually mate. You can't really move the rook away. Yes, your queen is defending f2, but remember, there's a bishop, right? There's a bishop here.
No.
So you don't want to move the rook from the f1 square. You could throw in the move bishop f4. It doesn't change anything at all. But you're eventually going to play this move and check here perpetual on f3 and g4. I'm sure Hikaru is hoping for that. And Timur said, you know what, Hikaru? Let's play some chess. G takes f3 on the board. You have to take this pawn.
Of course.
And you don't play this line for white unless you take on a5. Otherwise, you're just giving yourself a miserable structure.
Right.
And you're just waiting for black to defend his structure with the move bishop b6. So I expect b takes e6 and knight takes a5 to be played pretty quickly. And then we're going to have to see where Hikaru is able to masterfully conjure some compensation. I don't see it. And you never want to take on f2. Those positions are just miserable.
Right.
In another game that's quickly turning pretty miserable for for black, I'm sorry, is this Berlin. Not a great day for the Berlin so far. I love saying that.
I love saying
A4.
We haven't said it often, do
No,
we?
it's every day is a great day for the Berlin.
Right?
I hate the Berlin. All right, we have this position in which Richie Rapport has not castled. And Alireza has put all of his pieces in such a way that he can now go the move f4
Nice.
and start asking questions. You could play a4 and kick out my bishop on c2, and that's not a big deal. I have a couple of strategical threats as white in this position. The main one, I think, is going to be knight e3, knight f5, or some combination of that, taking advantage of this weak square bishop on g4. There will also be tactical possibilities of going f5 and just trapping the bishop.
Right.
There will be a lot of finagling to do on those because after h3 you could have h5. Remember those checkmates on the h file, but at some point bishop e3 will block those away. So tactical problems for black's position after the move f4. The others actually say, you know what? Black just played the move a5. f4 is not going to go away. Play with a little bit more patience. Why allow black to kick out my bishop when the bishop is chilling? Play the move a4. Counter this, the knight on c4 already hits the pawn on a5, which now ties this rook on a8 to the defense. Play f4 on the next move, pretty much against anything that black does, including the move bishop e6. If you want to retreat, no problem. I'm still going to go f4. Ideas of d4 are on tap, pawn takes, and bishop g5 is on tap. Even the move f5 sometimes is on tap. White has all the play here because you got your king to the corner. The moment you get the king to the corner, white starts being completely fine in blowing up the center because this king hasn't made it to the corner yet.
Right.
And when it does, well,
we have a friend waiting.
we have a can opener here on the king side.
Right.
You have this construction with the rook on f1, the bishop on g5. You will take on f6 one day. I don't even have to take on f6 soon.
Right.
I can do it after playing queen h4. I can take on f6 sometimes with the rook. And this is just untenable for black.
Right.
You just can't defend this position. So f4 gives an advantage for white. Pretty clear. Alireza would be in the driver's seat. a4, it might be even a bigger advantage.
Wow, very, very nice. And we're being told bishop g4. novelty, not.
It's also a strange move. I was going back to that as you were mentioning, Yasser, this move, bishop g4, is a novelty.
Yeah.
It's a strange novelty because it gains a tempo on the queen.
But the queen's happy, and maybe the bishop's not happy on g4.
That would be my first impression, that this
Right.
bishop's actually misplaced on g4.
Right.
Because in so many variations, I'm moving it back where it's getting trapped.
Right.
And you know what? The queen on e1, it was going to h4 in so many variations in which I go king h1 and f4.
Or g4, yes, or g3.
G3,
so
yeah.
yeah. That was like you force the queen perhaps to e1, which is simply a better square.
There are novelties that are good, and there are novelties that are not
so good.
There's some kind of misconception in the chess world that a novelty means a good move.
Yeah.
Novelty just means that it's new.
Right.
Not because it's new does it mean that it's good.
Not because it hasn't been discovered. Again, one player, Ding Liren, I hate, beating this horse because I really don't like to. He's just drawing his way out of the tournament. I mean, and it's just been, it's just ongoing. Sorry.
No. I just wanted to mention, so far it's been a good day for white. This is the only game that's, not that pleasant for white. I mean, it
Or
still feels,
hasn't brought anything really tangible. When we left it, Black had a number of choices. I mentioned that one choice I find attractive is just to trade off this bishop. Duda said, hey, look, I don't have to do anything. I'll bring my knight to c5. Maybe we'll trade on the e4 square. Well, Ding said, let's trade queens. Duda said, okay, let's trade knights. You, white, you have the open D file. I, black, I have the open C file. What's my problem? After knight to e5, capturing on g2 is actually kind of a nice position for white. King takes g2. Sometimes the king plays to f3, plays a more active role than his
Yeah, so you get a total of 30 more seconds on this position.
Okay.
Come on.
Bishop to d5.
What is this
Sorry.
game? This is the most boring game we have today. It's completely irrelevant to the standings. Come on. Fabi played queen a4.
Oh,
Okay.
Fabi played queen a4.
That's fair.
Let's take a
move
look
it.
at something that's actually relevant here. What do you do as black? I was going through the variation. I haven't found a good way to play this position for black yet.
Okay. If I bail again with bishop takes h4.
Bishop h4 is not a bail, and that's, I think, the main problem. Queen takes, bishop takes, pawn takes. That's a big number. That's 1.6.
Wow.
Advantage
you're
white.
Right.
Challenge you to defend this pawn. Challenge you to meet the move bishop f4 with a tempo against the knight on d6. I'm already controlling the open file. These are not weaknesses.
No.
Weaknesses in chess need to be attacked for them to be considered weaknesses.
Right.
Otherwise, they're just chilling. They're just there.
Right.
These pawns are not going to be hit anytime soon. So what do you play? Something like knight c7 to defend this pawn. I go bishop f4. Best move in this position for black? Knight d8.
oof. Yeah, that's
I keep going
not
backwards. Every one of my moves feels like I'm going backwards and you're advancing.
Oh, absolutely. So in this position, black is already in deep trouble. It's
Agreed.
not a bail at all. Bishop takes h4 gives up too many positional concessions. So you do have to do something with this tempo. You can play a move like rook f6, hold things on. Nope, queen takes, bishop takes. Again, it's this bishop on e7 that is the problem. Now you might be wondering, what if I defend, right? This bishop here. What if I go a move like rook fe8? Well, that doesn't work either because
Takes.
this pawn on d5.
Right.
There are so many things hanging in black's position that it becomes difficult to coordinate his position. He's played the move bishop f6, and we're going to go into this variation we had looked at earlier. Queen takes is, I think, forced.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Bishop takes d4.
It doesn't
check.
matter if you take on d4 first or not. The variations go into something very similar. If bishop takes, bishop e3, you have to take.
Yep.
Take, you have to take my queen.
Yep.
Take. And this can be reached also with the move order. Queen takes, bishop takes, knight takes, bishop e3 takes. You don't want to take with the knight, obviously.
Right.
So you're going to take with the rook, same position.
Right.
So it doesn't really matter. We get to this, we're going to get here by force, I think.
Okay.
And then after you get here, you realize 97 is a threat.
Big time.
Big time threat. What else is the threat? Rook d1 is going to be a threat. Why? Because bishop takes, knight somewhere picks up a piece.
Right.
So what do you play in this position?
You go rook e8.
Rook e8 is a normal move.
To get out of the fork.
I agree with that. And I go rook d1. I wouldn't think... If I saw this from afar, first instinct for me is black must have some defense.
Right.
Something that gives him an okay position. The edges don't agree.
So rook e3, knight e3, bishop a4, I can't bail?
You can try to bail, but already here after the move rook d2, you're being challenged to keep your position together. Hello.
That is a good point.
And?
Yeah, no, that one I'm more cognizant of. I mean, I don't want to lose a piece, yeah.
But how do you defend the pawn and the piece at the same time?
Exactly. I thought I was just, evacuating the D line, but not good.
Not good. I mean, a move like knight c7, you take on f5, the game's already over.
It's a pawn.
You keep the initiative.
Right.
You have the better pieces still. It's not just a pawn and we play on a technical conversion. I mean, you're just dead. Take. All of my pieces are better than your pieces. Bishop c4 is coming. Rook d7 is coming. It's the pawn and everything else.
Yeah.
So bishop f6 on the board. Edges giving plus 1.4.
Right, but it might be more.
It might be more, but it doesn't need to be more.
Yeah.
What else do you want from the opening?
No,
it's spectacular for Fabi.
No, but I mean, obviously, we're sitting there saying Jan blundered. It's knight d6 was a bad move, full stop, and he could have had his bishop on f6 and his bishop on e3 by force. He could have had this position, and it makes all the difference in the world. All of these tactics along the e-file don't exist when you include the move bishop f6. Because of his failure, he's got himself in a world of hurt.
There was something that I think you mentioned yesterday about how, not have any loose pieces, all the minor pieces defending each other.
Exactly.
I feel like right now, Nepo is in trouble because he didn't listen to you.
His pieces aren't protected, especially...
the queen is overloaded, the bishop is just... was just a nice target on e7. The knight on a6 is still just uncomfortable. Knight on d6 is wobbly. Everything is up in the air.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. And through the magic of television, check this one out. So what this is our odds of winning. This is chess by the numbers. And we see, well, the chart just going into the stratosphere. But the crazy part is that should Fabi win? Here we go. Check this out. Jan's winning percentage after yesterday was 77% because, of course, Fabi lost. So that's only natural to think that it would be that much. And there's the percentage changes. One of the funny things was that Hikaru, after round 8, right? His winning percentage, and we've been talking about him as an outsider, he's got literally a 1 in 30 shot.
Oh my God,
of getting anywhere in this event. Now, if Fabi wins today, everything changes, but Nepo would still be the odds-on favorite of winning the event. It would be something like 54 to 46. But Fabi has got opportunity here. And I was looking at the variation that Alejandro was recommending. Okay, after queen a4, bishop f6, queen takes d7, bishop takes d4 check, and getting into this position where this initiative is, how do you say, it's hidden. It's that really White's pieces are coordinating really, really well. This knight is off sides. You've got this nasty threat of a fork, winning an exchange. That would actually win the game. That's just, there's no compensation, no fortresses, nothing. If you go for this one variation that we were just looking at, what was it? Rook here, rook takes, knight takes. Suddenly,
everything is up in the air again.
once more.
Again, the minor piece is not being defended.
Exactly. The rook on the rook on d1 attacking the knight on d6, the bishop on d7. Yes, you can tickle that and make a tempo, but after the rook moves, you're losing this pawn on f5. There's bishop takes and there's knight takes, and that's just a wonderful, as Alejandro is explaining, we keep our initiative,
Yes.
we keep our better pieces, and we win material. The engine says 1.4, but for humans, we kind of think, well, it's even more.
Yeah, I mean,
huge development going on here.
this was truly a great game. I'm gonna keep looking at it while we look at the other games too.
Timur, yeah, well, he's been following Alejandro's advice as well. Queen came to e6, defending the pawn on c6, menacing a very important future queen h3. Okay, queen e2, inviting once again this line with bishop takes f2 and rook takes a5. Yeah, material equality, enjoy yourself. That protected passed pawn on the a file is trumps. So we're not making that trade. Now that we have these double pawns, we've got to do something like knight h5
But realistically,
and f5. Yes.
is there anything that black could do that would cause us some trouble?
Yes, that's exactly it. I think knight h5, you want to not necessarily jump, at least, you know, if this bishop were traded, you want to be able to come to the
Yes.
f4 square. So, for example, let's just make a bad move for white. I would probably recommend king h1, but let's make kind of a sour move,
Yeah.
let's say. Not exactly a great move with the move b4. And imagine I was to play, how would I want to set this up? Let's say bishop here.
Okay.
Let's say knight here.
Okay.
No, I want to.
I feel like that helps.
The one
me.
move, I want to play f5.
Got it.
Okay. But I don't want to spend the tempo playing king h8 and f5. I feel like that's, you know, all day. I want to play f5 without allowing a queen c4 trick. I want you to get your knight to c. So how do I do it? I go here, you go here, I go f5. And again, I'm dreaming, I don't know, that my queen might land on h3, the rook on a good day. I have a rover. So this is the way, at least, I could imagine that Hikaru is going to be searching for some kind of counter chances against his weak queenside structure. Again, let's just jump back to the game of Fabi for a moment,
I do
please.
have a question, because
Which
that's
game?
something that's
Which game?
the previous one, Hikaru, yeah. Because we were talking, like, I do a lot of like stuff with kids, and
Sure.
we had like a 2-week-long session about the difference between dynamic chess and like, if I was talking about this position right now, for me it's more of a, you know, it's a very long-term stable advantage for white because it's a healthy pawn,
Exactly.
followed by a baby queen.
Right?
But white also feels like is fine in the dynamic sense, because I'm not really pressured into doing something super quickly. I don't really feel the need to, you know, go like, okay, knight c4, knight e3, cover up. I mean, if I could, I would, and I would like that.
Right.
But so, like, how would you define this? Would you go for a more dynamic advantage or more stable advantage?
Okay, so I'm looking at the position. I got a material advantage.
Yes.
That's clear. I'm a pawn up. And I'm looking at it from the point of view, if I'm material up, you better have compensation. If you don't have compensation, you lose. Your only compensation is, oh, I've got a compromised king. You put that g2 pawn right, pardon me, you put the f3 pawn right back on g2, you
No,
got
we're
no
good to go.
compensation,
Yeah.
right? So the only thing I'm thinking is to cover up. If I take away the compensation that you have, the fact that I have a weakened king side by playing moves like king h1 and rook g1 and rook g3. In other words, let's let's make a bad move for Hikaru.
Like,
King H8.
If we give white like 3 moves, white
Yes.
is perfect, basically.
Exactly. So, like, imagine that your compensation is my double pawns. But suddenly, I'm the one with the initiative on the king side.
Yes, that
right?
g-file could get really...
Yeah, imagine that I'm the one doubling my rooks and putting my knight on c4, and I've got the initiative on the king side. So I turned your compensation into nothing. My double pawns didn't become weak. So
we have that perfect stuff on the queen side. So as long as we manage and stop the king side, anything, then white is just good to go. There's not much. Okay.
The extra material, again, the compensation, the double pawns. If you can't exploit that in Hikaru's shoes, if Hikaru can't do that knight h5, f5, knight f4 business, there's no other way of exploiting. Like if you sit there as black and say, oh, I can hold the game.
Oh, I'm going to push that a-pawn.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It will be a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, it'll be play on 1 gold, no question about it. So, so we'll keep our eye on that. And let's just see, because that was interesting. In this position, Alejandro was saying that Alireza has 2 approaches. One approach is like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, I see. You're going to play a4 and b5, gaining some space, pushing my pieces backwards. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop you.
Oh, I actually like that move more than the one that was played in the game.
Yeah, a2, a4. I'm just going to stop you. And guess what? My future play is going to revolve around f4.
Yes.
Then, or you can take the other approach. Well, let me just get in f4 because I don't mind the fact that you're kicking my pieces to what I assume are going to be better squares. I'm going to go knight to e3. Alejandro mentioned that be careful.
Oh yeah, trapping that bishop would be a lot of fun too.
Exactly. f4, f5 might be one of those nice ways of trapping the bishop. Why do we like the queen on e1? Well, because queen to g3 will tickle the e5 pawn as well as the g7 pawn.
Actually,
still feels good.
Yesterday at dinner, we were talking about the Sicilian Grand Prix opening, and I was like, I loved it when I was a kid. I still play it sometimes, but you know, I've become more experienced, and I can't usually do the cheap tricks anymore. So, but this is that Queen E1, Queen G3, Queen H4 lines in the Grand Prix. So if you are a Sicilian fan, you play close Sicilian Grand Prix. There's your Queen E1.
First of all, it sounds to me like you had dinner with Rex because Rex has the Grand Prix. That's his #1 go-to favorite. Does he have a #2 go-to favorite, Alejandro? I mean, Rex has got, he's pretty mono-dimensional.
I'm gonna get fired here.
You were gonna plead the 5th?
No, he plays every opening with incredible expertise. Just kidding. All he plays is Grand Prix and Dragon. Are you kidding me?
He's brilliant. I get that.
It's brilliant. But okay, we have a lot of action in this one. Let me try to break it down because he just took on e5 first. He could play knight e3 with an advantage, but I think he's going a little more incisive.
Okay.
And Richard's play is a little Richard, which means suicidal. After pawn takes e5, you could go knight e3, clear advantage white.
But knight e5.
Knight e5 is just one way of doing it.
Right.
Your king's still in the center.
Right.
Let's go. This might not be as engine approved, but I like it.
And it's not our pawn.
It's not my pawn. Bishop d2 is what the engines are thinking, and the idea is, yeah, you can take my entire queen side. I don't care. As long as that king doesn't make it to the king side, you might just die. And you can imagine that something like this, with the move bishop c3 coming on the board, you might never castle.
Right.
And in that case, will your king actually be okay on e8? I will be able to make you very, very uncomfortable. It's not just the king is vaguely in the center. It's the fact that I'm going to combine bishop c3 with queen g3, exploit the fact that you don't have a dark squared bishop. And I'm going to ask you a simple but very strong question. How do you defend g7? Can't castle into it, can't play rook g8 because of the pin, can't go g6 because I just take everything on the diagonal. Not an easy position for black at all. Yeah, the engines are saying it's only a clear advantage for white. Black is not dead, but you're already up a few pawns. It seems like you're walking on a tightrope. not to lose in this position.
I'm a pawn grubber, but no. I'm not interested in the suicide. No. That king in the center, that bishop coming to c3.
And we're going for it, guys.
Yeah, he's
Knight
done
e5,
it.
queen e5, d4 on the board. Alireza is smelling the initiative in this position. He's finally saying, look, guys, it's time to win a game.
Yeah, his first real opportunity. I'm thinking if I'm in Richard's shoes, I start looking for a bailout. I'm thinking queen e6, take my bishop, let me castle. Can I survive?
No.
Oh.
First of all, you're down a pawn, right?
Yeah, I know that.
I mean, that's already not survival.
Yeah,
You
that's
didn't
not
get the pawn back.
happiness. I get that.
It's a
Two
good pawn.
bishops.
Thank you for the d6 square.
Oof.
Oh,
And if that's not enough,
castles, I mean.
this bishop's still,
Ugly, right?
it's still an issue. I mean, rook f6, e5.
Yeah,
You-
e5.
Who's got the initiative?
Yeah, you're an extra pawn and you've got the initiative. No question about it.
White's playing with the pawn and the compensation here.
As Roman Gingiashvili would say, I've got pawn and compensation. What are you doing?
This is just lost. It's just
Yeah.
completely busted. So you kind of have to take the bull by the horns. You have to take the pawns.
Okay.
This is what the engines say, because if you don't take the pawns, you're just lost positionally and materially. You might as well only be lost positionally.
Right. As my trainer would say, Nikolai Minev, if you're going to die, you might as well die with a full tummy. Take the pawn on d4, right? I
Nice.
mean, if you go queen e6 and he takes your bishop, you castle, he goes queen h4 and you get killed,
My childhood trainer said something similar, just a little bit more violent.
which was?
It was, if you're falling off a cliff, make sure to take some of your enemies with you.
Okay.
I think yours was much more, child-proof.
Visual.
Wow, that's a visual,
It was.
I'm going to die, I want company.
I prefer the tummy. I'm gonna use that later.
Right, yeah. If you're going to die with a full tummy.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you're going to suffer, at least suffer with some material in your pocket. That variation that we were just looking at,
Yes.
pardon me, Ali Reza, I apologize for my board. Somehow it got adjusted. In this position, take the pawn and just see if you can't somehow navigate these very violent waters right here. But I can understand that Richie is stopped because he knows this is absolutely critical position. What's going to happen in the next few moves will determine
Now,
that game. Dorsa.
I believe I'm correct on this, but feel free to correct me. These two are going to face together again in Singfield Cup, no?
Yes, they are both Grand Chess Tour participants,
Yes.
as is Nepo and Fabi.
A lot of them.
A lot of them will be here in St. Louis,
And Magnus. of
Now
course.
that's
the big lion.
the very special getting the world champion Magnus Carlsen to join us here at the Singfield Cup. Remember, back in our inaugural event in 2013, Magnus played. So
Yes.
he's got some really great experiences here in St. Louis. And I remember that Singfield Cup for another reason. So what had happened is Rex is very, very proud of St. Louis.
Yes.
And he had gotten a committee of us together to give the baby a name.
Oh.
Okay, right? And he said, look, I don't care what you call it, but St. Louis has to be the title of this new tournament that we're creating. So you've got to, you call it the St. Louis Masters, St. Louis Grandmasters, St. Louis whatever. But it's got to, so he comes back, what did you guys decide? We said the Singfield Cup. He cursed me out in Latin. I have never been cursed out in Latin before. It was really fun. I can't wait till the next time. I'm telling you, have you ever been cursed out in Latin, Alejandro?
Well, I mean, just by my parents.
Not sure what it was, right?
I want to know.
But it was fun. It was fun. So the Singfield Cup coming up absolutely on the Grand Chess Tour. We have a summer of chess Obviously, this event is getting front row billing, but very shortly we'll have the juniors, the seniors, the
Olympiad
girls'
is after
champion,
that.
then there's the Olympiad, then there's the Grand Chess Tour, Zagreb.
Oh,
and-
wonderful.
Yeah. We've got a summer of chess. That
When
is-
do you actually have a week off?
I
so
thought
glad you
about
asked
that. Yeah. So in
Alejandro.
November, there's this thing called Thanksgiving.
Right, I remember
And
that.
that's my break. That's my first break of the year.
Now, aren't there any collegiate events for you, Alejandro?
Jinx it, Dorsa.
Yeah.
And this is the upcoming events
Wow.
for us. U.S. juniors, seniors, and junior girls starts here in St. Louis, Missouri. We're going to have Christian back for the first half. Actually, for the entire tournament there and commentary booth. I'm going to be flying over to Zagreb to join a certain Magnus Carlsen that is going to be playing the GCT Super United Rapid and Blitz in Croatia. It's going to be July 20th. And the GCT St. Louis Rapid and Blitz will be coming back here. It's only 2 weeks after the Olympiad finishes. That one finishes on August 10th. So we're going to have 2 weeks break, and then we're jumping straight back into that one. And of course, following the Rapid and Blitz, not even a day break, the
Wow.
GCT finishes up with our marquee tournament, the Singfield Cup. Again, with the presence of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, will be joining us in what will probably be the top tournament of the entire year.
Absolutely. And then, while he's here, we can ask Magnus, who are you going to play? What are you going to do? By the way, Alejandro, turning it right back to you, the players, Fabi and Jan, have gone right down that whole line from Queen A4, what you had prescribed quite some time ago. And you were saying Bishop E3, Bishop takes E3, Rook takes E3.
So the difference in this variation is that after Bishop E3, and the difference in this variation is that Bishop E3 still forces Bishop takes E3, but with this move order that Nepo played, King G2 is a possibility.
Oh.
So Fabi's considering, do I want to go Bishop E3 or King G2? The engineers are saying they're both good moves. I personally am more attracted to Bishop E3 because it's more forcing. Takes, and I already see that Rook D1 is coming with a big threat. If I can get to the
Right.
position here and here,
Right.
I'm pretty happy.
Seriously
I'm
happy.
really happy. So perhaps that's what he's looking at, but he thought for a while, play the move King G2.
Oh.
Perhaps considering that this is even stronger. Now let's take a look at the lines, because again, 97, huge
Big threat.
Big threat. So get out of it, right? Rook C8 and fight for the file. I think the most logical move is Bishop F4. The engine does say that you can throw in the check, King F7, and then Bishop F4, taking advantage of the fact that if you take on E7, take on D6, all of these trades
looks
erode
nasty.
the defense of the F5 pawn.
Clear.
So tactically, it doesn't quite work out for the black side. You could also start with the move Bishop F4 immediately after Rook C8, which I think is even more natural. At some point, black needs to throw in the move Knight C5.
Okay.
Discourage the bishop from staying on D3. And it's a narrow path here for an advantage, but perhaps Fabi has calculated it. You do have to throw in this check.
Okay.
Rook takes doesn't work because this knight on D6 hangs at the end. King F7 only move. And now the idea is that you should save this bishop. Bishop on the diagonal. No other squares on the diagonal, but this one is pretty good. So that you have this move Bishop C4 check available.
That's a terrifying check.
It is, especially the knight moves, which, by the way, is the best move, Knight C8.
Whoa.
We're going to go down in a second for there. Rook takes E7, Bishop takes D6, Rook takes E1, Rook takes E1. Doesn't really work out for black because the hidden idea is that after Rook E8, it seems like you're almost there as black.
It's
Almost. Almost. But Rook D1 wins a piece. Bishop C5, Rook takes D7 is a big threat, but I'm also threatening the bishop directly.
Right.
And that's it. Knight E6, knight takes F5 falls apart.
Right.
So this doesn't work for the black side. Therefore, Nepo has to calculate that after Bishop F1, and this is a likely scenario, in this particular position, he has to retreat with a knight. Allow this check. I know. Bishop E6.
Deep breath.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight E5, knight takes D4 is not as big of an advantage as it looks.
Okay.
But this one is the key. Tough to find. And keep the position. Another move tough to find. You don't retreat, you go forward.
Well,
Natural.
Knight takes d4 is a big threat because e6 is currently
Pinned.
pinned. And if you go king f6 to unpin, and it's the only move to unpin,
Damn.
also knight takes c8, knight d6 is a threat.
Right.
Then you have this check. And it all kind of falls apart for black. King takes f5, haha.
oh, that's so pretty.
Is Fabi looking at all of these moves? He might not have figured them out in advance, but you kind of have the feeling of where the ball is rolling, where my threats are going to be. It's possible to stumble into this kind of moves out of lack of other resources. You might get to the position where you say, you can take on f5, and that's pretty good, I'm up a pawn. But then once you get to the actual position on the board, you say, what else do I have? And you start looking at moves like rook takes c6 and knight h takes f5, and you start thinking, wait, is this initiative actually worth it? So you might not figure out knight h takes f5 from this position, but if black does play the move rook ce8, I'm going to play bishop f4.
Yeah, that's a natural.
That's a natural move. Let's say the guy hits me. Well,
I go back.
I kind of have to go back, but if I go back here, there's knight f7. I want to make you a little bit more uncomfortable. I'm going to drag your king out first and then move my bishop back because we saw that rook takes e7 is easy to calculate.
Right.
And then you're forcing knight c8, and you might get with your mind's eye here
Right.
and think, well, I can pick up that pawn. Interesting, at least.
Oh, definitely.
It might just win because
But-
knight takes c8, knight d6.
But bishop e6 is a screamer.
But
bishop c4, check.
is also a screamer. You
Yeah.
might think, that I might win on the spot.
Right.
And then you start calculating. So all of this, I feel, is very findable for Fabi, that the moves come naturally for the white side. And black is the one that's tiptoeing around death in so many of these variations. So many of these lines just end up down material for the black side, kind of one move away from full coordination.
Wow, very, very nice stuff. Thank you,
You
so
know,
much for
I was
sharing that.
Just taking, my apologies, I was just taking a quick look at the time because I was like, there's only been 4 moves played. And Fabi spent about 55 minutes in his last 4 moves.
After his novelty and his play, his
Yes.
quick play, and dragging Nepo behind on the clock, he's catching up. He's
Yes.
playing the last few moves very slowly. This King G2 move for me is kind of confounding because it's so natural to play, develop your bishop and get your bits out. As we prepare for a break in American chess circles, we have the X factor. Okay, American chess is doing great. We have depth. We have juniors. We have top players. Our Olympic team is going to go to India as the #1 seed. And we have one certain Jeffrey Zhang, our X Factor. He's going to be joining us on the other side of the break. Don't go away as we get to interview Jeffrey. Prepare your questions.
See you soon.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament. Here are our standings as we have entered into round 9. It's all about the story Dorsa of number 1, Jan versus number 2, Fabi. Fabi with the white pieces is pressing.
Yes.
Fabi came with some very interesting novel idea in the Petrov with knight h4. Initially, Jan thought sometime, righted the ship, everything was okay, but one really foul move, this move knight e4 to d6 from earlier in the game right here has caused him to have some really, really big trouble. All of these moves Alejandro has given us the prescription for. Knight e7 check. The king can go into the corner, but we've been looking at king to f7. The very attractive move, bishop f4, gift me the knight. If the knight drops back, the bishop goes to c4 check.
Yes.
So
That would be
we
very
start
nice.
with the move knight c5, tickling the bishop. The bishop drops back. Now you've got to deal with the knight on d6. So the knight goes, and now bishop
Another
c4 check. And here's the money move right here after the move bishop e6, rook takes e6, and through a whole series of captures and whatnot and so forth, it's an advantage for Fabi. So we're kind of holding our breath as we see if Fabi can pull off what he needs, which is a victory. It's kind of do or die moment for
Today
Fabi.
is the day.
Today is the day. As we get prepared, we're going to look at the road ahead of the players, but we also getting one special guest set up, Jeffrey. As soon as he's all set up, he'll be joining us, Jeffrey Zhang. But let's start with Fabi's road ahead, including his game of today.
Well, he is playing Nepo today. After that, he's gonna be facing Duda, followed by Ding. So
They're in.
it's a nice pairing.
And then you
Lots of
see that he's got
chances.
really good chances because those players in his road ahead have not been performing well. How about Nepo's road ahead?
Well, Nepo is facing Caruana today, and then he's got Radjabov and Firouzja. Kind of similar both.
Exactly, except that Timur might be winning.
Yes, today. Oh
you
my
don't want to face the guy just after they win their first game and they're feeling good about themselves. And Firouzja also might be getting his first victory against Richie. That game, when we left it, he sacrificed a pawn for the initiative. We'll check in on Alejandro to see how those players are doing. In fact, Alejandro, how are the players doing?
Well, it's been a fascinating struggle, and Alireza has sacrificed a couple of pawns in a slightly different way. Now, after queen takes d4, I was advocating what the engine move was, bishop d2, but he played it in a way that I think is a bit more human. The engines don't think it's as strong, though. He's played the move bishop e3, pretty much forcing you to take on b2. You gotta take that pawn. Queen takes b2, queen f2 defends the bishop. It also hints at the move bishop d4.
Absolutely.
And Richard played the very precise move, bishop e6. You gotta keep this king in the center for the time being. And after the move, I expect bishop d4. If you play anything else, I think black would even start considering long castling. So bishop d4, I think in this position.
Okay.
Queen b4. And now how do you want to do that? You could play, for example, the move queen g3, but queen takes d4 is now on top. That was the difference between the other variations where bishop c3 was played.
Right.
The queen couldn't tether itself to the bishop as well. So you don't have the move queen g3 immediately. Anything else that you play, the engines are saying, look, you play rook a d1, for example, to defend the bishop, prepare queen g3, it's time to skedoodle. Well, all the way. All the way there.
All the way there.
And yeah, it looks terrifying. I mean, there's even bishop takes and queen a7.
Right.
But the time for fear is over for Richard. He already took the pawns and he knows his king's stuck in the center. He's going to have to do something about it. Whether it's stuck on e8 or stuck on c8, it doesn't matter. It's going to get hunted down. The question is it enough for a victory? They just are saying, you know what, I'm an engine, I don't care. This is just a draw. I would be terrified as black. I'm sure that Richard is currently terrified in his position, but that's what we got going on for him. The engines don't give white an advantage at all. They did think that bishop d2 was an important move, much better than bishop e3, but that's engine chess. Let's give this game the appropriate amount of look. It is about equal. White does have a little bit of an initiative, but because of the weakness on e4 and honestly also of f4, black has enough counterplay. You'd rather take white, I think, but the bishop is attacking a4. You feel that black is has about enough threats to keep equality. That's what the engines think as well. Let me see if Nepo's played. Nepo played the move rook ce8. We're waiting either bishop f4 or knight e7 check. Both are more or less equivalent moves, and they're also the two only logical moves in the position because this rook's hanging.
Right.
And meanwhile, in the teamwork game, perhaps saying winning is too strong, but it is a pawn. There are still chances for Hikaru. It's not that this pawn is going to queen anytime soon. So there's still a lot of work for teamwork to repel the initiative. The only problem for Hikaru is how exactly does he want to make progress? As you guys mentioned, the move f5 simply blunders a queen exchange. Queen c4 is fine. Queen a2 is even a little bit more precise.
Right.
So that pretty much does finish the game. The endgames are dead lost. You have to keep the queens on the board if you want to have any chances.
Right.
But as you mentioned, Yasser, the move king h8 is just too slow. King h1, f5. For example, that's the only reason you're playing into this.
Right.
I can even take on f5. And remember, any variation in which you take on f5 and you threaten to take on f3
Doesn't bother me.
doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Go for it. The structure is so bad on the queen side, and the fact that I'm taking on c6 is so huge that I don't care if I lose my entire king side as long as I trade the queens.
Right.
Your pawn on e5 is not going anywhere. These two pawns are not going anywhere. This pawn on the a file is going to tether all of your pieces to it. So
Wow.
that's a little bit too slow. The engines are saying, you know what? There's just not that much that Hikaru can do. They're advocating for the move rook fd8, but it's not a move that comes naturally to me. First, because I look at f5 as a potential source of counterplay. So I
Right.
don't want to move my rook from the f file.
Right.
Second, I don't exactly know what the rook does. Doesn't go to d3, d2, or d1. The rook lift is slow, if you ever get it. Not to mention that rook d8, you can even put the knight on c4 to prevent rook d6. So I don't like what the engines are suggesting for Hikaru.
Right.
I don't think that he's going to play rook d8. I don't think he's going to play h6. I don't think he's going to play rook fe8. These are the engine moves. You can see the arrows.
Right.
But those don't make sense.
No.
What makes sense is to continue the initiative, to play A, B, and then C.
Right.
The problem is the engines are not looking at good C. They don't see where
The C is.
the C is. Where is the initiative? Where are the threats? You got a knight to h5. This is a little bit compromised.
If I can, this position, I think it's Hikaru's turn,
Yes.
right? Can I play rook on a8 to e8?
You could.
And after, for example, king h1, queen f6,
All right.
and rook g1. I'm not sure if there's another move. Maybe there is. Knight to knight to f4.
All right, I'll take that.
Yeah,
Definitely
bishop
don't want to live with
takes
that.
and pawn takes. So now we at least understand why I put my rook on e8 on a good day. I'm trying to do a rover, and I don't know. I'm grasping at straws.
And you really are, and that's the thing, right? It seems like you might be creating threats, but the fact is that with the bishop on a7,
Yeah.
you're not coordinating your rook with anything.
Yeah, I'm just
Let's
gonna,
say that you get your rook to h5.
A miracle,
And you get your
yeah.
queen to h4.
Yeah.
I'm giving you all of these moves for free.
Right.
I play rook g2. And then what?
I'm stopped.
You're completely stuck, and your pieces are now on the wrong side of the board. It's where all I have to do here is defend the pawn.
Right.
Defend my weakness. This rook is ready to jump to g2 at any point. White's moves, the next couple of moves play themselves. Move the knight, put the pawn on a5, start thinking about harassing this guy, maybe the rook to g4, maybe the rook to g2 to make sure that nothing happens on this side of the board. And black has no plan.
Wow. Yikes. Tough. Alejandro,
Yes.
sorry, a quick question. As we were coming in, I was like getting myself all mic'd up and everything. I wanted to bring your attention to the game between Ding Liren and Duda. So I'm getting mic'd up and I'm looking at bishop c2 and I saw the move rook c3 and it crossed my mind. He did play rook d1. Could Black have played the move knight takes e4.
I saw the move knight takes e4 pop up as the best move for the engine, but I didn't understand it.
Well, I'm attacking the rook.
But if I take on c2?
Exactly. Well, this was the two pieces, because at least in this case, this isn't like yesterday's case of the
Right.
of the two rooks versus the minor pieces. In this situation, well, I do have two pawns already. I've got an active rook on b2. You know, Fabi never had an active rook. His rooks were on the f file and kind of frozen. And, you know, maybe on a good day I could play rook b4 and force a trade of rooks as well. So I thought knight takes e4, and what was...
The engine thinks it's equal.
Okay.
I'd be a little scared because in this particular position, the pawns on the queen side are already stopped.
Good point.
And this bishop does come to b5 pretty quickly. I'm thinking that bishop b5, on a good day for white, you put pressure on b6 and it just kind of falls apart.
Okay.
Maybe especially with knight d7, knight takes b6.
Okay.
The edges think no problem, that they agree with your evaluation of the position, that it's already so simplified and white structure on the king side is so bad anyway.
Right.
That it's just equal. That being said, rook takes d1, bishop takes d1, rook c4 is also fine for black. So perhaps it was just a choice that Duda had on how to be okay.
Cool. And guess what?
Special
we have
guest?
very special guests, as we have chess grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, everybody's friend, to join us.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey. Nice to see you.
Hey, happy to be here, guys.
Yeah. First question. What do you think of the candidates?
Well, I mean, I have to say it's been really exciting so far. I thought, in general, I think everyone probably hopes that, you know, everyone shows their best and we get this sort of tournament where all kinds of results are possible. And I guess that is somewhat true, but in this case, maybe Nepo in particular is kind of distancing himself. So right now, obviously the games have been very exciting, but I just hope that things sort of get closer, you know.
Yeah. Is it surprising to you that Ding Liren, with all of his experience, with his great rating, has performed poorly?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have your fair share of surprises so far. I think the biggest factor for Ding, okay, outside of maybe, there is obviously the reason that, you know, he hasn't played much top-level classical chess recently. Like, he had to play these few tournaments before just to get in. Maybe didn't really have this type of opposition for sure not. And then the other thing is more mental, which is he didn't actually have somebody coming from China with him, right? And I'm sure, Yasser, you can speak about this yourself, but to have somebody with you is just, I mean, it's vital, honestly. So I think not having somebody made it really tough for him.
Dorsa, do you have some questions for
question
Jeffrey?
about you. So when is your next big tournament?
Actually, I'm flying to Philadelphia on Wednesday to play in the World Open. So
Wonderful.
pretty soon, yeah.
Nice.
Have you've won the World Open in the past, Jeffrey?
Technically, I guess I tied with Liam 1 year, I think, in 2019. But
Okay.
he beat me in the playoffs. So
Ah. Okay. Alejandro, jump in. Quiz the X Factor.
Absolutely, Jeffrey. Good to have you on camera. A young man I've known for many, many years as we played in the Dallas Chess Club back in the day. Jeffrey, it seems like you are almost there. You're making that step to start thinking about fighting for those candidate spots. What do you think is making the difference between these high 2600s, low 27s, and these guys?
yeah, it's a very good question. I wish I could give you a definitive answer, but I think I've honestly believe that the margins between all these levels which you've just said are very small, but I think just certain things that like the better players will do differently. I would highlight the resistance and like the level of defense when it gets higher. And one evident example is right here in this tournament, where I think if you look at Firouzja specifically, he dominated the Grand Swiss and also the European Team Championships by beating up on these, 2600 level players. And obviously he played very well in those games. But when it was time to, face off against these, upper class guys, it was much more difficult. So I think that's kind of the biggest hurdle.
Good. Jeffrey, if I can, today it's this fight for first. It's do or die for Fabi. I'm going to give you the current position. I'm sure you've been following the game in real time. We've just seen this move, knight a6 to c5 by Jan. So knight e7 check as well as bishop f1 are both on Fabi's agenda, the bishop hitting the knight on d6. Take us through your thought process if you were in Fabi's shoes and you felt that this was a must-win game. Number one, you think you think you're better, but do you think you're winning?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that Fabi, he's done very well to get here, I think.
Right.
I just want to I've been by far the most impressed with Fabi's opening prep coming in compared to everybody else. Like even yesterday's game, I think he had very nice prep. And actually, I'm sorry to sort of steer away from the question, but I'm just so curious that yesterday, if you remember, when Hikaru blitzed out that move knight g3,
right,
I was sure it was like a bluff or some kind of mix-up, but after, I watched Hikaru's interview, I'm not so sure. So what did you make of that?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier too, was that knight g3 and the two minor pieces versus the rook from Fabi's game yesterday. And the idea was that Hikaru said that wasn't actually his preparation, that it was some kind of a finger slip. He intended something else. It worked out really well. But when we saw the position after c4, we were actually impressed by Hikaru's preparation. You're saying you were impressed by Fabi's.
Yeah, because I think, I think you're highlighting the critical moment there. When he played c4 and Hikaru, he found this brilliant idea in knight h1, then
Right.
He really turned the tables and it became really, just tough for black. But if he had gone e4, maybe Fabi would be in the driver's seat instead of c4, right?
Really?
Yeah, that was a huge discussion that we had yesterday too, between
Exactly.
e4 and c4, and that's, giving up the d4 square, does it actually pay off, or is it just going to be torture for the game?
But also, we were thinking about e4, but we got dissuaded because Alejandro was showing us knight g5, and there was this knight takes e4, and there was this crazy lines with queen d1, and it still felt like Hikaru would be doing the pushing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's up for debate. It was just a really, really sharp position.
Okay, you did a great job at ducking the question. Congratulations!
Okay.
Salute. Now back to the focus. What do you think? You got to win with white. I'm putting you in Fabi's shoes. Are you playing bishop f1? You playing knight e7? What you doing, Jeffrey? Come on.
I think intuitively, I would definitely feel like bishop f1 is more natural.
Okay.
But at the same time, I'm trying to understand, like, knight e7, is it king f7, or what's going on there?
Right.
Yeah, king f7 is kind of forced, because if king h8, then there's not really much, black is not really attacking anything. White can just develop rook d1.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Okay. And you have just many threats.
Yep.
We were thinking knight e7, king f7, bishop drops back to f1, and the main move. Alejandro, jump in on this one.
Yeah, knight c8 is a necessity because the moves rook takes e7, bishop takes d6 leads into variations that don't really favor black. There's so many lines in which the move rook d1 is impossible to meet.
Right.
You can't move the knight from c5 square because either knight takes f5 or bishop c4 check will pick up something. So in this particular position, bishop c4 anyway.
Right.
Which already looks terrifying, of course. Now, knight h takes f5 is another move instead of bishop c4 that also needs to be considered. Also gives white an advantage. But bishop c4 check is the line that we were looking at, and bishop e6, take that with the rook. Keep the initiative alive. Rook takes, and knight h takes f5. And what do you make of these apples?
Wow.
Come on, you gotta win, dude. You gotta win.
Yeah,
I mean, this is it. This is your time to shine.
I guess like so bishop e2, rook e. Oh wait, no, actually it looks pretty good for white. I have to say this.
Exactly. That was our impression as well. That Fabi was in the driver's seat here.
And yeah, I also had my eye on the Hikaru game.
Okay. We'll jump to that one. We thought that, well, frankly, that Hikaru wasn't going to get any compensation. He did play the awfully slow king h8, h6, ponderously slow, but he's gotten an f5. Your thoughts about Hikaru? And Hikaru, he's knocking. He's at the back door, but he's knocking, trying to get in. He needs to put together some wins. Do you think Hikaru can do that, Jeffrey?
Yeah, you're right. He does need to. I think he's trying in a good way. Like with king h8, that was for sure mandatory. And the good news for him is I think this is the right opponent to sort of, just throw the kitchen sink against, because Raja has been very risk averse in the tournament.
Right.
Thus far. So if he sees, he's the most likely guy to see ghosts here. But that being said, I'm not sure if this will pan out. Let's see, I guess.
After f5. Jeffrey, we want to thank you very much for taking time out of your day to join us. It's always good to see you. And as the 4th of July comes up, I hope you have a real opportunity to celebrate by winning the World Open.
Yes. Good luck in the World Open.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey.
It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. And Jeffrey makes a point, Dorsa. If Hikaru has an opponent who might see ghosts, it could be Raja, because Timur has been risk averse throughout the whole event. And this move, f7, f5, it's purposely, intendedly, realistically.
No ghosts involved.
No ghosts.
I can't see how Black could try to create something without ghosts in this position, because I feel like all I have to do as white is not blunder.
Yes.
Try important. To, exchange bunch of pieces off, ideally. If I can get the queens off, I feel wonderful.
Of course.
Well, I can't really do that easily because my queen is stuck to my f-pawns, but...
Well, remember what Alejandro said. If you lose a single pawn, but manage to trade queens, then it might be worth it.
Yes.
So it's a move you definitely would have to consider, but you still have to find some moves. If you play bishop e3...
That's the one that's kind of sitting well with me so far.
So far.
I don't really want to take that f5 pawn. I would much rather the f5 pawn to take me, and then I also fix my structure.
Takes, but that's the whole point.
Yes.
The knight is settling in, and if you're obliged, I don't say you are, but if you do feel that you have to take, well...
Now the f-pawn is kind of getting a little...
things are still going on. How would you feel like you could win this, that this is going to be... because this bishop, obviously it hits f2, but it kind of, it's blockading the a pawn. It's going to take you a long time to, you can push the pawn to a6, but because the bishop's already blockading, is Hikaru creating some vague threats, Alejandro, or is the machine just like laughing? Got nothing.
There was a time where ChessBase thought it was a great idea to give Fritz voice lines.
Whoa.
I remember those times. And
right.
the engine would actually laugh at your moves.
Really?
Oh,
nice.
Yeah. It was a brilliant idea. I don't know why they thought of that. The engines laugh pretty often. It was a very annoying voice, too. And in this position, the engines are laughing at Hikaru's threats because it's an engine.
Right.
Because it can calculate with absolute cold-blooded accuracy. For a human, it looks like Hikaru is getting in some punches.
Right.
Now, let's go down the engine lines. Pawn takes, can't take with the queen.
Knight c6.
Knight c6, the engines are saying, well, thank you for that pawn too, and let me hit the bishop.
Forget about it.
So you can imagine that is pretty human. You take with the rook.
Right.
So far, so good. And it's just saying bishop e3. By the way, it also considers the move queen c4. What do? Queen f6, ganging up on this pawn would terrify me.
Right.
And the engines think, you know what? Bishop e3. The moment you take on f3, whether it's before or after you trade, cold-blooded. Queen takes c6, attacks so many things.
Bing, 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 bing.
That you have to take this queen off the board. And we know what we feel about those endgames.
Right.
But even material or no even material, the pawn is just too powerful. So that's winning, according to the engines. Pawn takes, rook takes, queen c4 is nice. Human approach, I think, is bishop e3. Do it in this move order, takes, takes. And they're saying after queen f6, the most precise is, of course, queen c4. But you could also consider just bringing back the rook. Even the move knight c4, again, cold-blooded stuff. Rook takes f3 doesn't work because knight takes e5, overloaded on the queen, knight's coming to g6, and both sides are playing for the initiative. Tactically, better for white. So, again, the engines calculate it out, say there are no actual problems, take this pawn and put a bishop on e3, take this pawn and go queen c4. They also think that if you start with the move bishop e3, white does have an advantage, that this is not a real threat on e4. And as you guys mentioned, it's this bishop I want to trade. If you take on e3, we can transpose back into this positions, or I can be patient and take on e3. This, according to the engines, is not as good because it does allow takes, takes, and queen h3. You get some punches in here because of rook f3 coming.
Okay.
So cold-blooded stuff. Take on f5, allow some pressure on your f3 square. That being said, is that the human way to play? I am not so sure.
Thank you for that insight. That's, yeah, you said it. I would want my opponent to take on f5, and then you could play rook takes f5.
Yeah.
Remarkable. In the game of Alireza, by the way, again, this is the pawn sacrifice, is that when we left it at this position, and we were thinking, okay, we can force Richie to castle long, and they got this position, and after rook c1, we're up to date with the play. This has actually turned into an incredibly intriguing game for me. At first, I thought it was all play on one goal for white. Now I'm just not so sure anymore. I mean, it's just like...
Too many pawns?
Yeah, well, it's kind of crazy. You set up a discovered against my queen. First of all, is it really that frightening, this discovery? I'm not afraid really of you taking my a4 pawn or doing something like that. But then the question is, okay, you're going to attack my queen. So I move my queen out of the way. Are you going to go bishop here and bishop takes f6? Well, I'll roll with those punches. I'll take the pawn on a2. And when I take the pawn on a2, I have three connected pass pawn. Yeah, three baby queens. You better be sure that you land a big punch against my king. I'm just saying that suddenly I do feel like it's a 3-result game between Alireza and Richard. What do the engines say, Alejandro?
You don't want to know what the engines say.
You go double.
Come on.
0-0. Come on.
0-0-0-0. You know how engines are in this position.
Jeez.
And it doesn't matter with which move. Queen e5 is 0-0. Knight g4 is 0-0. Rook d8 is 0-0.
Really?
I know. It's
wow.
disgusting. It really is disgusting. But somehow they feel that white has enough for the pawns, that there are so many positions in which you can perpetual, whether it be the queen or you start hitting things like the pawn on c6 and you have to defend it. Okay. Black's never going to be better. But, you know, you don't have that many targets according to the engine. I think that you have tons of targets. The engines are not scared. I'm terrified for Richard.
Really?
I'm straight up terrified in this position. You can't castle.
Right.
So rook on c1, you can't castle long.
No.
So I feel I'm playing down a rook. I would be, as a human, trying to immediately tactically solve my problems.
True.
And this is how I would come up with a move like knight g4. I think knight g4 is a logical move.
Exactly.
Because pushing the queen to g1 must be a success for me.
Right.
And I can put my queen to e5.
Centralize the queen nicely.
Centralize with the tempo. If you play the move bishop d4, then maybe I can now swing my queen to the king side. Yeah, I can lose a pawn, but then play on 2 goals. And this is what I want.
Right.
I want to be able to have a back and forth. And if you don't do that, knight takes h2 sometimes is actually on tap because you have to defend this bishop. So sometimes, not right now because there is bishop d4. And if you don't play anything, I'll play f6.
Well, Alejandro, how about h3 right now?
And h3 is the kind of moves that are I want you to make.
Yes, I see that.
Because, well, I could play h5 and ignore what you're doing.
Right, which is realistic.
It's realistic, but I could also just go back and say, finally, my pieces have targets. If I go to h5 and I force you to defend, then because you're defending, you're not going to be so happy about the fact that you're down 2 pawns. Your initiative is dwindling.
Right.
So I'm forcing you to find ideas, and this is where it goes. Bishop d4, queen g5. Where are your threats? What are you threatening in this position as white?
Well, now that you drove my queen to g1, I don't feel quite so, how do you say, puffed up.
I agree, and that's why I think knight g4 is a human move.
Right.
Queen e5 I also understand. Rook d8 I don't get.
No,
I would never play the move. I would not consider the move rook d8 in this position. I feel it's so slow.
Right.
That I understand that I get the d4 square, but I would be terrified that the move bishop b1 just wins.
For the fun of it,
Trapping.
what about long castle right now?
Now, long castle in this particular position is playable, but after bishop takes a4, picks up a pawn.
Okay.
Remember that bishop takes b5 might come with a discovery, so that one makes sense. Invites complications. If you move the queen, then again, bishop b5, discovery on the c file, doesn't allow you to take on b5. The engines think that you have to take on e4 here. These are the complications I was talking about. And after queen f4, the game flares up. You have to sacrifice the queen with queen takes e5, but that's simply not what you want to do as black. Of course, with such a weak king, it doesn't matter that you have enough pieces technically for the queen. You're just way too weak. So I think that keeping the king on e8 is safer just because the e-pawn exists. It's a pawn that I don't see myself touching anytime soon. And that's why I wouldn't be afraid of moving the knight on f6 in this particular position.
Brilliant stuff, Alejandro. Thank you for that. And as always, we like to invite you to join the conversation as we have some social media questions for us. Here it comes. What do you got?
YouTube user, Kiblitzer.
Now that Hikaru has proved that a player can be a streaming celebrity content creator, it's easy for you to say, and still be good enough to have a legitimate shot at the World Championship. Do you think more young top GMs will choose this route? Now, for me, let me just say, I am not a streamer. I've joined streams, most especially Chessbra. It's hard work. No matter what you think of streaming, it takes a lot of your day. It really genuinely does. And I'm just amazed that Hikaru has the energy to do 6, 7 hours of streams daily and then be, as you say, competing. So, no, I don't think personally a lot of the youths out there are going to say, hey, I'm going to embrace that kind of a lifestyle. But then on the other hand, what's your thought? Because I know that you do, Dorsa, a lot of streaming.
Yes, but see, most of my streams are with the St. Louis Chess Club, so I have a perfect team who have everything set and ready.
All the engineers, camera.
Exactly. All I have to do is show up, have my material, be happy, ready, caffeinated.
And away you go.
Yeah, so that's actually very pleasant. If I was ever to do streaming on my own, I would actually want a team, you know, someone to help me with the setup, with the content, with the editing. If somebody's trying to take control of everything together, it will be very, very time, energy. It's just so demanding. So if a young GM does think that's the good route for them, they better have a good team.
Exactly. Alejandro, you jump in on this too, because even though you're very, very savvy where computers concerned, and you set it up and you do your own stream, it's a lot of work.
I don't think the question is actually, it doesn't matter what Hikaru does.
Right.
Hikaru could do anything in life and be a really good chess player.
Right.
Because he spent the energy, the time, and dedication when he was young to get to the #2 spot in the world, to cross 2,800, to be fully dedicated.
Right.
So later on, when he became really good, yes, it's amazing that he's able to have any secondary career, whatever it is, maybe even a primary career, and be able to do this, right?
Right.
Just absolutely impressive. But it's because he did the groundwork before. I mean, at no point did we ever doubt Hikaru was one of the top 2 players in the world when he was 2,800.
Right.
It was very clear that he was top 5, arguably top 2 by rating. And if you're a top GM, or rather you're a young GM that is aspiring to be a top GM, and you haven't put in that work, and you're going to be streaming, forget about it. I mean, that Hikaru can do that because he was already good, and he's that type of a genius.
Right.
But that is simply sounds like the worst path I've ever heard, to try to go from GM to top 5.
By being a streamer and playing lots and lots of Blitz online?
Yeah, I mean, it's an entertainment industry,
Come on,
right?
coach.
Yeah,
It does get you sharp. You have students who stream.
we have students to stream, and I think it's a great thing to get involved, be out there. I know the people enjoy it a lot. It's also good money for a lot of young players to get out there. It does help them with their travel. But is it actually good for your chess? No. Hikaru's doing this despite streaming, not because he's streaming.
Nice one. Now, I always, like, when I was back in Iran and I was a teenager and I was, reading books and looking at these super grandmasters,
Yes.
the one thing I always remember is that Hikaru Nakamura had a nice Red Bull thing going on too.
Red Bull.
Yeah,
right.
I wanted to just ask, it's been a while since I've heard anything about that, and I'm a huge fan of Red Bull. You guys seen me just, chug one back there.
I think that Hikaru has still the sponsorship of
wonderful.
Red Bull, and I think he has a lot of sponsors
Yes, of
because of his successful streaming. But
Yeah.
Red Bull. I mean, they're sponsoring chess tournaments, Alejandro.
Is Red Bull sponsoring chess tournaments? I'm not so sure about it. I know that they used to sponsor a couple of events.
Okay.
And I know that they still have some active sponsorship in India. I think that Tanya Sachdev is currently
Yes,
sponsored by
that's
Red
one I
Bull.
also remember.
But I don't know about Hikaru. I don't keep track of Hikaru. That would be keeping track of Hikaru's sponsors, like keeping up with like the opening repertoire of a super GM, right? It's like everything. Everybody's sponsoring Hikaru. The man is not really starving at the moment.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what his sponsorships are. I'm sure that there are plenty, but he has done a great service to the game. He's really put it out there. He's attracted a lot of young interest, of new interest into the game, a new type of generation of players that are not necessarily the players that see themselves as reaching their top potential in the chess world, but they just want to be entertained by the game, opening up those avenues towards entertainment. Because if you are a top GM at the moment, a young, aspiring grandmaster, trust me, you're not watching Hikaru's stream. There's nothing to learn from it. So you're just there for the entertainment.
Yeah, one of the things that I fear, okay, this is like the old fuddy-duddy in me, is this idea that, you really had to put the 10,000 hours, right? You really had to focus and concentrate and train and study books and training games and all of that stuff. And the whole streaming is really kind of entertaining, and it's not the training, the 10,000 hours. So when I see, a lot of the young players doing that, I'm thinking to myself, okay, it's nice, it's entertaining, it's keeping you engaged, but are you
Actually using your...
Yeah, are you learning anything? Are you progressing? I mean, it's wonderful that your blitz rating goes from 2,700 to 2,800 to 2,900, and you fancy yourself a great blitz player. Okay, but are you getting into the Sinkville Cup? Are you managing to make the Olympic team? Are you pushing your rifles in the national championships? Or are you eschewing all of the over-the-board events?
Especially because with online chess, there's so much, flagging and just cheap tricks. And it just makes it really hard to actually realize if you're actually improving your chess or if you're improving your
mouse skills.
Exactly, your hand.
Let's jump back into the game because
We
Fabi has gone into a deep think
God.
and help me out here, Alejandro. How long has he been thinking over this last move? I know it's a key move.
Yeah, but somebody wake this guy up.
Yeah, like come on.
18 minutes,
Whoa,
and he's
whoa,
got
whoa.
20 left.
Wow.
We're on move 23. It is an endgame, so it's a little bit more simplified. He might be looking at this lines with bishop f1 followed by bishop c4 after black moves. What else is he looking at? Maybe this temptation?
Which one? Bishop b1?
With the idea of bishop a2. It's the same kind of stuff, right?
Huh.
Dang.
There's a very big difference, though. The engines don't like this for a very engine reason. And it's the move knight b5, which is originally quite strange. Why
Knight
b5?
b5?
Yes, only knight b5.
What?
Yes. And the idea is that, well, you are threatening the knight. That's pretty clear.
Clear.
And if you go check, now after the move bishop e6, you don't have these beauties that we had in the other position. For example, after the move rook takes e6, knight takes e6, knight h takes f5, because this knight on e7 is not threatening knight takes c8,
Okay.
followed by knight d6 check like it was on the other variation with this knight here, right?
Right.
With this knight here, I have knight c8, knight d6. Without that, the knight is just straight up covering this.
Right.
Not only that, the knight is straight up covering this.
Right.
So black has the time to do g6.
Alejandro, I hate to cut you off. Fabi played a move.
It's
Bishop
another move,
takes
bishop takes f5, that he should be considering. The engines don't like it. Bishop takes f5, only one move for black that makes any sense in my world. Gotta take that bishop with the knight.
Right. Which, by the way, happens to be under attack by the bishop on f4.
Yes.
So therefore, knight takes f5 box.
So we will go down this line. Bishop takes, and now there's too many threats.
Right.
Knight takes, d4 is a threat, knight d6 is everything's a threat. You gotta take this.
Right.
No choice. Take. Gotta take again because
Same
knight d6.
story.
Same story.
Knight d6,
Forced.
knight d4.
Forced. Now, if you take here, bishop d6 starts being problematic. Check,
Rook e7.
weak king. Still some work to be done. The engines don't think this is dead, but it is certainly scary.
Nice for white.
Very nice for white. Yeah, h4 is coming. You have some problems with your king. The engine defense, I don't think humans like this.
Right.
The better move, instead of taking on b2, is this intermezzo. This is the key move.
Beautiful.
Knight d3 hits the rook. And now, if you go rook e7 check,
As before.
king f6.
Okay.
And in this case, because I'm hitting all of your pieces,
Ding, ding, ding.
it's not so easy for you to coordinate anymore.
Right.
I'm going to have to trade off some stuff. Knight takes f4 is also on tap, which is very, very important. And the engines are saying equal.
Wow.
So knight d3 is important. Rook e7 would be a bit of a mistake. And just still think that after rook e4, bishop takes b2, there are some chances, but really dwindling on the advantage. Really dwindling on the advantage. The engines hate the move bishop takes f5. Think this is a big mistake. Fabiano not playing for the initiative, instead playing for the material. Seems that black has just about enough resources to hold this into a draw if Nepo plays properly.
Knight takes f5, knight takes f5 on the board as we speak. I love your bishop takes f5.
It's the only move.
Yeah, it's the only move because the knight was threatening a fork with knight d6 check, hitting the king, the rook. But the knight is also hitting the bishop. Rook takes.
This feels very natural.
And here again, we talk about great calculators. Fabi, no question. Nepo, no question. So these two guys are actually looking at these forcing variations, and there's no question he's going to find this whole line continuing all the way to knight d3. And what a scary escape. This is, I mean, bishop takes f5 blew it.
Yep, it's the only way to put it.
well, that sucks.
Yep.
Well, see, technically,
As a neutral.
I'm usually Team Fabi because St. Louis Pride,
Right.
Fabi can't everything. But to be fair, I did choose Nepo for this tournament.
Get her out of there.
Swimming pool for you. Dunk into the swimming pool. But that whole 9 with knight to d3. Here we go. Here we go. I said Hikaru, ding. You come in halfway through the tournament. You pick Godzilla. Get out of here. This is really disconcerting because it was a real the novelty. This wasn't great, knight h4, but he got this playable position that he understood very well. He built up this nice advantage, we think that Fabi did, and to spoil it with one move, that's so darn frustrating, Alejandro. Comfort me here. Is there something that he could come up with?
We can go down the lines. This is forced, right?
Right. Pretty much. Bishop f5,
Yeah,
no
this is
box.
forced. I don't really know what else to do.
Rook e1, box.
Yeah, bishop b2, knight d6 is suicidal.
Right.
I mean, considering Nepo doesn't need to win, he's perfectly happy with a draw.
Of
I think
course.
Oh, yeah,
he
draw
would
is a
just-
win.
Yeah, he would just be very happy to just, trade up stuff as long as it's not causing any issues and just activate the pieces. Don't blunder.
Let's take a look at this. Check here. Do I have a trick here? Maybe it's just everything's hanging. I can't allow you to take on f4 and claim an advantage. That's silly.
That is true.
If I
Rook
play bishop
d7?
d6, sorry?
Rook d7?
No, but that's the thing. It's a check, right?
Oh, on f4.
But this is a check.
Yes.
So take and take.
Yeah, and then you're just happy.
You're pretty happy. Everything gets vacuumed.
Right.
So you don't want to do that. There's this move bishop d6. If you take, I have rook e4. It's kind of clever, actually. You attack this rook on f8 and attack the bishop. You can't defend both.
Right.
The problem is that you're not compelled to take on f5. There's this really cool counter move, rook d8. Hard to see from afar, honestly.
Right.
And the idea knight takes d4, rook takes d6 is cool for black. And if you play rook e4, dropping back, you have this kind of also hidden move. Bishop e7 is a threat, by the way.
Yeah.
Rook takes d4 is also a threat. But this also cool move, bishop c5.
Man, frustrating.
Defends everything. And
Yeah.
again, you have the issue that the knight on f5 is hanging, right?
Right.
Maybe he's looked at something like this, thought bishop d6 is super clever, gets me an advantage. I don't see how
Right.
black keeps the pawns alive. Because this, not so easy, I think. Even if you keep going down this variation, knight takes b2 and you go bishop b4 or f4, it is a bit of an advantage for white. Not a huge advantage,
Right.
as we were seeing in the bishop f1 lines,
Small updates.
but still an advantage.
Few moves have been played.
Rook takes, rook takes.
Oh, we're up to date. We're expecting that
So-
knight d. By the way, without knight d3,
Yes.
I can. I think Fabi will be back in the driver's seat. The
Yes.
problem is this move knight d3. Anything else, it's advantage
But
white.
knight d3 plays itself.
Yes.
I think bishop b2, bishop d6 horrifies
Stop.
you, right?
Right. Yeah.
At
just
that
stop.
point, yeah, you kind of stop. Bishop f6 just loses a pawn because you need to regain your material.
Clear.
So it's box. You're forcing Nepo to
93.
find good moves. And it's happened since here, right?
Yep.
You got box.
Yeah.
Box.
Yeah.
Like, well, jeez, this
Force,
is a threat.
force.
I guess box.
Yeah.
This is all a process of elimination.
Right.
Can't do that.
Nope.
This is the only way you could go wrong, maybe. But the only other move is knight d3. And you look at rook e7, king f6, that's not working. You might have to find a couple of moves down the road. You might even go into this variation with knight takes b2 at the end that we said, at least this is a little better for this one. That is a little better for white. And you might think, this is not so bad, I'll go for that. And then halfway there, you notice that you have rook d8.
Yeah.
So it might be that Fabi's forcing Nepo to find good moves, but at this moment, they're not just forced, they're pretty obvious.
Right. Sometimes forcing moves are good moves, and if you don't mind, Dorsa, just recall for me the times of the two players as they have just made move 27. Rook takes e1.
So Nepo has 33 minutes and Fabi is 18.
Okay.
So it's
As usual,
13 moves.
Nepo has more time on his clock
Yes.
than his opponent.
No,
But it's about the
Fabi-
position.
Yeah, he did spend a lot of time thinking over the last few moves right out of when he was out prepped.
Yeah.
Well, not out prepped, out of his preparation.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the position I don't think is gonna work out. And knight d3 was also played on the board. So
Going right down the variation. Now, again, one of the things that we've talked about multiple times is great calculating skills of Fabi. He could, when he played the move bishop takes f5, he could have spotted this. Do you think, again, it was this rook check, bishop d6, and maybe the because this is still, what you can calculate, right? Rook check, king here, bishop d6. Maybe Fabi had it in his mind that this was the only move, and then thanks to this move, he saw something about this position that he liked. Could it be that Fabi miscalculated something here, and after bishop d6 didn't see the move rook d8?
I'm about to find out. He's stopping right now after the move knight d3. He does have a couple options. He can play, for example, rook e4. But in these variations,
Yeah.
after you take on b2, you basically lost the tempo. Because bishop d6 doesn't hit
The
this
knight
guy.
on c5.
That was on c5, right? So because you're not hitting this knight on c5, I can play rook e8.
Right.
And I'm chilling. The bishop defends g7, rook e8 doesn't win a pawn, and it's just straight up equal. Actually, black is the one that is a bit better. So rook e4, bishop takes b2 doesn't help me. Yeah, if you take on f4, these are the type of variations that perhaps here you're hoping for something after rook b4, rook takes.
Right.
Even then, I'm not so sure. But it's this move that's straight up taking on b2. So if you don't have rook e4, the only thing that you can imagine is something like rook e2, hope that you cannot take on b2 because of a double attack.
Right.
For example, bishop b2,
Bishop
rook
d6.
d2. But you always have the problem that you hang f4 with check. So even though bishop b2 works, the more logical move, in my opinion, just take. Don't even worry about the fact that you're down a pawn, because this structure is shattered.
Right.
As long as I get this move, rook d8 in, and rook e7 doesn't work because of king f6 as usual,
Right.
you don't have anything. The rook endgame is a dead draw. And if you don't take on these here at this moment, I'll go bishop f6 next move. And it's clear black's fine.
Sorry, I just haven't caught up completely. So rook d2, bishop b6, trade the rooks, the minor piece ending, the double pawns, no problem.
yeah, it feels
In that position that you just had, rook e2, knight f4, gf4.
This one?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Rook d2, bishop b6.
Yeah, rook d2, bishop f6, no problem.
Yeah, and I take the pawn on b7.
You get your hand cut in the cookie jar.
Oh no, I hate that.
Knight's not making it out.
Well, b4 though. I mean, when necessary.
Let me make sure that I'm not blundering anything. Bishop c7 is more accurate, but bishop b6 also okay. b4, king d5.
Okay, I don't care. King g3. Let's go.
Let's go. And you want to get into this endgame after king c6, right?
Yes, that's exactly the endgame I want. I'm hoping that f5. I don't know if I'm winning a race. I don't know. I mean, really, I'm a couple of pawns up. I'm amazed that I could be worse, or
right,
it could be a
extra
3-result game.
pawn end games. That
Hello?
should be a
Right?
favorable.
I mean, the formula's been working for thousands of years,
I agree. The engine is probably
Even?
It says it's even, but it's playing very engine-like. Bishop g1, bishop e3 holds the balance because the knight's stuck. I don't force you to go into the endgame. I let you go knight c5 voluntarily.
Okay.
But that seems a little bit alien to me.
To me too. Yeah.
I think that perhaps after knight takes b7, it is more precise to just start with bishop c7 and try to pick this one up. Bring the
see.
king to d5 anyway.
Okay.
So you have a choice, knight c5, king d5, and let me in, or give up f4. And if you give up f4, the activity of the bishop and the king combined just about compensate the pawn.
Wow, crazy stuff. Thank you for that. Let's quickly take a look around the horn in the game of Ali Reza. Let's jump there.
Still
Richie,
no castle.
remember, Richie, I mean, come on. The guy actually won a game, and he's got big dreams. He's got to win a lot of games to realize his dreams. But the moment he is a couple of pawns up, his king is vulnerable, but I got to feel that this is a 3-result game.
Yeah, I feel like if Black could put the, in a perfect world, Black could put the king in safety, get the other rook out, yeah, then I would definitely choose to be Black as well. But we were talking about some ideas. I think it was right before Queen E5, right before Rook D8 was put. I think here we were talking about Knight G4
Yes.
or Queen E5. So like I think there's a few moves that are, it's a good flow. But again, I don't think Rook D8 is just comfortable as well.
But funnily enough, that was one of the moves that Alejandro said at the end. The Knight G4, Queen E5, Rook D8, 0-0-0s. Alejandro said, Rook D8, come on. I'm not playing Rook D8. I mean, I'm playing consequent moves. Knight G4 and Queen E5, Bishop B1, Queen E5. And we've caught up with the players. And again, I've got to say, this is a 3-result game. To my eyes, what's the times?
Rapport has 27 minutes. Ali Reza has 17.
Again, not the greatest time management by Ali Reza. Wow, this is really double-edged stuff. We'll keep our eye on that. Let's jump again. Has Raja seen ghosts?
Ooh.
When we left it, we saw that maybe after the very simple E takes F5 followed by Bishop E3 and or Queen C4, Timur was in much better position. He played Rook G2, takes, Queen takes, Rook. It still looks like Hikaru's in trouble to my eyes. I mean, Bishop E3, that pretty much plays itself. And so long as you're not getting at the king, Timur should be the one dictating. Also, by the way, check this out. Look at this.
Right? Yeah, that does look quite pretty.
So you start thinking, hey man, can I just play B5
and start push those babies?
Yeah, get them rolling. Hikaru in trouble in this one. And finally, what's going on in Ding Liren?
Oh yeah, Hikaru can't really afford to let this one
Not
slip,
at all.
right?
Every half a point is absolutely crucial here. And he's playing against Timur Radjabov. Somebody has a 1.5 lead over.
Yes.
Hikaru is looking at this game as maybe opportunity knocking. Timur says, "Wait a minute! Don't think that I can't spoil your result. I mean, I've spoiled my own, but I'd love to spoil yours as well."
Nice.
We left the Ding Liren game. Takes. Rook C4, Rook D8. I'm just catching up with the players now. Knight takes A5. Don't forget there's a back rank mate. Oops. Careful. G7, G6. Check. And now we've just about caught up with the players. Last move by Duda was the move Rook to C1, eyeballing Bishop E4, eyeballing Bishop takes A4 as well. Also, keep in mind the pawn on E4 is under attack. So
many loose stuff.
Yes, a lot of loose stuff. So I'm assuming Knight D6.
Sounds logical.
Excuse me, just a little bit of a cough there. Offering a trade of rooks? I don't know. My first thought is that maybe Ding Liren is to be better. Probably Alejandro's going to burst my bubble and say triple zeros or something.
Nice one.
Nice. He's lurking in the background there. Just
He's
look at that smile. Look at that smile. Like he's just like, just get me in there. And I'm going to come back to you, Alejandro. Jump in with the Fabi position.
Nothing's changed in the Fabi position.
Okay, sorry.
So let's take a look at why this is 0 before we get there. Knight d6, yes, you are exchanging the rooks, but I have to keep them on the first rank. And the bigger question in this position, how do you defend?
You got to move the king.
You got to move the king, right?
Right.
But then I continue. First of all, rook takes b4 is instantly okay.
Rook c7?
Rook c7 is good, but it's not crushing. You're taking on f7. Good job. I'll take on e4. Your structure is also very bad. Rook takes f7, of course, even loses to king g8.
Clear.
So you have to take with the knight.
Clear.
And you do have some threats.
Right.
But I'll just get out of them. King g8 is a little cold-blooded. Knight f6 is fine. If you want really cold-blooded, do your worst. You might pick up a pawn, but that's it.
Right.
You might give me a perpetual, but that's it.
Right.
So after rook c1, knight d6, rook b1, that is a possibility. If you want to be a little bit trickier with black, you might want to play for a win. Knight h5, take on f4, and this king feels bit uncomfortable, right?
Right.
It's
Damn.
There's a lot of threats. Rook b4 is also always on tap, and this bishop is getting just hit by the other pieces in pretty much every variation.
Exactly.
So it starts to become play on one goal. Now, by the way, if you really want to go for this, just go greedier and take on b6. It's still the same recipe. You go rook b1, not rook a1 in this particular position because the knight defends.
Right.
And it's kind of the same scenario. How do you defend against bishop e2? You could go back so that on bishop e2 you just have knight e3. But after bishop takes, the pressure on the first rank will eventually make the b4 pawn fall. e4 is also under attack right now. Even, Steven, no problems here for either player.
Crazy.
It's crazy, but that's what the engines say, and it's approved. Can we see if Fabi's made a move? Fabi has not made a move, and he has 6 minutes and 50 seconds.
For 13 moves,
for
right?
13 moves of chess.
He's
Fabi
gonna start
must be feeling that he blew it.
Yeah, my heart. My heart would be beating that extra.
Splits.
Going and usually 5 minutes. When I have 5 minutes on the clock, then I really start feeling like I'm under pressure.
With increment or without?
Without increment. Increment changed the world.
Yes.
I mean, that time trouble didn't become time trouble anymore, and people like Alexander Grishuk said, "You give me 30 seconds every move. This is a luxury. I mean, it's unbelievable." But yeah, in the old school, the time control that we're using for this event without increment, the moment I got to 5 minutes, and if I had to make more than 5 moves, that was when I was really getting scared. 12 moves, 6 minutes, such an important game, so crucial to the standings. Yeah, I'm sure Fabi's getting quite nervous.
I mean, Fabi's feeling it.
Right.
Fabi's feeling the pressure. Fabi's feeling that he had it.
Right.
That there must have been something in that scary position with the king on f7, and then with this knight dropped on d3, this isn't as scary as it should be.
Right.
That something's gone wrong, and he's searching and searching and searching and searching, and he's coming up empty. He's played the move rook e4, to which we expected the pretty simple move, take on b2.
And because there's no knight on c5, the move bishop d6 is kind of an empty move. It doesn't, I mean, the rook would move to e8 again, as Alejandro points out. This bishop on b2, not only did it just snap off a pawn, it's a great defender.
It's a great defender. The position is just
G7.
equal. There's more than one way to equalize it as white, but there's no way to play for more according to the engines. Also, you could take on f4. There's completely different lines. I just don't see why you would give the extra resources to white. The knight on d3 currently covers b4.
Yeah.
So, and that also the possibilities of the discoveries. So if you go back a couple of moves and instead you put that move, bishop takes b2 instead.
Yep.
Oh,
No, knight d3.
There's bishop d6, yep. So knight d3, rook e4, yeah.
Yeah, and then bishop b2. The knight on d3 has a job.
Yes.
It covers b4.
Protects b2, it hits f4. It just at what you said. It
So don't give it away. Don't give the knight on d3 away for the bishop. Take on b2 first. So Nepo's done.
Quickly.
Triple zeros.
Triple zeros. Boy, what's it with the American? Nepo is, I think you were saying that your trainer told you to win an event, you need to get lucky.
Very lucky, yes.
And Nepo had a very difficult, bad position against Nepo, and he came out of it easy draw. Same thing today. Nepo was really in difficulties, and he relied upon Fabi to bail him out, to move bishop f5. So this is 2 games where, you know, he can thank his lucky stars, and he's going to be in first place by a whole point.
Yes, also the game against Rapport, it was, I think that was an extra half point that he didn't really sign up
the
for.
the draw versus, no, I insist on committing suicide.
Speaking of Richard, and I don't want to use this word suicide so often. I mean, it's such a negative word.
I know, it is,
but
right?
it is the word that he used to describe his own play of chess, Richard Rapport, that is. And it seems that he is not stopping. This position is crazy messy.
Right.
Crazy messy.
God.
But you can imagine White does have some ideas in the position. What it is right now, I am not sure. You could play h6 or h5, give yourself the possibilities of knight g4. h6, g5 might be an idea. You can also play rook d7, solidify your position a little bit, try to keep the f7 pawn defended. You never know when running the king would be useful for you.
Mm-hmm.
Move that I would never think about, like it would not cross my mind, is to attack this rook,
And force it to
force
f5.
it to f5 so that White's pieces come into the attack.
Right.
It's just crazy to me. This happened in the game.
Yeah.
Queen b2, Alireza played rook g1, rook e1 the Engines liked more, but after rook g1, he went back with the move bishop e6. He must have thought this position that you have nothing better than to retreat.
Right.
Oh, intermezzos, baby.
Nobody's retreating here. Queen g3 is the correct move in here. Taking on g7. I don't care about the rook if you take first. I care about your king.
Yikes.
This king's dead.
Oh.
If you
Yikes.
run, queen d6, queen c6.
That's terrible.
You can't, so you don't have the time to run.
No.
But, yeah, I was lying. I do care about your rook. Queen g7 is also a threat because it just targets everything and the rook's totally trapped.
Right.
So how do you defend your king here? Main threat, rook e1, queen d6. You got to take care of that first. Can't move the rook down because queen b8.
That's terrible.
Moving the rook that way doesn't help you. So what is your move?
So after the move queen g3, I am not capturing the rook and opening up the e-file. I'm doing something. Can't my knight move? I've got my queen on b2 defending g7.
And that's the best move. You got to put the knight somewhere.
Right.
It only has one square. Can't go to h5. This is defended. That's not a move. This is defended. g8 is not a move.
No.
Got to go to d7.
Yay.
Only move. You hit my bishop, and as usual, I don't care that you take my rook. I play bishop d6. I defend the bishop from knight takes c5. Not the hardest move to find.
I wrote a book. Take my rooks. Take my rook, please. No, bishop d6 is a great move. Okay, and now no, I can't play f6. I have to go g6, f6 to rescue my king?
Kind of, but g6, I have rook f2, which I think is the more natural move. I'm not sure why rook f2 it doesn't like as much. Rook f2 it also thinks is good. The Engines think that rook f1, and because you're giving yourself more and more dark square weaknesses, unless you can patch them right now, you're kind of busted. The Engines are finding some magical queen e2 to keep in the game. Forget about that.
I have to say,
The question is this, right?
Queen g3 was played.
Good.
So Firouzja found Queen g3. So
There we
Excellent
go.
move.
yeah.
e5,
Right?
and what do you do now?
Well, I got to go f5. I got
gotta
to
go
close.
F5.
I got to keep the position closed.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Checkmate.
It's just me.
That hurt. That hurt. Sorry. Miss
Yeah.
Queen h4 altogether. That's a killer.
I don't think I fully understood why Richard just started to, hunt down that rook. What did he think was going to happen?
We're confused because inviting the rook to f5 is extraordinarily
Inviting the rook to
provocative.
f5 to hit it with your move bishop e6 is asking to be published in a book.
Richard Rapport's greatest hits, and he's on the receiving
poor
end.
guy.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness! So we'll keep that in mind. Just checking in on Ding Liren. Yeah, it went in that whole variation you were talking about.
Wait.
Knight takes b6. When we left it just here, Dorsa.
Yeah.
It was knight takes b6, and rook to b1, the expected
Yes.
move. And because of this threat of bishop e2, you had to get off this first rank. And here, everybody would be very eager to play the move rook takes b4, as well as knight takes e4. But Alejandro said, if you
Yeah.
really are feeling it, Black is actually attacking white's king, and the move knight h5, giving up these two connected passed pawns to try to hunt
But
the
that's
king.
a little too scary for me. I mean, I
Understood, but check it out. I've got
It's-
threats of mate, and
okay. I'm convinced.
Well, I mean, there is bishop takes and rook takes.
Yeah.
It's okay. He did the grandmaster's move. He didn't go for the knight h5 business. He
Yeah.
went rook takes like a normal human being. But something to be said about that knight h5 business, Alejandro.
Well, knight h5 was fine. What he played in the game with rook takes b4, it really invites complications, right? You're gonna go a5.
Forced box.
And I don't know, do you take on e4? Do you go knight h5? It seems that Duda is giving himself a more narrow path towards equality, at least according to the engines.
Okay.
Because if you take on e4, this idea of playing rook c1, rook a1, it's both as natural as it is strong. Put the rook behind the pawn.
Right.
Use the fact that you have this strength, and don't let this rook come into the fray. Now, of course, you don't want to cash in. You don't want to play a move like a6 and try to get this in, because rook b3 comes right on time. Remember that this bishop on f3 will be defending on this diagonal. So for something like a7, check, forcing the king to g1, knight d2 reminds you that rook b1, rook takes f1 is a threat.
Yep.
So you're not quite on time as Ding Liren to push it all the way.
Let's jump. Sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes.
let's jump quickly to the game between Fabi and Jan, because a lot of moves, and again the
Yes.
times, Dorsa,
he has
please.
3 minutes less, like 2.5 minutes now.
Two
for
and a half
9
minutes for
moves.
Fabi.
I understand.
Oh,
Bishop
boy.
takes b2. When we left it, we said, oh my gosh, we've given up the advantage, but let's see what's happening after bishop e3. Bishop takes, and we've caught up with the players right now. Again, I apologize, Dorsa.
Oh,
What's the
it's
times?
2.5 minutes for Fabi, and Nepo has
25.
25.
For
yeah.
8 moves? For
Yes, 8 moves. Oh,
And is
time
it
to
triple
blitz it.
zeros still, Alejandro?
It's not quite triple zeros if you really want to make things worse for the American viewers, and we know that we have a lot of Fabi fans in St. Louis.
Yes, we
it's
do.
minus 0.3.
No kidding.
So, well, look at the position.
Okay,
you have a
I
pass
get
pawn.
you.
Would you rather
Yeah.
be black or white?
Right? Wow. I mean, no. I mean, the pass pawn obviously is dictating the action. Black's the
Rushing
one
to
with
disaster.
the rushing to a disaster. We got to catch the disaster before it's too late. I mean, I've got an unscheduled fall coming up.
Ouch.
Objectively, this should be a draw. There's no way you can convince me otherwise.
Right.
Materials too reduced. The king on f7 is not amazing. Yeah, you have a pass pawn, but even in a terrible scenario where I go bishop takes g7 and sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns or something, it should end in a draw. But who's making the draw?
Right. So bishop takes g7. Oh, excuse me.
And you could have put it last move. Instead of rook e2, you could take on g7 and just say, look, yes, this is not an ideal endgame, but bishop takes rook e7 is just the end of the game. It's just Fabi didn't want to finish the game. Either way, right?
Yeah.
I think I would have started taking on b7 so that the rook on g7 doesn't allow you king g6 at the end.
Right. Understood. And after bishop takes g7, c7. Maybe there's a rook a2 check.
But I don't think it changes very much because I go king g1, I think.
Okay.
And bishop c5, bishop d4 just doesn't do anything.
No, I was going to take the piece for sure.
Check here, and same scenario.
You wanted to take
b7.
on b7. Well, I'd just be a little bit nervy.
All right, now with my king on g1, I agree. All right, let's take the bishop first.
Exactly. That's kind of where I was thinking. This. And you're trying to bail. I get it. You're trying to bail, but, you know, are you doing a good job? Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Take on h7.
Well done. Yeah, well done. Okay, but he did not do that. He did play instead the move rook e2. Mm-hmm. And is it time to play b5?
Yeah, I think b5 is a very logical move. b5, you probably want to play rook d2 as white to start harassing black's pieces.
Right.
We just play on.
For argument's sake, how do we feel about pawn to g6 to just, you know, kick that knight away too? Because the knight on f5 does look pretty.
The knight on f5 is kind of bothersome, no question about it. I guess this knight will...
Not a lot of choices.
Not a lot of choices.
Yeah.
Not a fun move to play, though.
No.
No, 93 it does feel clumsy.
True. I think that's a good word, clumsy. But what was the coordinating moves that Fabi had, that bishop f1 move and followed by bishop to c4 check, the piece coordination has been lost.
Guys, it seems to be a bad day for Team USA.
Right.
Great day for Nepo because Hikaru is in deep trouble.
Wow.
Yes.
Take a look. If he draws this game,
Yep.
full point ahead of Fabi, and that's if he draws.
Right.
In this position,
Hikaru
just played queen d5 because he found nothing better.
Right.
If Radjabov says queen takes d5 is pretty good,
Pretty good.
that's an
I'll take
endgame.
it.
Up a pawn with a
take
pass
it.
pawn on the a4 side. That's great.
Right.
The edges say, yeah, that's close to a decisive advantage. The edges have this really esoteric move, rook e2. I'm not really sure about it. I don't know. I think I would just take. He's actually played the move queen g4. So this one I was actually considering because it sacrifices a pawn.
Right.
You kind of have to take on f3. There's no other logical
The
move because
knight on h5 is trapped.
Right. But unlike the other positions where you play c takes d5 and you control some central squares, here you regain material parity, but I don't care about your kingside pawns. I just care about that. So I'll defend this guy, I think, with knight c4. And then I'll put my pawn on a5. The engines say clear advantage white, but I am positive that the more you feed this to an engine, the higher up it will go. There are variations where the pawn gets to a7 and it's just chilling there.
Right.
So this looks borderline lost, if not actually lost, for Hikaru.
So queen g4 was an excellent move.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, by Timur. It's very strange that sometimes, and queen takes f3, what did you want Hikaru to play? It's very strange that sometimes here you are, you're doing great in a tournament, you know, you're tied for second, everything's going, and you're playing the player who's in the last place. And that last place player plays the tournament of his life. And that's what's happening.
Yes.
Timur is probably playing his very best game of the tournament so far, at least. And he is really in the driver's seat. And I remember Vasily Ivanchuk, who lost 5 games in the candidates, crushing Vladimir Kramnik in a model game in the final round of the candidates.
This was something we were talking about recently. I can't remember if it was with Alejandro, if it was with VAR, or if it was with you. We were saying something like, you know, it's such a close event. All these 8 players are just, you know, so similar in strength. It's just a matter of, you know, who slept better or who had a better preparation. Or it's just so many different other things, not just the chess strength. So, of course, it's very... interesting to see how someone like Radjabov, who's such a strong grandmaster, just, you know, bounces back in one game and gives the Americans a run for their money.
By the way, I think that Timur's last move, rook e2, Alejandro, actually, that wasn't as convincing. I loved your move, knight c4.
Best by the engine.
I thought knight c4, just protecting e3.
Rook e2 is better than knight c4 according to the engine.
Rook e2 is better?
I just put knight c4 in because I thought it was a more human move.
I thought it was a good move. Rook e2, I thought allowed c5.
Rook e2, c5, knight c6. The engines say wonderful understanding by Timur Radjabov. The position is plus 2.6. Black is busted.
Wow. Okay, we know that the prime squares for knights are c6 and f6. And that knight is on a prime square, and all you got to do is push those queenside pawns.
It's pushing, baby. I mean, you got a knight on h5, right? And
doing nothing.
Doing nothing. e5 is threatened.
Right.
How do you defend e5? Just answer that first, right?
I guess I got to go e4.
Yeah, thank you for the tempo, right?
Right.
Knight d4 is strong, a5 is strong, b5 is strong. I think there are some plus 2.6 positions that we look at, and you think about it, wow, what a narrow path to victory. There's so much intrigue.
Right.
But here it's just like, well, when my knight's on c6, I guess I'll push my pawns. There's not a lot of intrigue there. The only intrigue is what is the defense that black is trying to put up to not resign immediately once this pawn actually makes it to b6, because it will.
Yikes. Yikes. Okay, let's just jump back to the Fabi game because, again, he's very, very short on time. There is no increments in these first two time controls.
Yes.
After the move rook e2, Dorsa, he liked your move g6, knight e3, rook b8, and we've caught up with the players after knight c4.
Yeah, I guess luckily, if you want to look at it that way, there's not a lot of intrigue into this position without the move b5, and the bishop's doing a very nice job.
Stopping b7,
Stopping b7, b5. I think this one, with the move rook d8 specifically.
So he could have gone for b5. He went for g6, and rook d8. Was that necessary then?
No, he could have started with b5, I guess. But also, I don't think that he's thinking, oh, should I win this position? It's not like he's winning, right? With this super slight advantage. So he's thinking, just a draw is fine.
Of course.
Rook d8, rook d6, and he can play any kind of move in this position. Rook c6 looks pretty logical to me, since there's no knight e5, and I think it forces rook e4.
Right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And both of those things are true. He did play rook c6, and rook e4.
Quickly on the board.
Box, only move. At this point, I can start asking questions. I can go bishop g7, just because why not develop the bishop. You can go rook e6 and say, well, if you have rook d4, I can start simplification tactics with knight b2. That might be a lot to calculate, so let's go knight e5 so I don't have to deal with rook d7. I'm not risking anything as black in any variation.
Well, anything that produces the draw, I think Jan is just going to say, hey, look,
of course.
I got a 1 point lead with just 4 remaining rounds? No, 5 remaining rounds? Round 9. It's 14. I'm so used to counting odd number. Like when you get the Sinkfield Cup, you got 10 players and single round robins.
I believe there's 5 more left.
5 more rounds. I've got a 1
point.
Right. I've got a 1 point lead. Bishop g7 on the board. Jan is closing out the tournament in style. Any time you go through a super strong round robin tournament undefeated, it's a great accomplishment. That's exactly what you want as a top grandmaster. Undefeated, brilliant. And that's what he's put together. What to say? Just tip of the hat. F4. Again, opportunities for maybe rook e6. Like the idea of knight b2 as well.
More exchange.
Yeah, more trades. Get them off the board. I like rook and bishop versus rook and knight. So there we have it. And Ding Liren?
I don't think there's anything that
well, when
crazy
we left
going on there, but
it looks like Duda's doing. Can Duda be better? That's a great
if
bishop.
I can grab the
That's a great bishop on the long diagonal, and it's a nice structure, and there's some weak pawns on the king side. Alejandro,
you know the evaluation. Come on.
Get out of here.
Come on.
Really? Yeah. I mean, any chances though that black could be better?
There's chances black can be worse.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, make a move.
Make a move. I want to take a pawn. Let's start with knight takes e4.
Already worse.
Lunchtime.
Huh?
Already worse.
Already worse.
Yeah, after knight c4, you're strangely dominated. And I think this is kind of a hidden resource of the position. Knight e5 kicks out that bishop right from the diagonal.
Clear.
I want to play also just a6, a7, a8.
That is true.
If you move this knight to give yourself room,
Yeah.
knight d2
Forks.
If you lose this bishop, suddenly
I'm not
the
happy
a pawn.
about. No. I want to stop the a-pawn, so I start with bishop takes e4.
And I think that's the much better move. Bishop takes e4. The issue for black is that after rook a1, I will at some point pretty soon play bishop g2. Challenge this guy. If I start with the move bishop takes e4, bishop e2, you're on time here to take rook a3, and I cannot defend this pawn.
I'm behind the pawn.
You're behind the pawn, and it's difficult for me to defend it. So you have to do this in the proper order. You take on e4, first you put the rook behind the pawn, and then you go bishop g2. Now, is it the end of the world? No, the computer says you survive even if you trade the bishops. But I don't think that black is ever winning this. Once in a while, I promote this pawn when you blink your eyes for too long. So I don't think black's the one playing for the edge, no.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I've just been told that there are threats of a repetition. What that means is that after rook e6, king, there are some checks.
Yeah, and that
by
would be
the
over.
Knight.
That would be over, right?
And you're tethered to defending the rook.
How about king f2, rook takes e4, knight d6?
We call that playing for the loss.
How do you play for the loss? Rook takes check, and I'm assuming we're moving our king. Sure. And, well, sorry, did I do something wrong here?
No, I mean, king e6 does run into forks. But you're not playing for an advantage for white, right? It's black that has a pass pawn. You have to be a little objective about that.
Right.
If anybody's going to be better in that endgame, it's black. It's never white. Even a 3 versus 2 is such a dead draw. And he's played knight e1.
He's played knight e1 check, king e3. So we are expecting that...
knight c2 or knight g2. I don't think there's a difference.
Knight c2 was played in
Knight
the
c2
board.
played. Guys, we're beelining for a draw in this one.
Right.
King f3 was played.
King f3, knight e1.
Well, they have my time, so at least Fabi's not going to have the time issue.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Really?
But for Nepo, what a save. He needed the help of his opponent. That
Guys, it's over.
Wow.
Nepomniachtchi has survived a great pressure. He was put into the pressure cooker. Fabiana brought a novelty, brought the power. Nepo even played a dubious move with knight d6, and Fabi found queen a4 after a long think, giving him a huge edge. One move, it was all it took for Fabi to destroy his advantage. Nepo takes his chances and will be 1 point ahead of the field with 5 rounds left to play in Madrid.
Bravo, bravo.
Congratulations to...
Before we go on break, I just wanted to stop in on the game with Firouzja just for a moment.
That pawn
because,
is running.
well, yeah, but look at the fact that Black's king remains stuck in the center, and the bishop is just eyeballed this pawn on c6. You play a move like bishop takes c6, it could be an eternal pin.
Yes.
You could never get out. And we do have queen, sorry.
No, I just want to point out after bishop takes c6, there's another 2 pawns that are also
winking like bowling pins.
Yes, thank you.
So I guess we move our queen. Where should we move
queen
our
a7 look?
Queen a7. I was also eyeballing queen f3. The one thing I don't want to see more or less is bishop to d5. So I was thinking that you can't play bishop d5, I trade and I mate on f7. But if I land with bishop takes, I think it's time for you to just maybe sacrifice a piece. And it looks like Ali Reza is really doing very, very well.
Very well, he's +6.
+6?
Oh.
This game is over.
Wow.
This game is over. You got queen a7.
What you like.
Thank you.
And you just resign. And you can't prevent bishop takes c6.
Well, what
you
was
want to
that
go bishop d5?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Takes, have another pawn.
Whoa.
Congratulations. takes. There's many ways of skinning this cat, but basically all you have to do is go rook f2, rook f1, rook f8.
And queen e7 mate.
And queen e7 mate at the end. There's nothing you can do about it.
Wow.
None of your pieces are playing. Your rook's stuck, the knight can't move, the queen has no threats. It's over.
Wow. Well, for Ali Reza, a victory. And boy, long time in coming. As we go in break, we're just going to take a look at our current standings. One game already after round 9 in the books. Fabi failing to convert what we thought was a significant advantage. Nepo undefeated, full point in the lead. This gives him almost a 90% chance of winning. While another one of his close rivals, close, 2 point, Hikaru in big trouble as we go on break.
Yes. We'll be back shortly.
We'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Dorsa. It's a bloody day today.
It is.
We have seen one crucial draw by our tournament leader. Nepo makes his draw against his nearest rival, Fabi, more or less. I'm not going to say secure first, but, you know, at that point, lead looms large. Ali Reza.
He won a game.
He won a game.
My
Our
countryman.
congratulations. When we left it in this position. Richie in dire straits. Bishop takes c6. Everything has gone wrong. King f7. Bishop takes b5. Dorsa, just what you want to do. All those pawns are like bowling pins. They're just dropping. And queen h5, queen e4. Okay, Richie lashed out with his last cheapo. He played the move knight takes e5, hoping that after bishop takes e5, rook to d5, he could somehow make a double attack against the bishop on b5 and the bishop on e5 and win back his piece.
But
no doing.
Intermezzo.
Bishop dropped back with a tempo. Bishop b5 to e2 with a tempo against the queen on g5. And now when the queen moves, now you take on e5. There is no rook b5. There's no opportunity to win back the piece. Richie had enough, and our congratulations to Firouzja for his first victory in the Candidates Tournament. He came with high expectations. It took him 9 rounds.
I mean, it's the one to remember. Hopefully he'll get another chance to play in a different year, and this will always be his first ever candidate win. Exactly.
But there are winning positions galore, including, check this one out, Timur Radjabov, who hasn't won a classical game in quite some time. I just don't know how long it's been.
3 years.
Come again, Alejandro?
3 years and 36 games of classical chess.
Wow.
Timur Radjabov has been able to win any of them. But he chose today. He chose today to break his streak and say, guys, remember me? I can win games too.
Wow.
And this is just over. This knight on b6 is attacking the rook on a8.
Right.
That's easy enough. There's no other move. If you take on a7, you even take on c8.
With check.
With check, if you take my pawn, I can take the rook. There's actually even better moves than taking the rook, but we're not going to get into that. So knight takes b6 is forced, rook takes b6. My threat is to go rook b8 and take the rook. Only move is king c7. Otherwise, you give up the rook.
Right.
The problem is that after this check, where do you put your king?
I assumed I took the pawn.
And then I go rook b8.
And rook d8, and that's all she wrote.
And that's it. That's an extra rook.
Yep.
Yes, actually, knight b6 was the move that you were mentioning during lunch. You were like, oh, what about knight b6? You were just casually checking out and just mentioning. Nice.
Nice, yeah. No,
Finally,
knight
players
b6.
listening to you.
The training. I try very, very hard. But should Hikaru lose, it's one of those really heartbreaking losses because it's one of those things where you come from making this enormous effort the day before.
Yeah.
What Hikaru put into the game in his victory over Fabiano, superhuman. I mean, what you calculate, it's remarkable. And then you give the point back the next day just like that. And you just feel like, terrible. Anyway, a big loss that really deals a blow.
This is huge, guys. They exhausted each other yesterday.
Exactly.
How long was that marathon game?
Oh.
7 hours? 6 almost.
I went home, did a face plant. I mean, the players
and they went home to prep.
Right.
They went home to prep their next game.
I know.
And they didn't find the energy.
Exactly.
They just didn't find the energy.
I think that's a beautiful way of describing it. They didn't have the energy. They exhausted themselves. Not Fabi's best effort, but taking nothing away from Timur. He put together a very, very nice game. He's going to win. Now, what about your pick?
Don't even remind me. Thank you for the reminder.
How about Mr. Ding Liren?
He's about to finally win. You know what? I'm not going to jinx him. He's better in this position. He has a couple of moves to obtain a winning position, but he's on the verge. So many things happened. Things changed. We eventually got here after time control.
Okay.
You see that this rook somehow took on f7 with check, which is kind of shocking. There was no reason to allow that. we have this position in which the pawn on a6 is currently hanging.
Okay.
And there are some problems because the knight is tethered to the rook on f7.
All right.
Now, the move, rook a7, is pretty strong, but it does put the rook in front of the pawn.
Right.
You don't really want to do that. You want to solve your position tactically, and you start wondering if you can play the move rook b7. What's the point of rook b7 in this kind of positions? Is that if you take with the bishop, I take with the pawn, and I promote.
No stopping.
No stopping my b pawn. And I'm hitting your knight. Unfortunately, in this particular position, knight takes a6 is good enough for black. After bishop takes a6, both rook takes a6 and bishop takes b7 are fine.
Okay.
So you don't really want to do that as white. What you want to do in this position, the most precise move, is a surprising f3. You might be wondering, what does that move do? In many cases, it just kills the bishop on this diagonal. There will be a couple of variations in which the tempo is useful. You may be wondering, why not take on f3? After all,
the knight
takes f3, king takes f7.
Ah.
The difference in this variation, I go rook b7.
I get you.
And now after knight takes a6, I have an extra resource of taking the bishop. Now, of course, after f3, I would expect the move bishop d5. But in this case, these variations after rook a7 are just a little bit more dangerous for black. f3 is precise. It is a hidden resource, in my opinion, in this move, because the move rook a7 just does appear to be much more natural, in my view. And then try to play f3 later, kick out this bishop. You can also go h4, h5. It does say why it's winning. That white is winning is definitely not as straightforward as the Radjabov game. There's still a lot of work to be done here for the Chinese superstar. So we might be seeing some of these players in the cellar getting some points. This is the current standings with 2 games finished from today's round, as Alireza catches Richard Rapport with that victory over the Hungarian, and Fabiano and Jan Nepomniachtchi split their points.
It's amazing to me to say this. With this win, Alireza, after 9 rounds, brings himself up to -1.
Wow.
What? What? That's crazy.
Wow.
But if Dingleren could win, I actually think he's at 3.5. He could leapfrog these 2 players and actually tie with Hikaru for 3rd place with 4.5 points. I mean, what? Dingleren has been in the cellar, and that would be quite an achievement. One of the things that Jeffrey Zhang, Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, came on the show, and I asked him about Dingleren, and he said, well, you know it very well, Yasser. You got to go with somebody. You got to have somebody to talk to, somebody to unload on your frustrations, what have you. And Dingleren came to this event alone. I'm sure he's Skyping with people. Is that, Alejandro, because of the incredible restrictions that the Chinese players were under, and he couldn't bring a team with him?
I mean, he could, you would think so. It's difficult to get back to China. There is a very strong quarantine currently in China if you're returning from abroad. The restrictions are still very, very strong. You would have to quarantine for 2 weeks. They are not sending a team to the Olympiad. It's not like they're barred from attending. It's not that they can't get out of the country. It's just that returning is incredibly uncomfortable. You actually have to do quarantine 2 weeks in the port of entry and another week in whatever province that you end up going to. So it's pretty strong. People are not really willing to do that. That being said, it's the candidates. You could convince anybody to go with you.
Right.
Couldn't convince a single soul to say that, you know what, this is the moment of your life. I'm going to sacrifice 3 weeks in an hotel. I'll survive it.
Right?
And
a career.
yeah, and it's something he's done before. Remember that for the previous candidates, he spent 3 weeks in somewhere near Moscow quarantining himself.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the players had that issue as well. They had to come into the country early. There was a quarantine when the candidates was being held. What was the city, by the way? It wasn't Novosibirsk. What was the city that the...
Yekaterinburg.
One more time.
Yekaterinburg.
You can say it. But right, they had to come in early because there was a quarantine in Russia and they had to acclimate and da-da-da-da-da. So he was there early for that one as well.
Yeah, so But still, going alone, oh man.
If I'm not mistaken, I read that online about a week ago that US was lifting the restrictions, so like you don't actually need to do testing to come into US anymore.
Exactly. That was just very recently.
yeah.
I came from Holland, and I didn't have to do a test. That was easy. And by the way, it's official. Hikaru goes down a defeat. That's his second defeat. We talked about that more or less very early in the show, the broadcast, that you can suffer a defeat, but it's very, very rare that you're going to qualify, win the candidates with 2 defeats.
Yeah, and we have our
this loss was very hard.
updated standing, I believe.
Timo Radjabov
Yes.
gets his first victory as well. They couldn't win a game for 9 games, Alejandro, and then suddenly
Boom, boom, boom.
players who were at the bottom of the cross table get their first victory. How did they do it? What's going on?
We had this question asked earlier in the tournament. What happens in the first half? What happens in the second? When are players going to start opening up? And a lot of these players are looking at this tournament and they say, you know, first is impossible. And even that outside chance that Magnus was talking about, that second place, the World Championship match, even that is really outside of my picture. I mean, take a look at Duda's score at this point. It's not even half of Nepo's.
Oof.
Wow.
Right? When you think about it that way.
Wow.
So
he's lapping?
Oh, completely.
Yeah.
So when you think about a player's perspective, a player that comes into this tournament to win it all, is prepped for weeks, has hired not 1, not 2, but multiple coaches to work with you, and it's not even halfway, and your chances are, according to the statistical models,
Minus?
0. Literally 0.
You're out of here.
You're out of here. You're mentally out of there.
Yeah.
You just mentally check out.
Right.
When you're done, like, why should I show my best prep anymore?
Right.
You know, I have to ask, have you ever had a tournament like that you
What?
would like to talk about? You know, you've had that, one tournament that you wish you could erase and you just couldn't really get
Right.
yourself in.
I had one where it never happened to me before. It never happened to me afterwards. But I lost a game I shouldn't have lost. I was really angry, and I wanted to win the next one badly to get back the point I just threw away. And I lost that one too. It's like, geez, back-to-back losses. And then my opponent in the third consecutive loss defeated me well. I mean, no complaint. So I had lost 3 games in a row. Never happened to me again thereafter. It was in the Linares. I had caught a cold.
Oh.
And I thought they changed the rules. Like something about the pieces, the rules had got changed. The world was upside down. Nothing made sense. Everything I calculated went wrong. It was a really horrifying experience. And like I said, fortunately, it never happened again. But those 3 losses, it was easily the worst tournament of my life. Easily.
Long Castle.
Long Castle. But yeah, if I could take that tournament off my career list, that would have been okay. What was your word? Everything went wrong for you.
The thing is,
Alejandro.
I wouldn't erase the entire tournament because I started Vikings 2005 with a draw against Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, it looks okay.
Yeah.
Were you white or black?
I was white.
Oh, well,
And I finished the tournament with -7.
Oof.
Oof.
I made a couple of draws here and there. And again, Yasser, at some point it really felt like the pieces were, I don't know, backgammon, maybe checkers.
Somebody changed the rule book.
Somebody changed some of the rules. Like at some point I looked at a move I just made and I was wondering, can she push the pawn and just attack both of my pieces? And I was like, wait a second. I'm down a piece. What is going on? It was a game against Alexandra Kostenyuk.
Oh.
Yes.
And she looked at me and she was like, okay, and she pushed her pawn. And then I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm down a piece. What to do? That was a terrible time. Not to mention that, man, when you have a terrible time in Vikings specifically,
Yeah.
it's not like you go outside and you're enjoying the weather.
Right.
It's pretty cold.
That was one of the brutal events. at the time there was a tournament in Hastings, England, on the
My
southern
brother just
coast.
played there.
There you go. Okay, but at one time they had this invitational Grandmasters round robin. Tigran Petrosian came, Roman Gingiashvili, all of these great superstars came to the event. But when you went to Hastings, it was 100% you caught a cold.
Oh.
It was freezing.
Oh my God.
So whenever you had a bad a result in Hastings, it was doubly bad because you were going to catch a flu, you were going to be upset. There was nothing remotely redeeming about this event. It was all bad. But yeah, having a bad result in Bermuda, you can go and enjoy something about Bermuda. Yeah, but okay.
Chess tournaments in Hawaii. I would love to go.
There was a U.S.
my team
Open in
to send
Hawaii.
me.
Yeah. How about that, Coach? I mean,
Can we organize a tournament in Hawaii?
That works for the SLU students.
Oh, well, I might have to ask Mizuha
sounds like
at this
it has to
point.
be organized.
Sounds like a forced. Okay. We have one game remaining.
That's
Alejandro.
Go
we
back
have
to
a
it.
couple of updates in that one, by the way.
Please.
Lin Loren did play the move Rook A7 immediately.
He did not include the move F3.
Not a
though.
huge deal.
Not a
And
huge deal.
I expect the Rook to move somewhere because it attacks the Knight.
Yes.
I assume Rook C7. You don't really want to take, even though it does work according to the engine.
Okay.
You have to find this move F3 anyway to get out of the problems, then so you can play Bishop C4 later.
Okay.
But I think it's more natural to just play Rook C7, just because this configuration of pawns might be difficult for black. Now, you could try Knight D4, or you could try Knight takes E5. Let's check this out. Knight takes E5, pawn takes E5. How does white make progress? The idea is to push the pawn. F3 is fine. This pawn doesn't matter.
Okay.
So you can just jettison the pawn, play F3, and then play for Bishop C4. Force the rook to decide where it wants to go. You also have Bishop takes E6 check. You can bring the king in, and eventually white wins. Like straight up wins.
Okay.
This king just never joins the fray, and both pieces are going to be stuck because the king is stuck in the last rank. You're going to be stuck with both of your pieces defending against A8. And once the king comes in, or you trade a bishop, or you trade a rook, it eventually collapses for black.
Right.
So no big mystery that this is lost. Perhaps he's looking at instead Knight C6, Rook C7, Knight D4. And this might be a little more clever here. You still have to finagle. No threats, though. Knight F3 is not really a threat. You're going to start with H4 again with the idea that this bishop wants to move out at some point and that having more squares for the king is going to be a good thing. So still plenty to figure out for Ding Liren. I don't think it's such a straightforward win.
Right.
It does feel, however, that he is winning and that most logical moves put him in that route.
Thank you for that. That would make it a very, very decisive round with 3 white wins.
Yeah.
Ooh, if it could have been a 4.
Now, question.
Nepos wrote ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to ask if you wanted to see that.
Yeah, it was just, here he is. He's got a 1-point lead. What is he going to do to protect that lead? Well, guess what? He's playing Timur, who just won.
Fortnite, baby.
Firouzja, who just won. A very, very angry Hikaru Nakamura, who just lost. Maybe there's a guy or two in there who might say, Nepo, I want to take you down with me. I've had a bad day. I want a bad tournament. I want you to have one big fat 0 to remember me by.
I feel like the rest of the games are going to be Berlin, Petrov, Fortnite. I think that's about it. Unless there's like a D4. Which
You're suggesting for Nepo to cruise his way to victory by drawing.
Oh, yes.
Smart. No argument here.
It's hard to argue there, right? Because Favi's going to have to make +2. If Nepo just draws all his games.
Okay.
Favi is forced to win 2 out of the remaining 5 games.
Right, a big ask.
It's doable.
Yeah, but a big ask.
But it's a big ask, right?
Right.
Let that guy do it. Let Favi put that pressure. Perhaps after he wins one game, we can start reconsidering if Nepo really wants to risk it somewhere. Exactly. But as long as it's a full point advantage, you just keep drawing your way through, right?
Exactly.
And it all starts tomorrow. This is the pairings that we have for, not tomorrow, tomorrow is a rest day. We will be back with you guys on Wednesday as we have Rapport playing against Ding. Okay. Duda playing against Favi. Okay. Favi with the black pieces, and that's where you kind of see it, right?
Yeah.
Now, Nepo with white against Timur. I think that if Timur had drawn his way out of today, that maybe Nepo says, you know what? Timur's not having a good tournament, but Timur just won a game.
Exactly. That makes him
Makes him, inspired, clearly dangerous. You don't want to really be waking up that lion.
Right.
I expect that to be a draw, actually. I agree with Dorsa.
The Nakamura versus Firouzja game, I mean, a very, very angry Hikaru is going to come to that game. And for Firouzja, he's kind of saying, okay, that's good. That's good that you're going to come out after me, guns blazing. I'm happy. Firouzja's got no chances of doing anything marvelous in the tournament anymore. He's just playing for respect and rating and prize and everything else. But when you've got an opponent like Hikaru who's going to throw the kitchen sink, he's going to come, you're kind of happy. It's sort of like, okay, I'll
take it.
Yeah, I can play my top defense and welcome the complications. We do have knight d4 on the board.
Yes.
By Duda.
Knight d4 on the board.
I think what you were saying about knight takes e5, and for example, let me just put a move or two on the board, g5, f3. If
Hold on. Yes. There we go.
If we play devil's advocate, not allow the bishop to come here to c4, the problem is you're not going to stop the bishop from challenging, and one day you're going to be forced to take on f3, and the bishop will come to c4. That's why Duda felt his best chances lay with keeping the knights on the board, and he has played the move knight d4. So we are up to date with the players. Now,
Question.
please, Dorsa. I was going to say Duda.
I wish we could get him.
Question.
What are his realistic chances? I mean, I know what the engine says, but
Right,
like,
it's very
what
nice.
is he hoping to do? Because the knight is protecting the f3 square. E2
Yes.
square is protected. I don't really see any real attack. I mean, I guess rook a1 might
Well,
be nice for black, but
Yeah, rook a1 just to, pin this bishop. I mean, it really comes down to this point that after you've played a7, what you're dreaming as white is to trade the light square bishops. You take the light square bishops off, hey, the win is as simple as ABC. We go check and we promote. That's great. So what we've got to do is figure out a way, whether it be with the move f3 and or bishop d3 and or bishop to c4, just to trade the bishops. That's what the ultimate goal of Ding Liren is. This bishop patrolling the long diagonal. Sorry, please.
No, I'm just I'm trying to calculate. And how does the h4 move work? If we wanted to do like h4 to just open a little breathing room for the king, so that my bishop is free to go poke around.
With g2? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would that also be a comfortable way? Because I'm trying to see what can black do, and
Black is actually reacting to whatever it is that white is trying to do. I would say h4 looks like a really good move as another way. All you're trying to achieve is the trade of the light square bishops, and if you can do that with h4, power to you. I mean, yeah, you're getting off the first rank, and yeah, I think that this is a perfectly good move. I like h4 and playing for bishop to g2. No question that I'm one of those guys. Push him, baby. If I figure I put the pawn on a7, you're not going to do anything funky with rook a1, bishop d3, and rook takes f1 check because I'm going to queen.
I came to St. Louis 2017.
Yes.
As soon as I practically got off the plane, St. Louis, not the Rapid and Bliss, or the Rapid and Bliss actually, or Sinkville's Cup. One of them started first.
Okay.
And so I started looking around the club when I was around, and so I met you.
Right.
And I remember one of the first things I ever remember from you saying is "push 'em, baby."
Really?
And it became like a thing. So not. I mean, that would actually be nice. I would love that. Internet work on it. But like every time we had like team trainings or something, some of my other teammates who also hang out with you later on. But the push-on babies is a national thing now. It's
very cool. I wanted to ask. I mean,
yes.
you're getting ready to graduate the St. Louis University, and then you're going to go to Missouri. Yeah. Okay. To pursue even higher education. How did Alejandro convince you to come to SLU?
Oh, that was a fun story. So so like back in 2015, I had finalized my decision that I don't really want to live in Iran and play for Iran anymore. So I was looking for other countries and other federations to live in and play for.
Right.
And so I was talking with Switzerland and Spain, and I moved to Spain for a year to kind of just test the waters. And while I was in Spain, I was talking with some of my friends who were coming here, and SLU just started 2016. And
Their program.
Yes. And so I applied to UTD and SLU. They both offered me great, wonderful scholarships. And just SLU had a better biology program, and the fact that I already knew Alejandro. I lost to this guy in the tournament back in 2014. Mm-hmm. That was not a pretty game. I don't think that's the game that got me recruited, but
It showed a pretty lack of understanding of the Sicilian.
Wow.
I changed my openings.
Wow. Well, and Alejandro said, this is somebody I could teach. He needed to find there was somebody in the
potential was
world he
there.
could actually
Thank
teach.
you.
I mean, there was just a few people.
I had a really wonderful event in World Junior Championship 2015. I remember Alejandro was texting me when I was there and being like, hey, have you ever been to St. Louis? So we were talking back then, and I knew he was creating the program, but I didn't really know, how it was going to work out, what was the scholarship, what was the offer, and by the time that the whole wonderful things with the Iranian Chess Federation was unfolding,
right.
I was like, I have two choices. I have great support in St. Louis. I know the team. I know the coach. I would like to be close to the where the chess is.
Exactly.
So St. Louis was the obvious choice.
That was a connection, but also the fact that you had actually played against Alejandro also.
Not a pretty game.
Okay, but still. And Alejandro,
openings.
you jump in on the conversation too, because as the coach, you're giving scholarships and you're recruiting players. You're looking around the world and you're saying, who can help us become the national champions? So you're picking people and offering them scholarships. So you give your perspective. We've heard the students, now we get the coaches.
Well, it's work that kind of never ends, making contacts around the chess world, trying to find people that are interested. You want to have this right balance between somebody that is interested in playing chess and at a high level, but also wants to be a student. I don't want to recruit somebody that's just in name for the university, somebody that actually wants to be able to engage in higher education. And SLU is one of the top 100 universities in the country.
Right.
So it's not like you're going to have a breeze going through your classes. You actually need to be pretty serious about it. And I've been lucky. I've been able to find some excellent and wonderful people throughout the years, and we finally got the national championship this year. After arduous work, and it's been a learning experience for everybody. Part of my duties while the women's team is playing in Chennai, we'll be talking to other coaches and be like, hey, do you have anybody young that is maybe interested? And I will have some targets as well to talk to in the Olympiad as I try to get them to St. Louis. I am having a little bit of a renewal crisis, let's call it that way. Most of my team is graduating. My original team is graduating this year, so we need new blood.
You need to, and do you have some coaches, let's say a Vladimir Chushilov, somebody who's worked with, really a lot of great talented people and kind of pulling your arm and saying, hey, check out young so-and-so, she's marvelous. Do you have people like that out there, scouts, if you will?
We get all kinds of things, and I keep in communication with a lot of great coaches. And I remember when SLU was just an idea, we weren't even there yet. I was talking to people and I was thinking, well, there's this guy, Ivan Sokolov, he teaches some Iranian prodigies. Somebody mentioned this Alireza guy. I was like, nah, he's too young.
Good for you. I knew you had this innate ability to find that talent and figure it out. Welcome to the conversation. Join the conversation. Social media. There are many ways you can reach out and send us your questions. But we have one. Dorsa.
See it. Another YouTube. All right, if Nepo wins, what would he need to do different in the World Championship against Magnus? Well, can I start this one?
Please, jump
Well,
in.
I feel like the first thing he's got to do is find Magnus.
Okay. Yeah,
Make him sign the contract, make him show up.
Right. Okay, there is certain steps that are required. I'm with you on that one.
And I mean, I feel like I'm not very optimistic that will happen.
Right.
If that does, then, I mean, he had an okay event the first time, but I think he was potentially too nervous because I don't think he really showed, his Nepo A.
You're right.
I think his evil twin got to play. So, I mean, perhaps just kind of getting his chess was fine. I just don't think he was ready for the challenge. So if he does get it again, and Magnus does drop and everything works out the way that's you're hoping, I think he's just got to get in the correct mindset that I'm not just the Magnus effect. Yeah, I'm not playing Magnus. I'm not playing this monster. It's just another game. Yeah, it's my opinion that it won't happen.
Right.
But
well, my view is that we think of the match result and then we extrapolate. The match result was horrifying. It was one-sided. I got that. But if you look at the match as two halves, the first half of the match, the first 6 games, Nepo was playing wonderfully and the match was very balanced, chances for both sides. Then comes this unbelievable marathon game that lasts forever, 140 moves, the longest move in World Championship match history. And that game had so many ups and downs, including the part where Nepo was completely better. He just had an advantage and in the first time control blew it. And then Magnus played a magnificent game and Nepo collapsed. Okay. So for me, if Nepo can maintain the good strengths that he had in the first half of the match and play like that throughout the match, it's going to be a very competitive match. Conversely, if he again falls into that, I don't have a chance, or he gets into this bad mood where he just gives the match away, well, then he's going to have no chance. Alejandro, jump in. What will Nepo have to do differently?
Well, he's going to have to win a game.
And he's going to have to win a game.
But that's what I want to see Nepo do.
Yeah.
Go for the win.
Right.
I feel that Team Nepo prepared him too much as a classical player. And it didn't allow him to shine in certain positions. When you think about the chances that he did have in the match, it's when they got to a complex fight.
Right.
And then at that point, you saw moments in which Nepo was outplaying Magnus, specifically this Catalan.
Yes.
I thought that was a wild game, but Nepo had some punches there.
Right.
In that one as well, even though I think he was the one that got surprised in the opening. And he did have a couple of draws in the Petrov that were successful, but his handling of the Spanish with White,
it was terrible.
It felt like Team Nepo didn't know where the ball was rolling.
No.
He got all of these positions, and it didn't matter what the engine said. Their player wasn't playing it properly. And I think that was a big part of the match as well, that it felt that White was being this brick wall that you couldn't get past. And that the punches that Nepo got was actually with black.
Yeah, they was getting more opportunities with the black pieces than the white pieces. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And we have a couple of moves in the Dingler in game. We've seen this move: Rook A7, Knight C6. Hold on, I think
finally
we're still
got the F3.
Yes, we do finally have F3, a move that, we really do need to liberate ourselves. I was hoping for A7, but never mind. If you take, there is this problem that there is a peshki that's going to fall on a6 with a check. For example, if you go check, you've got to maintain your bishop on this diagonal. You can't afford to allow takes, takes, and a7.
Yes, I was just going to mention that's just a coronation waiting for that pawn to happen.
Precisely so. It will be a coronation. So after the move f2, f3, Alejandro, is there... Well,
Anything?
I mean, yeah, give us some hopes for Duda. Well, should he play bishop takes f3, for
No,
example?
bishop f3 just loses.
I understand.
Bishop
but
f3, bishop c4 is kind of resigns. This king has to march in because you have to stay on the a file, right? You don't have any counterplay here. What is this? So, but I get king f2, king e3.
Yeah.
You just die. This bishop is running out of squares on the diagonal.
Right.
So this doesn't really work out. No. If you want to put the maximum resistance, the edge is saying you should take on f3 with the knight.
Okay.
So if you play bishop d5, bishop c4 is immediately lights out. That's not hard.
Okay.
So take, take, take.
a7.
And then a7.
Yeah.
You could even play the move bishop c4, by the way, immediately. Attack the rook.
It looks very strong.
It is. The engines are thinking the only way to continue the fight is check, here, takes. But you know this is going to cost you. This bishop on f3. The only question would be how easy it is to win this pawn against these two. You will pick up e6 and with the extra bishop because you never have a break and you're never going to get to my h7 pawn, right?
Right.
So this might be a fortress. And notice that this is a difference between the pawn being here on the variations that we're looking with knight takes e5.
With knight takes e5, right.
And the pawn being here. With the pawn here, I have no pass pawn. And you're just not getting h7, right? So I'm okay with giving up the bishop for the pawn, even if I lose e6. For that reason, perhaps, is that you should start with the move a7.
Okay.
Don't give this rook g2 idea so quickly. Play h4 first. Get that pawn out of the way. And then go for some of these variations. I still have to analyze deeply how exactly Ding Liren is going to maneuver in order to win the bishop without losing pawns. The engines say +3, but they're not very helpful so far. I'm still trying to figure out the most precise.
Well, they probably would give a +3 for that position where white was a bishop up for a pawn on f4, but with h7, g6, you're thinking is a human player. I mean, I would
be surprised a modern engine evaluates that as +3. We did have for a very long time engines evaluating such fortresses with no clue, right?
Right.
They see an extra bishop and they think, well, that bishop is worth 3, a pawn is worth...
Right.
But no more. I mean, the stockfishes nowadays, these Leelas, they understand fortresses much, much, much better. It must be seeing something.
We do have moves on the board.
Okay, and we're going straight into it. Knight takes was played. Knight takes, bishop takes on f3, and that is the
position. He played bishop c4 right away. He did not play a7 and h4, and your suggestions of slowly nursing and avoiding rook g2. But this move, rook. Pardon me. Do we have rook?
We don't have bishop c4 yet.
Oh, wait a minute. Just a second. I'm going to...
Yeah, I don't have that one either.
I think we're on an analysis.
No, I mean, the bishop c4, rook g2 would make white, get in some uncomfortable situations. I agree. I think h4 or a7 is just much more comfortable. Just don't give
including both those moves. And this is what we were talking about. Like, we can rush to a position like this where what Alejandro is saying, we're going to put the king on h8. And what Alejandro is saying, we're just going to make some poor moves for just a moment. We're just poor moves.
Sure.
We're just getting to the exact position. And the idea is, I'm not going to go after this pawn with g5 or anything. I'm just going to wait. And it's not so easy. Rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. So how are you going to pick up this pawn on h7? And what Alejandro is saying is this pawn on h7 is kind of hard to nail down. Okay, you give me a check and I go back. And you give me another check, well, you didn't make any progress. You're not going to put your bishop on g8. Your rook g8 will provoke this. And so it's one of those positions where you get to this position and the engine might give it a very big evaluation and then might realize, hey, wait a minute, there's some awkwardnesses. And what Alejandro is also saying is the modern engines are much better than their predecessors at recognizing these fortresses are real. It's not just a big material advantage, and it's not so easy just to claim victory.
Speaking of engines,
Yes.
well, this is, it's been such a huge topic over the years. Just trying to think about. I think we had this discussion a while back in the basement.
Okay.
I think we were talking about something like, well, do you think chess can stay around for another 50 years with engines?
This was a big discussion. We were having this discussion way back in the 70s and 80s, and I remember Donner, a very opinionated grandmaster from Holland, exclaiming to the world and engines will never be good.
Oh, well.
Because engines are terrible, and if you could play engines, if they can play chess good, they would be able to write poetry, and they will never be able to write. Well, he was wrong. But the greatest fear was that the engines would become the world champions. They would be able to beat the best human players on the planet, and that the public would perceive that chess was just some kind of little mathematical game, maybe a complex mathematical game, but nothing more than that, and would then the public would go and look for other games to play. And so the real fear was that chess would be played out and people would not be interested in watching the top humans. That was my fear. And when Garry Kasparov lost against Deep Blue, it was like, oh dear, who's going to pay $1 million to watch two human players play, and you've got this infallible engine going, mistake, good move, mistake, good move, mistake, that type of thing. But now engines have gotten to the 3600 level, and chess is as popular, even more popular than it's ever been. So everything I worried about, I feared, as far as engines taking over the world, didn't come to pass. Alejandro, jump in here and talk about what you see the future of engines. Are we going to see a 4,000 engine?
It doesn't really make a difference to us.
Right?
They're 3,000, 4,000. They're just so much better than us. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
Every once in a while, the engines kind of revolutionize the way we look at chess, and it still happens. I was talking to Fabio the other day about this particular subject, and he said, yeah, the engines that we used in 2018, they're kind of trash compared to the ones of today.
Really? It's that big a difference?
Yeah, it's a huge difference. I mean, Lila was just getting... You have to remember, 2018, we had to stop midway through a training camp already in Spain, and this was the last training camp we were going to have before the match started, because we finally got a very good Lila.
Ooh, and it revived...
And so much of the stuff we thought was working was not working. And this was a Lila that didn't see very well. This was a Lila that couldn't see tactics, that sometimes missed smother mate.
Oh.
I mean, it was terrible.
What?
But it still had a great understanding in certain positions.
Okay.
And compare that to the Lila of today that just will crush you from whatever position. It's a night and day type of situation. So it's only been 4 years, but the advances are really, really big. Now, will it really impact our game once they reach 4,000? Perhaps they'll kill some variations. Perhaps some variations will pop up. Who cares? It's just going to change the game for more interesting and fun ways.
But not necessarily in any way taking the interest, reducing the interest by the fact that the engines are just so much stronger than ourselves.
I don't think it really affects us, even if engines had a 32-piece table base. How does that affect our game? We're not going to remember a 32-piece table base. Who cares?
More atoms, more moves in chess than there are atoms in the known universe. So, yeah, okay, good to know. I'm not going to study that 32-piece table base myself. But join the conversation. I mean, I just want to repeat back to you because I think this is extraordinary. 2018, you guys are doing a training camp for the World Championship match. You've got all of your openings done. You get this new program, and you have to reevaluate all your prep.
Yeah.
Damn.
How did that go?
Long nights.
Did it work?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we found a lot of new ideas. A lot of new ideas that we found through that came out later.
Experience? Yeah.
Came out later. So a lot of the, of course, we didn't show at the World Championship because we didn't have a chance to do so. And there were some lines in which we played the same line, but were like slightly different twists, which we thought either solve problems easier or cause more problems or whatever. So there were changes here and there. There were a couple of significant ones. I'm not going to go and say specifically which ones.
This is what happened.
But it was very important. Like it did change a lot.
Now, Coach,
Coach.
do I have access to these beautiful engines?
You do. If you're part of the St. Louis University chess team,
I
you get access.
graduated.
You're out of here.
Yeah,
I'm
out of here.
sorry. I'm
Engines
sorry.
are busy. Engines are for students only.
Your card expired last
it
week.
was like May 25th at 6 p.m. Get out of here. Written off.
I'm gonna give Kirill a call, I guess. Hey, new coach, how are the engines?
Now, this happened to me on numerous occasions in World Championship matches. Did it happen to you, Alejandro? You have laid, Rustem and yourself and Fabi have laid this fantastic opening trap for Magnus. And he's going deeper and deeper into the trap. It's just about to snap shut, and he avoided the trap. How close was an experience like that happening in London?
It's hard to say because the word trap isn't really in our vocabulary. It was more of the sense, I guess you can call the Rook D8 and the Queen's Gambit a bit of a trap. There were a couple of traps down that line, but we didn't expect Magnus to fall into it. We just expected him to see that it was dangerous and avoid those kind of waters. That's what we expected. When it came down to some of the 95 Sveshnikovs, there were parts of the file that were just dead lost for black. But it was because, things happened and it was relevant.
A mistake.
But I wouldn't call it a trap per se, not something that you were expecting or trying to ensnare your opponent into, simply like one of the lines that just doesn't work because A, B, C, and D. And the lines were really, really so complex and so long that at some point we had to really evaluate if our player could remember all of that. And we're talking about Fabi.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, you've got to weigh that. Yes. More social media. Dorsa.
Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. Okay, hit us.
Thank you for joining.
Hit us, Coach.
We're on YouTube. Aram Hassan.
If the commentators would pick any player in the world, anyone they'd wanted, whether alive or deceased, to see in the candidates nowadays, who and why?
Fischer.
Fischer.
Fischer. I had to just
Fischer. Get
call
that in
dibs.
there. Jump in there with Fischer. Yeah, and you came in with Nepo, so get out of here. Fischer. Yeah, I'll go with that one. How about you, Alejandro? Who of the historical great names and whatnot and so forth?
I'm trying to think of somebody that hasn't played.
Right.
8 candidates. Because of course Fischer would be great. Sure. Revive him, see how he does against the currents.
See him trying to.
Michael Talls of the world, right?
I mean, but they've already done it. They were world champions. I'm thinking more about somebody that was
like a Paul Carrez who never really got that big moment.
Who never got their moment, right? I'm trying to think of a player like that, where I don't know if they ever even got into a candidates, but I'm having trouble because I'm thinking of great names of the past who had at least one shot, right? Like Najdorf played a candidates.
Yeah.
He already got his shot. I'm really trying to figure out somebody that has not played the candidates. That would be the way I see the question. Let me think about that for a little bit.
Okay, as you think about that, we do have some moves in the game of Ding Liren. We think that Ding Liren is winning. By the way, Ding got the two things that we wanted him to get. He got both H2, H4, that move that didn't make a Rook G2 check possible, and he's got his pawn on A7. We've just seen marking time by Duda, Rook to A4, hoping that Rook takes F4 if you try to get your king up the board. Rook takes F4 would come with a check. In the meanwhile, a move like Bishop G2, well, there's Rook A1, and you're going to be crying that you walked into a pin. But you can stop this rook takes h4 by just going, for example, bishop h3.
Oh, that's wonderful. I also really like the rook d7 move. So if they take f4, then bye-bye d5 and hello queen, and everything is just going to be rainbows and unicorns.
Right? That's the way life should be. Rainbows and unicorns, you bet. And I like that move too, just to try to disrupt that harmony. I was thinking of bishop h3 with rook d7 to come. So we do think that Ding Liren is still in cruise control after all that.
What is the win? Like, how do you continue?
Win.
I just
okay.
I'm having some trouble.
So bishop h3. So we
have no threat, right?
Oh.
Yeah, no threat. We're just marking time, right? Aren't we going to eventually?
He played bishop c4.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, okay.
I thought that was illegal. It was like, what?
Oh, he played. I saw for a second on your board, Yasser, that it said bishop c4 played by Ding Liren, which immediately goes to a drawn endgame, right? You take with the bishop.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You pick up my rook. Congratulations. You're never, ever, ever winning this when my king gets to f6. Sometimes you win it, I think. I'm not even sure about that. Sometimes you win it if the king's stuck on g8.
Right, like I go here, and instead of I should have played king f6 at once, but instead of playing king f6 and or king h6, now I go king g8, and what you're about to say is because I'm stuck on d8, I could lose this game.
You probably do.
Yes.
But
Now,
with the king on f6, I mean, it's just pretty dead.
But what we do see, and by the way, for the people out there who said, hey man, touch move. He put his bishop on c4. So what happens is the player grabs his bishop on f1 and slides it across the diagonal, and the DGT board is registering the bishop moves, and it registers that the bishop goes to c4, and then it continues on its journey all the way to b5, and that's the move on the board. Bishop b5, rook here. Sorry, Alejandro, you're saying it still work?
No, it still work, right? What is your move here?
I'm trying to understand why it's work. Okay, if I go bishop d7, no, just a second, hold on. Why is this work?
What about
all I need to do is activate my king, right?
Okay.
that very
Sorry, Dorsa.
What about my previous rook d7? We could still do it.
Rook to d7?
But
okay.
How sure are we? Rook d7, rook takes.
How sure are we about what?
Rook takes.
Oh, queen versus rook ending? Okay, let's have some fun. Normally speaking, if this pawn was, the e6 pawn, pardon me, was on f7, and you had your rook on f5, we shake hands.
We don't even try.
It's a draw. It's a dead draw. Because the pawn is on e6, I can get you from behind, and I'm thinking that should be a win.
But after rook f5, I don't think you can go for my pawn on e6.
Why not?
I take.
And aren't you in some kind of really unpleasantness? Maybe not.
Maybe not, right? Just go king f7. I'll put my rook on f5 one day, and I think that's it. Rook f5. Just rook f5.
Rook f5 and check. Okay, so just a second. I definitely do not want to trade this guy for this guy. So if I put my king on a normal square like e4 first, and then I go for queen e8.
I do the same. I put my rook on f5.
Okay, I'll go king up. And again, I'm just looking at the move queen e8. You put your rook on f6, I got check. That's clear.
I guess it could be winning, right?
Again, if this pawn were on f7, the e6 pawn was on f7, we wouldn't be having this discussion. It'd be an absolute fortress. Alejandro would be right. But with the pawn on e6, now the crazy part, okay, you go ahead and you successfully grab this pawn.
It should be a win though, right?
Yes.
We do have rook d7 on the board.
Rook d7 on the board, and we could be heading towards this type of a fortress. Magnus famously said, "I don't believe in fortresses." And he was wrong. He found one himself in one of the games that he needed to. But okay, even this.
Even this is work.
Work, yeah. And I remember Jan Timman made me feel foolish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he said, Yasser, I can give you a queen and 5 pawns.
Okay.
And I will take a rook and 1 pawn. And I will make an easy draw against you.
Okay.
And I had the queen and 5 pawns. I said, get out of here. He put a black pawn on g7.
Okay.
A black rook on f6, a black king on h8, and white pawns on h5, h4, h3, h2. And it was the easiest draw. He just went back and forth between f6 and h6 and made a very easy draw. But let's take a look at our standings as we're just going to take a quick break as we're coming to the close of the round 9.
Well, current standings, we have Nepo on the lead with a clear point ahead. Then it's Fabi right behind him. Then it's Naka with another point below.
And a remarkable tie for 4th between Timur, Richard, and Firouzja. With 1 game, Ding Liren could leapfrog 3 of those players and join Hikaru in 3rd place. We're going to see you on the other side of this break.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 candidates. Here we are in round 9, and it's almost been a whitewash. We have had 2 decisive games with the white pieces already, but our crucial matchup, Jan Nepomniachtchi was with the black pieces against Fabiano and drew the game. Fabi had real winning chances. It could have been a whitewash. Dingleren is still fighting and trying to overcome the resistance of Duda. He is in a winning position, so we're expecting 3 victories in a very eventful round 9. And time is running out for all of these players. Jan would like to draw his way to victory, but here is the road ahead. Well, we didn't get the road ahead. You heard, right? I mean, there was a road ahead, and Tom was just faking us out. Okay, Alejandro, help us out here. Dingleren has gone on a king walk. He's moved his king from G1 all the way over to C1. Why?
He wants to kick out this rook.
And it's that simple.
Yeah.
And what is his winning technique? What is his winning ideas, if you will?
Let's pass.
Okay.
I think that he wants to play king b1. I'm not so sure that he will or he will not.
Say rook a5.
If he goes h5, rook takes d5, I think it's winning.
Right.
The engine is not so happy.
Really?
The engine thinks this is a draw.
Well,
remarkable.
Rook takes, rook e. I would assume this is low. Isn't this just winning?
it felt like it.
Apparently not. The engines think that precisely at this moment there's this magic defense. Rook f7 attacks this pawn.
Okay.
And if you do something like this, you are in the danger that this is the wrong pawn.
Oh my goodness.
And that if you ever trade the rooks, right, you're in an eternal-ish pin here.
Right.
Otherwise, I'm going to be able to trade all your pawns down, king f6, e5, and g5. So perhaps it's not so easy just yet. Actually, the engines were thinking that the king walk was all good and fine up to this point, that perhaps you should put the bishop on d3 first. So it's still not like entirely clear how you win this, but specifically how you win after bishop e4. This is the one that I haven't cracked yet.
Okay.
Because you do threaten rook c2, rook a2 in case of certain moves. For example, if you go bishop c4, right?
Right.
Kicking out the rook, I have rook c2 check, picking up the
Take
bishop.
the bishop.
So you can't play bishop c4 in this position.
No.
If you play the move something like king d1, you're not making progress. So where is the progress here right now? Bishop e4 still baffles me a little bit. Not super clear to me yet. Now, for Duda, I don't think there's a choice. You could allow king b1, but it's such a strange move to allow. I think cutting the king and moving the bishop out of the influence of the rook is a much more human move in this position.
Well, please help me out here. So let's say I play king g8. I'm going to give you everything you want. Go ahead and just show me how you would win.
I think bishop d3 first was what the engines were saying as most precise.
And I go king h8.
And now I need to liberate
That's
my
what
king.
I'm saying.
Yes.
How do you do that?
I'm going to kick out your rook.
Oh, with bishop b1.
With the bishop.
Sorry. Okay, so I go back. Rook a5. Doesn't matter. Rook a4. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, right?
Right.
King up.
Okay, I go king g8.
All right. King up. Doesn't matter which way I go. I'm going to weasel my way in one way or the other.
Where's the weaseling?
You're asking where I'm going.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to mate you.
Oh, you're going to go to e5?
I think if I go to a5, I win. But if I just start controlling squares around here, threatening moves like bishop c4, I don't think you're going to be able to hold this. I think king c5 is good enough. You play bishop c4 one day.
I just, my attempts at passing are failing.
Yes,
Okay.
but there's not much to do, right?
Right.
There's not a lot of plans that black can
see.
put forward here. King g8 and back is pretty much the only thing you can do. This pawn's stuck, this pawn's stuck. You might as well keep the pawn on h7 because it at least defends the pawn on g6.
Right.
The rook has no real good squares. The moment you move out of the second rank, my king walks, or actually marches in. And if you move the rook anywhere else, rook takes d5 just wins.
Right.
The bishop is the only move that I can also consider, and I think the correct spot is e4, just so that this king.
I kind of like that, just to stop king b1, and it also Bishop c4, rook c2 is an embarrassing move.
Exactly. So I expect the move bishop b4, and still I think it's going to be a long game. I still don't see the clarity here. Perhaps Ding Liren's figured it out. Duda is thinking for a long time in this particular move, actually. Dorsa, if you could help us out on how long this thing has been.
Oh, good God. Well, a little over 10 minutes.
Oh, that's it. I thought it was longer for some reason. No, remember, they don't have a lot of time.
Right.
5 moves to make until they complete their second time control.
And then they get their third time control, which is 15.
It's another extra 15. The 30-second increment kicks in again.
Mm-hmm. But Dorsa, you came yesterday, and again, a big, big, big welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
And it turned out to be the longest broadcast of all of the matches, and today it's pretty long as well. I realize you're bad luck. I mean,
what to do?
What have you done? These guys are taking all the
great luck.
time.
We love seeing this super long games between both players in last place.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Alejandro. Great TV.
No, I mean, I like seeing the decisive games, and obviously this is going to go a little bit longer, but I honestly thought this one was going to be a draw like 20 moves ago. Especially right out of the opening, the pawn structure.
Exactly.
How things are just, getting traded off one after another after another.
It seems so balanced for quite a long time. Bishop e4, yeah, and again, how are we going to make progress here? It's there's still a lot of challenges. The one thing I really want to emphasize that you shouldn't do, like, for example, is to get into this ending, this fortress. You think, that the rook is going to overwhelm the bishop. Not even close. The bishop will be anchored, and it will be very easy for black to maintain a fortress here. So even without the e6 pawn.
That was just my question.
Yeah, there are times that you don't even win that one. So you don't want to win the exchange and get caught in this type of ending. But all right, let's just flash back to the current position. We are expecting bishop e4, the most ornery move in the position.
After bishop e4, do you think it's realistic to just go back king d1?
Okay.
And then, just kind of wait to hopefully hopefully bishop goes back to d1, then we could do bishop d3. Like, do you think Ding might realize that it would be wonderful if he just kills a move so he gets bishop d3?
I think he could have done that, right? Though, I mean, right here.
Yeah, bishop d3 was just more accurate. If bishop b4 played.
If he wanted to play bishop to d3 instead of king c1, and, he could have started with bishop. You rather surprised me, Alejandro, by putting the bishop on b1. And I guess the idea that you did that when my king was on c1, by the way, was just to make sure that the rook had to give up control of the second rank.
Yep.
That was what it was all about. So he could have started with the move bishop d3. Instead, he played king c1, and we're on bishop e4 and rook c7 rather quickly now by Ding Liren.
What is the idea of rook c7?
It's one of those waiting passing moves where you're kind of saying to black...
I mean, it defends the bishop, right? When it eventually lands on c4.
To begin with, it most certainly does defend the bishop, but it also kind of says, your pieces are on their maximum squares, right? I want you to have the move. I want you to put your king on g8, where I might play bishop c4 and take the pawn with check. I want you to move the rook so that when I do move my bishop, now I'm ready to go king b2, and so on. So I think it's a good move. I don't think it spoils anything, although I could be wrong. Doesn't spoil anything, right?
No, of course not.
No.
It has to be a good move. I like the move rook c7. It's just a better place for the rook.
Exactly.
And Zug's wrong ideas, right? Tom has been studying up on those.
He
Rook
sure
a5.
has.
Huh, interesting.
Rook
a5. Wait a second.
Rook a5, and now we're expecting bishop c4. That looks like progress.
That looks pretty good.
Very.
Oh,
we have an addition?
Nice. To the language of chess, we have the fancy play syndrome. That is wonderful. Yes,
skewer.
finally, my shish
The shi-
kebab is in. The skewer, shish kebab tactic. We did have quite a few shish kebabs today, too, yeah.
Yeah, especially
Wonderful.
on the E file.
What was it? Luft. Luft is a flight square or escape square for the king. Okay, well,
The German word, when you're facing a back rank mate, you go H2, H3, so that your king has a square. You make Luft for your king. What has Alejandro been teaching you for 4 years?
I've never been more embarrassed on camera in my entire life. Did she just ask what love is? Man. Man.
Okay,
No,
what I want you to do from now on, Dorsa, is say, what's a bishop? What's a rook? What's a
that was a nice move.
you know, whose turn is it? Alejandro.
Question,
yeah.
Alejandro. I don't think you can take away the scholarship that you've already spent on it,
No.
right? Just to confirm that.
Right.
It's a done deal. You're out of here.
Yeah. Once a grandmaster, you can't take away you got your title for life. That's it. That's just. But Bishop C4 plays itself, right, Alejandro?
Yeah, the engine thinks Bishop C4 is pretty good, but I was trying to figure it out. Bishop C4, and I think you go E5.
Whoa.
I think you have to start simplifying. Otherwise, I don't really know why you're pushing my bishop
To this good square.
to the square. I'm trying to figure it out from a logical point of view. You can't go bishop D5. You can't go bishop F5. You have to go E5, right?
Only move.
I assume that this is the point. And now the question is, how easy is this? And it has a couple of hidden resources. If you take on E5, then it becomes kind of hard. The maximum you get here is the bishop.
Yes.
You're not going to get more than that.
That's right.
And then are you really going to win this 1 versus 2?
No.
Not really.
No, you're going to, in fact, force the trade right away. Rook H5 and G5.
Actually, not so easy.
Not so easy.
Not so easy. The game kind of goes on. King B2, for example, if you go Rook H5 at any point, I start harassing you on different squares. For example, let's just put the bishop on E2.
Okay. That's funny.
Oh.
And you pick up the rook.
Oh.
Oh, you queen. You don't go rook takes you. Yeah, okay, you queen.
I queen and I pick up the rook, and that's just winning.
Exactly.
Straight up winning. The other thing that I was looking at is that if you go bishop c4 here, the engine is giving the kind of amazing
Wow.
h5. You take, h6 gets you mated.
Wow.
And if you take, I push this guy.
And maybe f6 gets you mated.
And f6 will get you mated, so thank you for the rook. You take here, I don't have check, but I do have bishop d5 controlling the diagonal.
This is actually quite pretty.
Very sweet. Dingleran goes instead for the move bishop d7, which I also think is winning. Now, if you go for a move like e5, I think this is an easier version, because after takes, you cannot even take back. I have bishop c6. Immediately ends the game. You just lose a rook.
Sorry, why? Rook check? Oh, you queen with mate, of course.
Queen with mate is a strong move in the chessboard, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at the variation, you were wondering, rook c6, right?
No.
Your queen? Oh, it can also make a rook. So bishop d7, attacking the pawn, seems to be very good. I mean, if you force the bishop back to d5, the king, again, marches in. You can't ever move the king out of its box. Looks good.
On that note, bishop d5,
Yes.
bishop takes e6, question mark. Bishop takes oh, then you don't win the... You know what I was trying to do.
You were trying to do this.
Yeah.
I'm going to answer your question anyway.
Yeah.
You can't do this because bishop takes c8. Yeah,
Clear.
we
King
understood
G7.
that. Yeah. But this endgame should, as far as I know, be a draw anyway. Because I think you get to my pawn.
Okay.
King h6, yeah, king h6, king h5 takes, and then it's just a draw.
Gotcha.
Your king is too far away. With the king on g3, I think it should be winning, right? Unknown. Not so clear still for the engine, actually.
Wow.
Not the strongest one, but we're not going to have any need of that.
Right.
King, bishop d5, proper technique is to bring the king in. You just don't want to win an exchange.
No.
It seems like...
That's the one ending to avoid.
Right, you're cashing in your chips for almost nothing.
Exactly.
You want a rook. There are some times where you don't want a bishop even. You definitely don't want an exchange.
Yeah.
So bishop d7 now on the board. Bishop d5 is what I expect, but it's definitely not the only move. Other things to consider, but the engine's already calculating it out to a win for white.
Nice.
Very, very nice. Wow. And now we're going to see the road ahead. Now we're running out of road. This is the schedule remaining. Tomorrow's a rest day. Yay. Then we're back to our pace of 3 games in a row. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday, July 2nd, will be a rest day. But yes, we will be here for the 13th and 14th for the final 2 rounds. And in case there 2 players do tie for first, there will be a playoff over the board. It won't be some wonderful mathematical tie breaks like in the past. They'll play it out. They'll duke it out on the board.
I don't know if that's quite likely though to have that playoff at this point. I
mean, it's a point lead. I mean, all Nepo's got to do is make a really egregious blunder against somebody like a Karu in round 12, and Fabi needs to just string together a couple of wins. And,
now, question.
Yes.
What are your plans for tomorrow? Is it a rest day?
Boy, I haven't even gotten past face plant. My intention, though, is to have dinner with you all this evening and enjoy also the company of Rex and discuss the summer of fun and summer of chess in St. Louis, and then to have a face plant. These broadcasts, by the way, have really been tough. I mean, they've been long. The games have been really hard fought. Working with yourselves.
Thank you.
I have to keep on my toes. I don't want to blunder my pawns or pieces, and it's tough. It's good work, and I feel like I have a front row seat to the most important chess events in the world.
Yes.
Working here in St. Louis, so I really enjoy the challenge, and I never in my whole history as a chess grandmaster and coming up, say, well, what are you going to do, Yasser, in 20 years when you get retired and stuff? I never saw the internet coming. I never saw, doing commentary in front of an audience that spans the entire globe. We can simulcast all around the world. That's just science fiction. It's fantastic.
So wonderful.
It really is. It's really remarkable. I grew up in Seattle, Washington. The epicenter of chess in the United States was New York City. And I was about as far away from New York City as I could get being over there in Seattle. And I remember I went to the Flea House. The Flea House was a famous chess club in Times Square in New York City where all the hustlers, the guys who, graduated from the parks, they made it to the Flea House. And I go to the Flea House, and I walk up the stairs, and the guy says to me, you look like you're looking for something. What are you looking for? And I said, well, I play a game of chess. Social or for money? I like to play for money. Where are you from? I said, Seattle. He said, Alaska? Alaska gets night odds. So there I was. I thought I was the best player in America in Blitz. I didn't think there was anyone close. Anyone. Maybe 2 players, Zuckerberg and Walter Brown. And I knew them both. And the guy standing in front of me was not. So he said, Alaska gets night odds. And I just thought this was hilarious. I mean, I destroyed the club. I mean, it was horrifying what I did. But the point was in those days, there was no internet. I had never met, top players and, gotten a chance to play Blitz with anybody really outside of the Northwest. So since I was so strong, I figured I was the best in the world.
Nice.
Nice.
Do you remember how much you made that night?
Well, in those days, it was probably something about $175, which, as a teen, keep in mind, and this was the 70s, that was a lot of money, maybe $300, $500 a day. So it's like, yes,
nice.
yes.
So
I'll be back the next day. And I remember it was very funny because my friend, Asa Hoffman, who is a really, really well-known New York hustler. Okay, so what happened is the club was distressed. Oh my God, this is terrible. Alaska has won. Please come again tomorrow. Please, please, please. We will have our great champion ready for you, and we will play for all the money in the world.
Nice.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I ran into Asa, of all people, and somehow we get to the club, but I get there early, and he comes in, and everybody's cheering as Asa's walking in because their champion has arrived. I haven't realized it's Asa yet. Then we see each other, and he just burst into laughter. He said, Yaz, I'm going to do these guys the biggest favor of their lives, and they don't even know it. I'm going to take you to dinner, and we're not going to play.
Nice.
And he took me for Ray's Pizza.
Oh.
His idea was dinner was a slice of pizza. It was great. Ray's Pizza. Strong pizza. But let's get you into the conversation with a social media question. Asa Hoffman's book. Are you kidding me? That was not a setup. This is amazing. Wow. I have read Asa Hoffman's book. Yes. Will you write a similar book with stories of chess? Boy, I've written so many books, I almost feel like I'm tapped out as far as books are concerned. But I do feel very, very strongly that I could write a series, well, not a series, I could write a book, a very thick book, of Bobby Fischer stories that most people don't know.
I would love to read that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people would benefit. And most of the stories of Bobby, people don't realize it, are hilariously funny. He was a very, very funny man. A lot of people know of his interviews on the Philippines radio where he was not in the best of shape. But he was a very, very funny guy, and a lot of funny things happened to Bobby. And I know those stories, and cracks me up every time I tell them. But we do have some moves, Alejandro.
Ooh.
Yep, we have a couple of moves, and well, not a couple, we have one move.
Only?
Good enough,
Why
right?
does it feel so different? Because you can go king b2.
And that's the trick, right? You go king b2, you go check. Now, the most accurate move in this position, you could go up immediately, it does win.
Okay.
With king a3, nothing wrong with that. Just don't put the king on c3 because rook c1 is coming towards you.
Okay.
Instead, you go up a3. You could go to a2. It does threaten the move bishop c6, right?
Right.
So you do want to put this rook still on the b file somewhere that you can give a check.
Right.
And try to catch that. Rook b4 looks a little illogical to me. I guess you go rook b6.
Okay.
And in some ways, king a3 kind of forces rook b1, so you gain a tempo.
All right.
Not the biggest of deals. Now you start going forward. You're going to play this king all the way up, and at some point, I'm going to go bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
So when you take, check, my king is going to be on a5, not on any other of these squares.
Right.
On a5, so I can go king b6 and defend that guy.
And that's lights out.
And that's the game.
We do have a couple of moves, though.
And we do have what you said, king a2, the most precise. Ding Liren, by the way, to my mind, has great technique. So he picked up that tempo. I mean, probably, as you were saying, Alejandro, not absolutely necessary, but precise. And this is how he wins the game, by now going all the way up the A file.
Yeah, once he reaches a5, I think it's pretty obvious that bishop c6 is now unavoidable. The rook is even having trouble staying on the a file at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Feels like a clean cut.
Oh, it's over.
Oh, wait.
Over.
Help me out. With this loss, would it mean that Duda falls 2 in a row?
Yeah, two in a row. And like Nepo is leading a full point over the field,
Right.
Duda is 1 point away from the field.
Yikes. This young man, he came in winner of the Grand Chess Tour in Warsaw with some really high ambitions. So,
I mean, what a way to do it, right? The last tournament that you play, going into the candidates, it's a Grand Chess Tour.
Right.
It's Warsaw. Everybody but
crowd.
Magnus is playing.
Right.
You got first.
Right. First. And then you come and your first candidates is a disappointment.
Yeah,
Yikes.
definitely.
Wow.
Well, Duda will, yes. Ding will be back at 2,800 actually with this win.
You mean in the live ratings?
In the live ratings, yeah.
Yeah.
So cementing that
because
second spot.
before Fabi lost yesterday to Hikaru, The fight for the second was actually in full flame, right?
Yeah.
They were 1 or
Alejandro?
2 points away.
Yeah. Because, again, Ding was having a poor result. Fabi was blazing 2,900 and better. 3,000 result for Nepo. But that fight for second was close.
Yeah, but Ding Liren is cementing that with this one.
Exactly.
It is a big difference now because Fabi got knocked down by Hikaru. That's 5 points, and Ding is winning not exactly 5, but 4 something.
Close.
By beating Duda. So that breach is now more or less 10 points.
That's a 10 point swing, exactly. We have King G8 on the board, and again,
Doesn't
we're
matter.
thinking that this king is just going to sneak up the board. Let's just put some moves on the board, and the idea is that once the king gets to this magic B6 square, the move bishop C3 is, bishop C6 is possible, and a trade, we're threatening queen. If the king were not so close to the A pawn, then the rook check would skewer and win the pawn.
Another shish kebab.
Yes, another shish kebab. But in this case, king b6 defends the pawn on a7. Next turn, rook a8 check and queen, and we claim the game. So, and there's not too much to be done about any of this, right, Alejandro?
Nothing at all.
At all.
And there's no idea, there's no trick. It's just very straightforward. King a4, king a5, bishop c6.
No tricks with black king somehow magically going king to d8. Zoop.
That would be a trick. I'll put it that way. It's not a legal trick, but it's a trick.
Getting the king to d8. Ooh.
Yeah, king a4 already on the board.
King a4 after king g8.
Yeah, Duda having just nothing but suffering in this event.
And especially when you think about the middle game that they had, white had the d file, black had the c file, but through so much of the first time control, it was like 0-0s. There was, I don't know, I mean, nothing at all going on in the position. Duda got outplayed.
Really did. I think he underestimated this a pawn, and at some point should have just killed the game. It felt that he kept playing for 3 results for too long. That at some point he needed to sit down and finish it.
Right.
And he didn't. And here we are.
Oh, he's shaking his head.
Yeah, he's
Making.
It's the loneliest feeling in the world to be sitting there, the last game to be played. You're looking at a lost position and you're thinking, you're not really even seeing the position in front of you. You're seeing the position 2 hours earlier, and where did it all go wrong? Ding Liren trying his best to keep as much focus. Remember, when you're winning the game, it's not over until your opponent signs the score sheets. And you wait until the arbiter signs as well. I mean, yeah, and you want that in triplicate. You want to make sure that the game is well and truly over before you breathe a sigh of relief.
Remember yesterday I told you about the story of this weird friendly games that I would have with this specific opponent, like 10 years ago.
Okay.
And whenever he would castle, he would put his rook on e1, or
Right.
later on, I took like three of his knights in one game. He never promoted anything.
Yeah, it's over.
And it is over, by the way. We do have not a complete whitewash for today, but what a round 9.
It was very close.
3 decisive games for the white player, and it was almost a 4th.
But it was the 4th that we wanted to see, Yasser.
It was the
We didn't care
4th,
about
the
the
one-
other ones. It
the
was that
one
one that we
game.
wanted to see decisive. We wanted Fabiano Caruana to open up the tournament and catch Nepo. Nepo was like, I'm untouchable. 6.5 out of 9 points. Jan still destroying the field. It's a full point lead. We are going to start thinking about miracles for people to start catching up. And look at this guy, Ding Liren, sneaking up. He caught up with Hikaru.
That's
I didn't even know that was
remarkable.
possible. If you told me before the round, without showing me the standings, that if Ding wins, he can catch Hikaru, I'd be like, nah, come on, they're playing 2 different tournaments.
Right?
But it's right there. It's
Yeah.
right there. They're tied for 3rd.
That's remarkable. And after tomorrow's rest day, do not join us for tomorrow because we will not be here. We will be sleeping.
Yes.
Round 10 coming up. It will feature Richie versus Ding Liren, Duda versus Fabi. Very, very big game. Nepo versus Timur. And Hikaru Nakamura versus Firouzja, also a very big game. Again, if it's a winner-take-all, you love Nepo's position, but if the top 2 players play for the World Championship, that jockeying for second place just got interesting, especially as Ding Liren invites himself to the mix. And this is our predictions.
I'm doing as well as you are, Yasser.
I know. I'm amazed we're doing so well.
I'm gonna point that out.
I mean, Hikaru lost today against the tail ender.
It was a wonderful game to watch.
It was by Timur. And by the way, third place, nobody's fighting for third place. Okay, to close the show for us, Alejandro, final thoughts about a very eventful round 9.
I mean, if you're an American chess fan, what a blow.
Yeah.
Today was Hikaru Nakamura losing to a player that hadn't won in 37 games in 3 years. And Favi getting in his prep.
Right.
Getting a decisive advantage. Playing the right moves. And one long think. And this move, hasty bishop takes f5. Throws it all away. Well, guys, it's up to Nepo now. He's got the path in front of him. Can the challenger in Dubai return to challenge Magnus Carlsen? We have a few more rounds. We know that Nepo still hasn't finished this one. But man, are things going his way?
Yeah, he took a very, very big step forward, no question about it. Chess is a cruel game. Favi just making that slip, throwing away that big advantage. Dorsa, it was really, really wonderful. Enjoy your free day. We'll see you tonight to dinner. Good night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
See you Wednesday.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.